Call Thousands Plenty of people that want those jobs, and there's a demand. So you file them in, which is why they developed unions, right? So they developed unions to keep people from being exploited, and then the problem becomes that unions get exploited. And then the unions have a lot of money, and then there's a lot of influence, and then they decide, okay, fuck these unions, go to Mexico. And it's laws that Ross Perot famously talked about, the giant sucking sound headed south. Remember that? Yeah. Was he right? All right, let's get back to this issue. What do you do? Like if you're the president, right? Let me throw that out. I don't have a magic rules, which I wish I did. I think the normal is I got all this technology. I can produce my products much more efficiently. I don't need workers. Right. I'm sorry, Mr. GM. I'm sorry, Mr. Ford. This country is more than just your problems. All human beings, and you're not going to throw me out on the street. And you don't want to let me reframe the question again, which admittedly is a complicated answer. How is a nation begins with this exploding technology so that it benefits is a human being people in almost every other wealthy country have. And not attached to your job, that would be a major step forward, right? Your job, you lost your job, but you know what? Your family still has right. Imagine if you were diabetic and now you don't have access to insulin because now you're like, well, okay, so this is the way I think. We're the wealthiest country in history of the world right now. This artificial intelligence and robotics, we are going to be wealthier. Correct? Correct. So we're not the 1820s where people had to work 100 hours a week.
Oh, that's wonderful. What the hell is this freak show? Thank you. Thank you, McGraw.
Let me ask you this. With all of this technology, can we wipe out poverty in America? Well, we should be able to. We should have been able to do that a long time ago. That was something that was politically motivated. Yeah, you wanted to, but it's easier now. I mean, it was profitable to wipe out poverty, which it should be. Like overall, as a community, like I said, less losers, higher GDP. We belong to the country. Yeah, if you really love America, you want more people to have a chance. Right. So what kind of, I mean, and again,
Vancouver, I can't even know what is up, but you're really cool for reposting that.
Our goal is that we're going to create from this wealth that we have a healthcare system that guarantees health. It won't be like, by the way, we have projects to come up with cures to diabetes and dementia and Alzheimer's and other terrible illnesses rather than just making huge profits for themselves. All right. You have a publicly funded healthcare system guarantees healthcare to all people. Just doing that lower the stress rate in this country enormously. Okay, sure. Okay, you got that. We talked about education. I think you and I agreed. Yes. We want the best educational system. What does it mean that you don't have to work? You're a working dad out there. You're worried that your kid may have a lower standard of living, that you can't afford to go to college. You don't want your kid leaving school $50,000 a day. We say education is human right. God, you know, you mentioned public education a while ago. That didn't happen last. You know, back in the early 20th century, a lot of people, working class people, thought and said, you know what, we don't only want, you know, the rich kids to get a decent education, we want our kids. And that's how public education began, right? So it said, okay, everybody in America, you know, state by state, it's not in Wisconsin actually, is going to have public education from first grade to 12th grade. God didn't create this limit, right? You go to Scandinavia, you go to Germany right now, you know how much it costs to get a higher education? How much is it? That's great. Of course it's great. Because they want such good cars. Well, it could be. You know, they great engineers. That's right. But mine is the way you said, yeah, if I want this country to be productive, right, I want the best educated workforce. That's not a debate, right? That's how you want your family. And if the country is a kid, the country is your family. Right, you're right. And they're motivated by making science. Right. All right. Their motivation is throw the workers out on the street, bring in the technology and serve the workers. That is not what we should be doing as a nation. You got to tell them that. All right. So we got to sit there and say, all right, all this technology. All right, we talk about healthcare as a human right. Maybe we're talking about education is a human right. Right. I think we should be saying with all of this technology, we got to be thinking seriously about lowering the people work. You know how many people live in some people's countries that work 40 hours a week, they work 50, 60 hours a week. That's insane. So we can say all of this is worker productivity. Guess what? I don't know what the numbers is. We had a worker on a 4-day work week with no loss of pay. I introduced a bill to do that. I got to say, to go around, people came up to me. People are stressed out by the amount of hours they have to work. Absolutely. So what I'm saying here is let's take a hard look about how technology will improve life of people. Our goal in America is lower than it is in major countries. You know that? This is 40 years younger than 4 years shorter lifespans. The working class in America, you live 7 years. 1%, which is just outrageous. Right. So here's the big thing. Instead of bombing Iran, how do we increase life expectancy so that we're living the longest lives of any people on Earth? How's that going? Well, that's a great goal. And how do you go about achieving that? Well, healthcare is one, reducing use of education. We go all about increase life expectancy. But have a goal out there. Also taking toxic food. Exactly. Exactly. You know, I've known point about health, food spend the most for the second. Absolutely. I was chairman of the Green Rothschild serious labeling. You know, so Coca-Cola coming in. There's like, what, 10 teaspoons of sugar in that product? Yeah. I don't think people know that. We try to get labeling, maybe that will happen. People also weren't aware until these last 20 years of the consequences of that choice. That's right. Absolutely. Also because of fun. You got it. Yeah. Yeah. Don't get me going on that one. Let's go. Yeah. Get you going. Come on. You would think, how hard is it to say when you have a bottle of soda or you have a food product? Tell people in English what is in the damn product, right? Right. You think anybody there right now, they have any grams? You think anybody in America knows what the hell a gram is? I mean, that's how ridiculous it is. So, I want parents to know that if the food that they're serving their kids could lead to obesity, which is an epidemic in America, could lead to diabetes, which is an epidemic and terrible illness, costing us hundreds of millions. So you're absolutely right. Right. All right. And then that ties into rebuilding family-based agriculture in North. Wouldn't it be nice? Yes. In my state of Vermont, all over this country, family farmers are, they're just being driven off of the land. And that to me is a real tragedy. Because, and again, Vermont is one of the most rural states in America. Growing up, if you talk to people who grew up on farms, they say, that was a pretty good way of life. So how do you create an economy in which we, once again, put an emphasis on family-based agriculture, not corporate agriculture, family farmers who are growing good, in many cases, organic food for our kids, rather than quick charity. Like true, like Wales pastures, the way they run it, absolutely farms. Wouldn't that be great? Yes. Well, we'd be a lot healthier if we ate that food. That's for sure. But the problem is people are already addicted to other food. This is the problem with money. These corporations have engineered these products, and these are the same corporations, unfortunately, that were in charge of tobacco. You know, this is where it gets really weird. They bought out all the major processed food corporations, and they make this stuff that's unbelievably addictive because it's engineered by scientists. We got the brightest and the best. They'll figure out what's the best way to get these people totally addicted to whatever, it's pretty sick. Yeah. And they say, hey, these people, they have choice. They can eat whatever they want. They want to go to the grocery store and eat tomatoes and have a nice salad, they can. But shouldn't they also be able to get Pop-Tarts? Look, your point is interesting. You remember there's a photograph, a famous photograph. I don't know when it was done, 50s, 60s, 70s, of the tobacco industry executives coming before Congress. Yeah. Remember the photograph? Yes. And the congressman said to me, tell me, I maybe get this a little bit longer. Are you aware that cigarettes kill people? No, Congressman, we have no evidence to that effect, right? People lying to their teeth, of course. Yeah. And it's exactly, your analogy is exactly right. These food manufacturers know exactly that they are causing obesity and God knows what healthy kids, leading to diabetes. They know exactly what they're doing in their life. And they're opposing all of us. We're trying to, among other things, make our food supply healthier. Yeah, they are. And this is also a function of corporate America, right? This is a function of wanting to do better in each quarter, having this endless growth cycle where they're never sad. They never say, hey, we make X amount of money every year. That's perfect. That's right. Let's concentrate on doing better for our companies. Companies don't even make that decision. The Wall Street investors make that decision. Right, you're going to make exactly. Right, because the shareholders will be like, there's no fucking way. You need to make more money. Otherwise, I'm dumping your stock. It's going to go in the toilet. Yeah. So this is what we have got to deal with. Is it acceptable? All right, is it acceptable for food companies to poison our kids? No. All right. Well, we got to right. Well, this said a good idea, right? It's a good question. Yeah, it's a solid question. And I think the things that Bobby Kennedy is proposing and implementing, I think, are very valuable. First of all, it's been kicked out of all these other major companies, including Canada. There's the same factories that make these food products in America literally have to make a different version of it for Canada, and then they're complaining that they can't do it because economically it won't be profitable for them. They're making them in Canada. My son brought me back from Canada. Oops. I think it was Rubens, actually. They look kind of plain. But they don't have that cancer gets here. So I think this, it almost gets back to the need for Americans to understand large corporations. You know what? You can't poison our children to make money. Right, but don't poison our children. Say to large corporations, technology is coming, that's good, but you're not going to use it just to throw workers out on the street. So automation comes. The things that Adrian Yang warned us about a long time ago, and back now, universal basic income. But the speed in which it's happening, I didn't anticipate. And when we live in Austin, and when you go around Austin, they do that, Uber, but they're very good. They don't get in accidents. They're good about merging. They have cameras all around them. They're very effective. And what was really fast during these ice rides, they were lighting those things on fire. And I was like, I disagree with them, but I also think it's directionally correct. That's your enemy. Your enemy is automation. The enemy of the human being. A human that lives in this functional society and everybody has a task and get paid for the task. Automation is going to take all that away. So you do say this, okay, we're going to lower your work week. What if there's no job left for the human being to do? If the entire assembly line, we talked about this about China and some of their coal factories. There was this video that I watched of this coal factory in China, which is entirely automated every step of the way. The trucks, no human beings at all. There's probably a few overseers that make sure that all the systems are functioning correctly. So you have software engineers and people that repair people, but the trucks even park themselves next to the charging station and recharge, and then they're moving 24 hours a day, unloading, documenting where everything is. It's all in computer databases. It's wild to watch because there's no people. It's all just 24 hours a day, machines. What do you do when there's no need for these people? And what happens, even with universal basic income, what we're talking about, I support it. I'm a big supporter of social safety nets. But when I was a kid, my family was on welfare. And we were on food stamps too. If you don't have that, people go hungry. If we're going to support the community, we want people to be able to survive. So it's cool for me as a child to see my parents struggling, but then succeed and get out of it. What worries me is that if all are gone and everything is automated, even if people have good income, they don't have meaning. Good. You're touching on right. This is a big one because a lot of people, you go to KC, he's the best. They have that's going to fix your car. Work gives, as you just said, one purpose. Isn't it enormously? It's huge. I don't care if you sweep the streets, people on purpose, they want to do their job well. It's work is an important part of our lives. Is that right? Yes. At the end of the day, it's your identity a lot of times. Right. Yeah. And you want to be a productive member of society. I'm contributing. Right. So you ask the right question. And I think they'll, and I, we can just bat around. I don't have any answers here. But I think the good news, you talk about this coal mining thing, and I'm not a big fan of coal, but that it's automation. People do not have to do dirty work, dangerous work. Is that good? Yeah, I guess that's good. But always we have to be thinking how it benefits not just the bottom line of a corporation, but the happiness and well-being of human beings. So if what you're saying is that in years to come, a significant part of work is going to be done by machinery or by computers, I think that's inevitable. Okay. Then we have to rethink our own purpose in life. All right. And it's not sitting around watching TV 24 hours a day. So I think you raise, I would say, the simple answer, and then you got to go a lot further than that, is to say under those circumstances, with that kind of technology, everybody has at least a decent standard of living. All right, that people don't have to worry about, survival. They don't have to worry about food. They don't have to worry about profitability of the corporation. Provide a fund that's a universal basic income fund. If you're going to replace all these people with robots, then you got to be even more profitable. Share some of that profit. Then you'll be more profitable than if these people just stayed working doing nothing, right? Well, whether you will be or not be, once the machines are running everything, they're going to be running 24 hours a day, and you're not going to have to pay the machines. It's going to be more profitable, right? Of course it will. And we want it. Right now, I think, and this may be in Norway, they have a huge wealth fund, which came from oil. They had publicly owned oil companies. They made a fortune. And they have like $1 trillion in a very small country. And they have free healthcare, college education, affordable housing. Here it is. Norway's growing 1.7 trillion dollars world. Doesn't answer the question. Yeah. So what do you do? Well, somebody has to work on how it would be hard for me. So what's the name? Do you have hobbies? Yeah, I got 7 grandchildren. That's a hobby. I used to play ball as a kid, basketball. I really love playing ball. Yeah, I find a thing that I find value in. I think what's the goal of playing is something more. I think people, one of the sad things that's happened, and we talked a little while about the decline. We mentioned Detroit and other communities where people worked hard, they were proud of what they produced, right? Yes, they earned a decent living, they had a union and so forth and so on. A lot of that is gone. But to work, love, is the thing called sure, right? Yeah. To be human, nobody wants to be right. You want to physically, sexually, emotionally, just humanly, right? Community. That's right. That's being human. That's right. So you want knowledge. I think you've got the knowledge, man. That's good. Sadly enough, I have to confess that when I was in college, I spent half my life in the library. All right, so I said that. I'm just kidding. But knowledge, you're just trying to understand things. And we didn't talk about Trump much, but it was. It's trying to divide us up. We got to bring so many reasons, whether it's all of these issues that we're talking about and everything else, pandemics. You know what? We're going to bring the world together. Yeah, okay? And not hate people because they're in Canada or they're in China or Iran. Ridiculous. And that ain't easy, but we have to. When I was mayor, way back, it was when the Soviet Union still existed. I don't forget this. We were kids from a city in Russia, Yaroslav, city in Russia. And we went up to Iran, and there were kids, boys and girls from Russia, playing kid around, boys and girls from New York, and these kids, they had a great time. People do not have to hate each other. It's stupid. You don't even know them. Exactly. That's why you hate them. It's the dumbest part about it. Yeah. You know why people hate is based on ignorance. Right? Yeah. And fear, and there's a lot of stupidity attached to it that people exploit. They exploit that stupidity, and the guy under the guise of nationalism. Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's foolish. And by the way, I don't know. No, continue. The greatest fear is thermonuclear. Yeah, well, pandemics as well. COVID was on place, but the pandemic problem with that is engineered. Like people actually made that virus, and Obama tried to stop that gain of function shit back in 2014. That's a long conversation, but should we be funding that kind of shit? No, we should not. No, and yet we were. But you're gonna have to bring the entire world together. Like this. But I think we have to bring the country together first. That's right. And by the way, I've been kind of negative, but take a deep breath. We have made some progress in this country in recent years. If you think about racial relations, right? It wasn't that many decades ago that some black kid couldn't go to a movie theater in Mississippi. Right? By the way, I want to tell you that when people say, like, why were you a fan of Bernie Sanders? I point to a photo of you getting arrested at a civil rights protest in, I think it was 63. That's right, Chicago. Yeah. You've always been at the forefront. You haven't changed. And people always try to accuse you of that, especially because you made some money off your books. But you haven't changed your positions through the entirety of your career. I think that's very admirable, because there's not a lot of people that serve in Congress for as long as you have and become, a very prominent public figure that don't just cash in. When you have people that are public servants that are making $170,000 a year, and yet they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars through some magical way that no one can explain, and you haven't done that. And I think you'd be applauded for that. Thank you very much. I remember, it's just, we can talk about education and so forth. I grew up in a white neighborhood. There you are. Look at that. God, I had hair in my head at that point. I got his hand in his pocket. Here it is. Back then, the world has changed. That's the Chicago. What's this line? You're going to get arrested. As I recall, that was one of the time I crossed the line. It's the segregated housing in Chicago. Okay, so I get dragged in. And they're taking me to a paddy wagon. Okay. So they pick me up. And other people in it throw me into the paddy wagon. My glasses would fly in some place. Alright. And they have just said this was happening within a few minutes of this picture. Some genius on the sideline throws a brick. It's a cop on the head. Oh, Jesus. It's on me. I mean, throw it into the paddy wagon. Some cop is lying down on the ground. It was a scary moment. Okay. So we continue the story. We're in the paddy wagon. And they're taking us someplace. And suddenly, the paddy wagon stops. Look out. It's like the middle of nowhere. Right? This was not like in the city go to a jail. We thought we were going to be taken to jail. I mean, that was so weird. Yeah. Why the hell did they stop me? Right. They stopped for whatever reason. And so we spent, a big thing was we spent the night in jail, which was a weird experience. You get street cred for that. But I remember that. Other than not sleeping very well. And this is, you get up in the middle of the night, they got to try to open the door. It didn't open. It was the weirdest thing. Having a door that did not open because you're in a jail cell. It's like a weird thing. But yeah, the idea, that's all. And we've made progress since that time. And we have a long way to go. We've made progress. Women's rights, we've made progress. Gay rights, we've made progress. So it's a lot that as a nation, we should be proud of in progress that we've made. I was a kid growing up. I am sure that many kids who were here nobody told me. Right. And, so there's a lot as a nation that we should be proud of in terms of the progress that we made in terms of fighting bigotry. Agreed. But we have so much more to do. We don't need to be hating people. You can disagree with people. Because there's so many issues out there. Hatred should not be evaluated. So it's also the political exploitation of division. The fact that you can use the division that people already have to galvanize your side instead of uniting the country. If I can remember, you had white politicians in the South saying, see those black people, they want your job, vote for me. That's why we're going to keep segregation and all this other stuff, right? Yeah, that's true. People ran for office. I thought very secret, that's what happened. But we're making gays and taking over the school system, blah, blah, blah. So it's, we made progress, but what we've been talking about is if you create a society where you have massive technology that can produce all of this, well, how do we live, right? That's the question. And I think one of the goals has got to be to bring this world together. We should not be having wars right now where countries have disagreements. There are bad news guys out there, no question about it. But bring them to the table, arguing them. Right. We don't have to go around killing people. Right now, what's going on in Gaza breaks my heart. Children are slaughtered to death. So we can do better as a planet. Unquestionably. Yeah, no, we all agree. I think this is something the entire country can agree to. The question of meaning, like giving meaning to people, and then my fear is also the same fear that I had when I talked about climate change, that it's going to be exploited. Once people are entirely dependent upon the state for universal basic income, then it becomes a question of now your entire life, all the money that you get being from the government, if you step outside the lines, if you do anything that the government doesn't like, if there's they pull the plug on you. Or if a new administration comes in and says, you know what, this is unprofitable, these people have to figure it out for us. The United States is really $37 trillion in debt. We can't do you have to adjust the code. Remember that? Yeah, that kind of shit. How do you give these people meaning? What do you do with all the drivers? Think about how many truck drivers in this country. This is going to be the first thing that goes what? Yeah. And the question about factory workers, a lot of people say, yeah, well, those jobs are terrible anyway. It'd be great if those jobs went away and people, they're free to pursue their interests. I'm like, what interest? You're a 60-year-old man. You've been working for this factory. You're looking towards your retirement. And now the plug is pulled, gone, your 401k has been erased, your company's been bought out by another company, now everything's automated, there's no jobs. What do you do? Right, so if you have, Andrew Yang was talking about this giant epidemic of automation in this country, and the solution being universal basic income. But that's not the solution for meaning. And they have to not just take this, but also take action to give themselves meaning in their life. What you're talking about is a revolution in your existence. Yeah, sure. Today. Lots of the world people are working in America. you don't need to do work because, well, but how you like meeting is seeing, I don't know, Sam, Sam, I don't know, but then it's Zuckerberg, talking about, well, we got a machine for you. We got a friend for you, her name is Mary, and she's 20 hours a day. She really loves you. Man, I don't think that's so dystopian. It's very, yeah. We covered the story recently with this guy who's AI. And she said yes, and he was crying, like, oh, we're done. At the end of the day, all we got is us. Yeah, right? Yeah. And you're raising, again, I'm trying to think here, I wish I had the answers. You're asking. Correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, the question that you were future technology is going to be, it's a good, because work has been so essential to human existence forever, right? Right. And you're suddenly taking that, what how do they relate to all I would say is the answer is not the role of your creature out there. Yeah, don't do that. But also, how do you if all you're doing is just getting a check, and you can just define that you can do that, not maybe even that's profitable, that these computers can't do. Look, human brain, and I think we they're just step one. The real to have a human. I mean, not the immediate. I think the deeper one that you're talking about, what is when virtually all work is replaced. Yes. But right now, I mean, for a start, I think getting back to the point, I think you tell those workers you can have healthcare is a human right, education is a human right, decent income is a human right. And we're going to lower, substantially lower the work week somehow in this process. We're going to have everybody working. You're working 20 hours a week, you're working 20 hours a week. What happens later when even more work is eliminated and what the purpose of your life becomes? That is a very profound question. The revolution from what we have ever lived, right? For thousands of years, people are struggling with food. You're saying, what happens when they don't have to do that, right? Yeah, it's inevitable. Then the answer will be that we're going to have to find different meaning in life. We're going to have to find it in ourselves, ways that you don't know and I don't know, because we're not there yet. We're not living 50 years from now. I don't think so. I don't have no one knows. But I think human beings are capable That's the problem. I don't think anybody does. And I think we're put on full steam ahead with AI with no consideration of this. And then there's the same thing that you're dealing with in terms of corporations constantly trying to achieve higher and higher and higher numbers for all these human beings. Everybody who's displaced by this very impersonal thing, this impersonal, because he can't compete with China. I agree with everything you're saying, except there is something else that's going on. Well, okay, this is going on. Well, this technology is on people out on the street. Right? People own that technology, the corporations utilize the technology to become phenomenally rich. Exactly. Which gets back to things like tax reform, like making sure that America not have massive levels of income and wealth. It's great. If I felt like my people everybody's surviving, everybody's doing well, that's great. I'm not going to argue with you. This is I'm going. Right. And ironically, it's bad because there's no competition. Right? It's corrupt, but it's also, it's not a free market. Like the government itself has a monopoly on governing. And when they're completely corrupt and when they're making insane amounts of money through taxes, they're not accountable. This is the way I see it. By the way, I'm not advocating for making it privatized, making all of government privatized. I'm just talking about the realities of corruption in our current government. Let's talk about what we mean by corruption. I do not believe in these guys. Some of them. Okay, let's say incompetent and waste. Okay. Let's take fraud out of the equation and just talk about incompetence and waste. We've done pretty well. When workers own their own companies, you talk about a sense of purpose. They are more than just a cog. Yes. So I think as a nation, tons of my Texas is to try to say to people out there who are mostly working class people, you got to get involved. I know it's hard. You got to get involved in the political process. You got to make demands on government that it serves you, not just the very wealthy. So to answer your question, I think one of the goals, not only we've talked about how you deal with the exploding technology and how people gain purpose. The other thing is, I want control over their own. We can argue with the founding fathers saw that coming. That's how they made this incredible system, checks and balances. Back in the 70s, 80s, when these guys wrote the Constitution, they were amazing. I mean, their understanding of human desires, the power, exactly, corruption, exactly, pretty amazing. And they wrote that having just won the war, and one of them is the most powerful despot on earth, King of England, right? The King of England, absolute power. How do you create a new country which has checks and balances so that nobody ever has that power, right? And I gotta say, I mean, one of the things that there's a lot of arguments about Trump that worries me very, very much is this authoritarianism. Going after the media, suing the authority that Congress has. When you say suing media, were you talking about the CBS laws? Yes, don't you or that you do something? Should I sue you? Yeah, but that's not what he's getting. Well, he sued ABC. He sued. He's suing Des Moines Register. Person that's on the right. And so the polls are rigged or funded polls that make it look like this person on the right is winning by a substantial margin. And what this does is decreases the motivation that people have to come out and vote against them. So it's fake. Right? Engineered. It is happening right now. And I think, is that part of what he's suing them about? It doesn't. But isn't that what he's suing them about? Well, he's suing ABC for one thing. But what the Des Moines Register about the poll? Yeah, this whole, I know. Was the poll incorrect? Yeah, almost wrong. So what? Right. This lawsuit. Aware that we're talking to people that understand the polls, that some of these are political, conservative, more progressive people get told the results that they kind of want, right? And they do it to motivate people. And it has an impact, right? On the other hand, this Des Moines Register, not a huge newspaper. I hope that you're on the Democratic primary. They are very, very respectful. Okay. He ended up doing it. Most of us honest posters make mistakes too. What is the basis of his lawsuit? What is he saying? I think he's saying that gave energy to his. He's saying, like you told me, yeah, I don't believe that's the case. Okay, make mistakes. Well, what about the other lawsuit with the conversation they had with Kamala Harris, where they edited the answers that she had to make it look more precise? 60 minutes. They were suing 60 minutes. Yes. Is, to my mind, historically, around for a very long time, infallible. But I think if you look at most objective people, say 60 Minutes has a sterling reputation for investigative journalism. Are they more? But that's not investigative. investigative journalism if you change someone's answers. If you ask her a question and she comes with a rambling answer that doesn't make sense, and you edit that out and insert another answer to a different question that seems more cogent. Joe, when you're walking down, it's a interest. Suing media has the impact of intimidating media. Or if somebody sues you, somebody sues you, why not? Right. You could be sorry because you are doing this. You're sympathetic to this. Right. And Joe, you did that. And they have a big law firm behind you. You're going to have to spend zillions of dollars defending something. Next time you do it, maybe I'm going to go to that area. But it's not that. It's editing things to make it deceptive editing. So it deceptive. I don't know what people a different perception. Than reality. But I don't know. I think that's universally accepted. That's what they did. You got to tell me why you're suing ABC. I'm not aware of it. But the point is, Stephanopoulos said, I honestly don't know. But I think what he was saying was factually incorrect about the results of one of Trump's trials. Guess what? If I were to sue everybody who said things that were factually incorrect about me, I'd be suing people zillions of times. But Joe, what you're saying is, look, does media, should you have powerful person in America suing media? What is the impact of that being? They also run critical stories. This is part, in my view, without getting into any one case, has the power to go criticize me. You criticize me, I'm going to sue you. So it's not whether this show was right or wrong. There are shows every day. Get it wrong. It's whether you don't want to media, and then it's, three judges rule again. Is that a concern? I think it's a concern. It's a concern. My concern is when you have media organizations that are reported to be objective, and then they say things that are defamatory and factually incorrect, and they should know that before they say it. What other course does a person have other than a lawsuit? And isn't it important light on what is political bias? We're from an organization that you would hope would be objective. Needless to say. I don't say the President of the United States. They say things incorrect, defamatory, and slanderous. Is anybody in the world that knows how to use a microphone? His name is Donald Trump. Donald Trump get up and show that from once he was here. It was one. Let me tell you why it was one. But then they do it again and again. The more people do stuff like that, if you don't have any consequences to what you're doing, you're going to continue that path. And most people only see that. Like if you're a left-wing leaning media organization and you print something that's factually incorrect, or you say something on television, or most likely I'm going to see Trump's rebuttal and some speech that he does. That's another problem. Successful petition. Exactly. So you don't think that lawsuits against that are valid? I don't think that it's appropriate. Give you an example of CBS. We talk about corporate power. The owners of CBS is owned by Paramount, multimedia corporation, right? Sure. Paramount wants to sell. Once sold to Sky. Blue Sky's social media app. It's a large corporation that Paramount wants to have money. Okay, merger, huge merger. They have to go, guess what? All right. So, you are the head of CBS. You want to sell the company. This guy has for many, many billions. You remember how much it loses him? It's billions of dollars to be sure. And you got to go to the federal government. And the president sues you. What do you think you're going to do? You're going to sell them, give them millions of dollars, and get your so look, I see a problem with that. Right. And I see where you're coming from. We want honesty. But all I can tell you is that the way to respond to the lies is to take them away, not to intimidate other countries. All right. You disagree with them. Right. Now, never. But if you start, hey, Joe Rogan said this. No. Joe Rogan has this. We found out about Joe Rogan. I'm going to sue Joe Rogan for $100 million. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. And listen, I'm not a fan of Rogan. They said I was taking and they altered the color of my face on me look green. I hate green. You're gonna get tapped every day, right? Yes. That's what you're in the public eye. You don't want to be in the public eye. But now I agree with you. So, I mean, I just worry. I also agree that CBS should be altering a presidential candidate. I mean, I don't know enough about it. I'm going to say what is this. All I know is that 60 Minutes is a well-respected program. I can't tell. All right. Well, you know, I should get a plane to get out of here. You probably should. I mean, I appreciate your positions on all these different things. And I appreciate, like, we're talking about media and glorification of the media, right-wing people, right-wing people, people are talking good. I haven't done a podcast really positive. Because I got to tell you, I've been on a million TV shows. Well, I can't. It's impossible. Nobody can. Yeah. And the fact that you give people a couple of hours to sit here and have a good discussion, be a good host, trade ideas, I think that improves life in America. It helps people think about things. So thank you for what you're doing. My pleasure. And I think that one of the things that this conversation highlights is that there's a lot of issues that all Americans agree on. And this ridiculous position that we find ourselves in, where you have to be ideologically opposed to one thing because your side supports the other thing, it's just terrible for all of us. And if we looked at the issues that really face our country and our citizens, our human beings that live here as a community, we agree on almost all of them. We agree that you should have a better life. They should have healthier people. We should have health care and education. We should have safer streets. We should have a community that lets people do what they want to do as long as they're not harming other people. And I think the divide that we have in this country accentuates the farthest ends of each end of the political spectrum, not recognize that most of us exist in the middle. I think we share a common humanity, and I think, why am I just been in the smile fighting motherfucking, do you know where I was? I was to Oklahoma, one of the more conservative states in the country, I was to Louisiana, right here in Texas, precisely because, I mean, I think we have so much more in common, and let's let's focus on how we came together and what
Absolutely. Well said. Thanks, sir. Thanks very much. Great to see you again. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Doing something at the Viper Room and then trying to come here the next day. The Viper Room is just notorious. Like, even when you're in the building, it's just like, oh.
It is notorious. Yeah. It's funny because the only way I'd ever been in there was through that, the door on the side street there. And they had all the cameras out. Took me around. I'd never come in through the door on Sunset before. Even recognize the place.
No, I've never been through that door either.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've only been there once. I was there for a comedy show. It feels weird. So there's certain buildings that just have bizarre history.
Yeah, well, the sheriff was telling me last night, man, River Phoenix died on the sidewalk right out that door. I didn't know it. I thought it was in front of the whiskey. For some reason.
No, the right room.
I never realized that.
No. Fucked up place. Hey, man. Nice to meet you.
There's all my junk.
I love your music.
Really?
Yeah. Well, my friend Jay turned me on. Your music is like, you've lived a life. You can't fake that. You know what I mean? There's something about certain dudes' voices and songs. They're like, all right, that guy's, you can't create that with AI. You're going to try.
Everybody's it's crazy. We're kind of reaching singularity,
Yeah.
where nobody can tell the difference.
I know. I think we're right about there. There was a new one that just got released today. Did you hear the new one today? It's even better than the Google one. That was insane. It was released last week. Yeah, it's weird.
What are you talking about?
Some new AI engine that does video. I'll send it to you, Jamie. It's pretty incredible. The way they're able to make stuff now, where it looks exactly like real human beings. Like it doesn't make even a little bit. Yeah. I'll send it to Jamie. It's called. So is that the China one? Oh, yeah, China. Yeah. It's like very strange. You got it? Give me some sound. You gotta click on it. I mean, what the fuck, man? We are living in the weirdest time ever, Joey Rocket. Oh, man, you're right. This is the weirdest time ever to be alive because we're so close to not being able to tell what's real and what's fake. We're so close. I mean, we're essentially right there with video, and then eventually it's going to move into some sort of perception. It's going to be feel. You're going to be able to put a helmet on and go into some bizarre world.
He's DMB.
It's coming. It's coming. The people that are working on it in America, like we have to, because China's working on it.
He's a fighter, and he had
That's just what we're doing.
Space race.
He's just a show. He's like, you don't need to do this, man. You have so much fun for your smart kid. I didn't recognize that person.
Race around the world.
Yeah, that's how I was waiting. He came up to me. I was at the comic store 2 nights before. I think she was running
It makes you sound like completely
funny
fake.
guy. Kid said,
I lost my first as a younger when I started talking like that.
I ate a lot of breads too. I ate a lot of listen to scientists don't want to talk about scientists.
You know what I figured? I figured that would be the one time in the history of civilization that human beings got to this place and said,
I go to SB, like Super Bowl party, to do what I want to.
Researcher who's been doing these
And he sees me and goes, shut down over here, baby. So,
Sometimes
I was always go grab his hand and grab my head, just
documentary
put me down, just as top my head. How do you know
there's not a single thing that's not
we get the trading teams, the trading teams together.
accessible. It's the one thing. And everybody goes, oh, they spent so much money. Why would they spend money on that again? Why would they spend money on that? Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. The moon has trillions of dollars. There's rare minerals on it. There's all sorts of shit on the moon that would be very beneficial.
That's 2023 for you.
It was always
Rick Ross DM'd me, so I didn't text. DM'd me. It has a some fish tanks. I look at some fish tanks.
just the way
That's a small DM'd.
like when you watched it on television, the people that watched it on television, the first time ever there was a news thing where the news stations, the networks didn't have a direct feed. What they had was they filmed the moon landing, they showed it on the projection screen, and then the networks pointed the camera at the projection screen. That's why it was so shit.
Did you say anything? There was a exhibit that came out of work from far back, and it's all out. It's like a legit. I should see him set his name because he made cell phones. That's really great accuracy. Like, on there, and goes to the flower room, and shows up there near the end, and finally,
Cheaper to reproduce today from 1969, except sort of perception. It's going to be feel. You're going to be able to put a helmet on and whoosh, go into some bizarre world.
you can't stop it.
You can't stop it.
It's coming.
It's coming. And the people that are working on it in America, like we have to, because China's working on it. Like, okay, I guess that's just what we're doing.
Space race, even if it's just a show.
Yeah. The Manhattan Project for artificial intelligence. Race around the world.
Joe, did we go to the moon?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Because China's working on it. Like, okay, I guess that's just what we're doing.
Space race, even if it's just a show.
Yeah, it's essentially the Manhattan Project for artificial intelligence. It's a race around the world.
Joe, did we go to the moon?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. It makes you sound fucking completely, but
I lost a lot of friends when I was younger when I started talking like that.
Listen, man, I'm talking scientists that don't publicly. Yeah, scientists.
That would be the one time in the history of civilization. Human beings and said, nah, good, turned around.
Exactly.
I don't want to live around there anymore.
Well, Barton Sabro, that's been doing these documentaries on the 2000, I believe, and he put this documentary called Happen on the Way to the Moon, that he's got a great quote. And he says, there's not a single thing that's not easier, faster, and cheaper to reproduce today from 1969. It's the one thing. Well, and everybody go, oh, but the expense might go to other places. I don't think so. You look at just the way they filmed it. Like when we watched it on television, it was the first time ever where there was a news thing where the news stations, the networks didn't have a direct feed. What they had was they showed it on a projection screen, and then the networks pointed their camera at the projection screen. That's why it looks so shitty. Wow. You remember there was a movie that came out, it wasn't that far back, and it's all about this, like a legit movie. And I should remember this actor's name because he's getting better and better now. He's a really great actor. He played the lawman in Killers of the Flower Moon that shows up there near the end and finally takes them down. But he's been in a lot of other stuff, and it's this really great movie about making the moon landing and all that stuff for, like, American kind of cultural and economic dominance over Russia and all that. After COVID, realizing how much stuff they can lie about, how much stuff the government can hide, how much stuff that people just accept as being true, despite all the evidence to the contrary, how much experts are going on with things, how easy it is to keep a secret. It's not hard to keep a secret, especially a secret that is essentially set up to let us. Thank you, sir. It's on my wife's not bad. You ever want to? Now I realize it because it tastes just like Coca-Cola. I realize it does. It's close. I think that's the secret. It's like Coca-Cola. I would like to try it. It's Coca-Cola. No shit. Mom and Dad was like, not have it for me. Right, another lot of that things that they're for everyone that for all the original product. We'll find out. Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, it's really great for headaches. I mean, more lives, right? How many times? It's like. And that's flag.
So 13 people, including pilots, I don't fuck with any of that, man. I got to tell you, survival culture thing. Yes. You can that is an illustration there. This year's catalog is to offer a heroin kit. And active, my mother's just I don't know what it's in, bro. You find it, just contact me. What I do, space. Discovery? That's 2015. No. Because there's a lot of those. I thought Keanu Reeves really wasn't a new driver. Make money, they'll trick you from. Back then, they're probably being tricked themselves. People that wasn't. Church used to recommend cigarettes for people that have eczema. You got asthma? Yeah. Do you need cigarettes? Yeah, they were drinking. Athletes are drinking Coca-Cola. Well, you know who drinks Coca-Cola? For training, we drink Coca-Cola.
And there's actually some science to that. Like medicine replenishes glucose, right? Like yeah, probably not a bad idea. There's better versions of electrolytes. You're right. Electrolytes are good. Gatorades okay. It's just got a lot of shit in it. Yeah, corn. Here it is. Channing Tatum. Oh, Channing Tatum. Is that it? Oh, that's the one. That's it? Wait, 2024. So, oh, yeah, he's not. No, he isn't. My story. Chasters moon landing. Interesting. What year was it? Last year or a year ago? I've never even heard of it. How do you have a and Scarlett Johansson and you never heard of it? Isn't that crazy? Too many goddamn movies. Bro, you know what I saw last night? I think I'm still thinking of a different one. But I never, there's another one. There's another. So, oh, Channing Tatum. Oh, that's the one. That's it? Wait, 2024. So, oh, that's the one. Yeah, he's not. No, he isn't. Historical romantic drama. Tasked with creating a false moon landing. Interesting. What year was it? I've never even heard of it. I think it's a movie with Channing Tatum and Scarlett Johansson, and you've never heard of it. Isn't that crazy? There's too many goddamn movies. Bro, you know what I saw last night? I think I'm still thinking of a different one, but I never. There's another one. There's almost nothing Vietnam, Gulf of Tonkin, there's almost nothing from history that's exactly as we're being told. Almost nothing. It's all cracker shit. It's Coke and Pepsi because he's thinking like, you know, that's the one thing that they did that everybody liked, and then they just mostly keep that flavor. Right. They can muscle everybody out, you know, it's like my Marcy Cola like that. Yeah. No, that. Yeah. Only if you couldn't afford the Coca-Cola price. Right. Bless you. Thank you. When I was a kid, that was the only reason we drank ours in high school. They came up with a new formula of Coca-Cola somewhere around the 80s, I think. It was terrible. They tried to do Coke, and everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing? Where did Coke? Don't change that. They can change for weirdos. People, I never liked it. Yeah, it's weird. I like dark pepper. We know Coca-Cola is to this day flavored with cocaine. That's the secret to the flavor of Coca-Cola, the company that makes Coca-Cola. They are the biggest producers of medical grade cocaine. For real. Wow. So they take the coca leaves, they extract the flavonoids out of the coca leaves, and they extract the cocaine in Coca-Cola. But then they take it, and then the cocaine goes into medical cocaine. To this day, I think they're the only company that says coca leaves. I think they're in. I think that's exactly it. Is that how it works? I believe their grandfather did. But to this day, that's what they use. As I sniff. These are real sniffles, folks. These are allergies. I watched the fucking craziest movie. Have you heard of that movie? I've heard of it. That's that new to watch it. Holy shit. It was intense. Oh my god. One of the most insane movies I've ever seen in my life. It's about and someone approaches her with this new experimental person for 7 days, and then you have to switch back to the old person for 7 days. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but like I left. I was like, I gotta watch something stupid on YouTube for a couple hours before I go to bed because I'm weirded out by this movie.
Yeah, that's the reason I haven't watched it yet. That's the guys. I never liked the sensory overload, like horror movie, classic horror movies.
This is sensory overload times 10. It's fucking insane. It's an insane movie. It's really good. I mean, it really grips you. It's very entertaining, but just really bored.
Have you seen Uncut Gems?
Yes. Love that
Wasn't
one.
that a good movie?
Oh my god.
It was like a little much for me, but it was so good, and it wasn't so crazy. Yeah.
Well, I grew up with a lot of gambling habits. So for that movie like really hit home for me. I was like, oh god, gee, like anxiety.
Howard, is that his name? Howie Howard, Sandler's character.
Is that what his name is? Howie?
Yeah, someone died on 42nd Street or whatever.
Yeah.
That's every manager of the music business. It's that guy.
Really?
A lot of them.
A bunch of gambling addicts.
There's that guy out there, you know. They're juggling all these balls. When somebody's got all these balls, they're juggling in front of me. And they're like, Charlie, I'm not juggling.
Well, there he is. He's great in that movie.
Man, yeah.
Yeah, I never knew him dramatically. You know, I mean, he's always been great in comedies, but incredible.
He had another one he did. That was like a serious flick way back. Remember Punch Drunk Love? You ever see that one?
No, I never saw that.
That's a masterpiece.
Yeah, I never saw it. Yeah. But Uncut Gems, the gambling aspect of it, like that sickness, the gambling sickness is a wild sickness.
I grew up around gamblers too. Yeah, mom was always a big gambler. My cousin and I spent a lot of time in casinos with him down in New Orleans on the Mississippi coast and all that.
Oh, riverboat gamblers.
Man, yep, exactly.
Craziest.
Man, I didn't mind. You know, he let me and my cousin run all over the place. So we were stoked.
So you like the fact that he was
To play his bingo, he used to run this bingo hall and in New Orleans. And me and my cousin both of us with those bingo numbers, we could play 9 card pages. We got that good because he was running the place. Nobody in there ever said shit about me and my cousin being like, you know, eating all that. And if we hit though, it was always a good time. It was toys, fried shrimp.
With the privacies being invaded online, VPNs are no longer just a nice, but that's exactly what data brokers want you to think because their profits depend on you having nothing to hide. What you do online is your ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity travels through secure encrypted servers. It hides your IP address so no one can use it to track and sell your online activity, and it is restored. ExpressVPN is also a great tool for your sensitive information from hackers. Like at a hotel or a coffee shop, anyone can hijack your connection and access your most sensitive information. With ExpressVPN, you know that your passwords and banking info are safe and secure. ExpressVPN is the #1 ranked VPN by the experts at CNET and The Verge. And right now, you can get an amazing deal. They're offering 4 extra months free. If you go to expressvpn.com/Rogan or tap the banner. If you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link in the description. For some people, that's their juice, man. That's what keeps them going in life. Just that next bet. You know, I grew up around a lot of pool halls, and you know, when I was in my early 20s, and I was just around so many people that just lived for gambling. They would go straight from off-track betting right to the pool hall, and you know they bet on anything. They bet on 2 raindrops coming down a window pane. They bet on roaches. They bet on anything. Anything you name it, they flip a coin. I saw dudes flip a coin thousands of dollars. The guy would win a tournament. Like this is like a famous thing in pool. Guys would win a tournament, win $10,000, flip a coin, lose the whole thing. And you had to have heart. You had to be willing. Like that was like part of the culture. You had to be willing to bet.
Right.
And everybody's always because the only way it's fun. Yeah, the only way it's fun is as if money's constantly flowing. So if someone's trying to be conservative, someone's trying to say, no, they call them a nit. Like, you're a nit. They didn't like you. Nobody likes a nit. Like, those are the guys that get sharked by the pool hall. They're bad action.
Where did you grow up?
Well, all over the place, really. But
Where were those pool halls?
New York. I moved to New York when I was in my 20s, my early 20s, like 23. And that's when I got indoctrinated to pool culture. Yeah, it was just the most fun group of degenerates and weirdos and outcasts. And, you know, as a comedian, I never felt like I fit in normal society. You know, and then I'm around those dudes, I'm like, oh, okay, you guys are just like me. You don't fit in either. Like, you're a bunch of fucking weirdos.
Man, you know, what I just thought about Joe when I was on the street in New York. I played up there. I'm sure you know, but I played on the street all day. At first, I was playing in the parks, and then I moved downtown. I was trying to play on the street corners of the villages and all that. You're dealing with traffic and cops, and that's what drove me down into the subway platforms. I was really competitive too. So even there, I started playing at the stations that nobody wanted, or weren't desirable, or weren't nobody's really competing for the spots or whatever. And I would do that all day, and then I would hit open mics all over the 5 boroughs every night, everywhere. And the comedy guys were always the coolest because we weren't in competition. Like I know comedians can be really competitive on the circuit, and obviously same thing on the music side. But I ended up playing I would open up for a lot of guys, like I'm like at the Red Door and like in the circuit there in the city and shit. Open guys up with 2 or 3 songs or play their breaks or whatever. And, all the comedy folks liked me, I think, because I wasn't one of them. Yeah. We were cousins or something. Right. It's always been a relationship like that. Like Oliver Anthony was at the Mothership Weekend. And it was the first music act we've ever had performed there. That's cool. Yeah, he performed it if you ever want to, man. I heard that. Yeah, it'd be fun. I like that you got it down there, man. It's a great spot. 6th Street is just such a fucking wild place. It is. To have it right there, it's perfect. And to have it at the Old Ritz. Is that what it is in the Old Ritz? Yeah, we love the Old Ritz. Yeah, we have to keep the Ritz sign because it's one of those historical buildings. That's a great sign. Oh, it's a great sign. It's got so much history. In the tunnel on the way to the stage, there's a big picture of Stevie Ray Vaughan on stage in 1983. Yeah. You like SRV? Fuck. Come on, man. Come on. He's the only dude who can play Blue Child. Doesn't make me sick. Yeah. Other than Hendrix. That's right. 2 dudes. Yeah, you're right. Hendrix and him. I mean, I'm sure that I've never heard like that just now. Oh, yeah, man. There's certain songs that you can't fuck with. Although I did see, one time I saw Honey and Gary Clark Jr. play Midnight Rider, and I didn't think anybody else could play Midnight Rider. To hear Gary's song, Midnight Rider, with that, like Gary's future sound. Oh, man. Yeah, have you seen Gary? You've seen Gary? Oh, yeah, I'm friends with Gary. Man. I've seen him a bunch of times. Yeah, I love Gary, too. That guy, he's so good. Man, I remember, I gave something to him. I got it. What is it? A real, genuine, woolly mammoth guitar pick that is made out of woolly mammoth tusk. That is 10,000 plus years old. That's a shout out to my friend John Reeves from Boneyard, Alaska. I got a buddy of mine who has this spot in Alaska where they just build all kinds of crazy mastodon, woolly mammoth, fucking cave bear, all kinds of skulls, all kinds of wild shit out of this one piece of property where a lot of animals died. And he's taken a lot of the woolly mammoth. That's where I got this too. This is a tooth. That's a big old goddamn tooth. So. It's great, man. It's beautiful. That guitar pick is yours, bro. Man, thanks, dude. Cool guitar. I've never been good at holding a pick. So I learned how to play with my hands, and because I could never hold a pick well. But so a lot of guys have pickers, they play really hard picks, and get real precise with it. I still can't hold it. You just learn. South Irving. Guitar. He just started messing around with it. I just couldn't focus. Yeah, I don't know. 17 was like the right age. I needed it, Started banging around on that guitar, and I mean, it must have sounded terrible. And my mother, this little ass. I was like, yeah. But I wasn't.
Hey, you ready?
My checks. Choose the boxes, dudes, it was think for them iced out and rough, and it was funny. We can't be stopped now, cause bad boys for life we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now, cause it's bad boys for life. Oh, that was amazing.
Or whatever sounded like a Garden of Eden or something. You know what I mean? And wanted so bad they didn't go with it.
Woo!
Me and this other guy that was playing guitar too. You ready? Woke up that next morning, he was still there. And I was like, man, you ready to go? First time was out there. So you've been playing it before?
place was so small. I wasn't playing outside. I would go to this park, had like a baseball, and then, I got in a lot of trouble with the law. Put me on the run, put me on the road. And what was the trouble with the law? I've said it a lot. That's why I'm a lot better known than I used to be. So it's like you say stuff about your family and you hear about it and they get mad. But it's so funny because it's all over the internet and they're the ones that had the government on their ass, not me. But anyways, yeah, we just kind of, shit hit the fan. I got up in the newspapers. My brother didn't go to my sister either went to high school. They both drugs. I'm from South Texas. I'm born in the Rio Grande Valley. They were from Dallas. But my mama had moved down there to South Padre Island area, Callan, Harlingen area there. And anyway, it's poor, hard living down there. And, held her shoes till I was like 9 or 10 years old, playing out. My mother and sister, they're brother and sister, and daddies. And they really lived wild. They were pretty tough back then or whatever. I'm telling you that background because my brother became a hustler, because he had to. Because of lack of education, lack of access, because of poverty. And I've honestly always respected him for that, I was selling newspapers when I was 11, right? And you want to know why? Because I had broken my arm. And he realized that you carted that young boy out in front of those apartments when that lady entered the door. And he's going, yeah, and in a nutshell, man, that stuff, he started out as a door-to-door salesman, hustling newspapers. Right. Then he started exact and men's clothing, door-to-door in downtown Dallas office buildings, and as a very young, hard knock boiler room type of guys, you keep knocking on those doors in that Wild West business scene of town Dallas, or Houston, eventually you're going to find what you're looking for. He got it with some big old wolves, it knocked everybody out. A lot of people died, a lot of people went to prison. And, we were in the paper, and I found myself not being nobody I knew would get me, and so it ended up being like a Bob Marley type of thing, like he said, if you're not living good, travel wide, right? And I literally just walked down because, we had scarlet letters on our chest. That's when I really learned how to stand behind that guitar and write songs and slowly but surely start. I learned how to play basically in front of people, and people just were giving me money. Over time, that and, food and shelter and exchange. Ruled Havenport for decades. Addiction, legacy, love. From the creator of Scream and Dawson's Creek, the waterfront is messy, twisty, and totally binge-worthy. Watch The Waterfront now, only on Netflix. Do you ever wonder, because popular music, worldwide. You're famous. I'm not surprised. Yeah, my sister 10 years ago from substances, hard living, and all that kind of stuff. My whole family's in AA. Everybody, top to bottom, left to right, turn them inside out. I think about it a lot, but I really do. I remember I was living with the first time, and we were living on farms. I was working for ganja farmers, working on horse for winemakers, all kind of people. Just road work for them, doing the fence work. They didn't want to do moving soil for people. Digging ditches, laying pipe, rocky roads. Anything anybody can do, you just need, broad back and, right. But before I ever left Texas, I moved in with his sister, and I remember she was just my friend. I was never in a relationship with her or anything, but she was working in her city in West Dallas. Gentleman's Club at 18. Just making crazy money. And she let me rent a room for her and kind of gave me a deal and all that. And I ended up writing a song kind of about it recently called Easy Money that I did with Shooter on this Rothschild record. And it's kind of a poor kid from Texas. There's no such thing. That's easy money, but I can't remember why I was telling you that, but it was hard on. I just remember you'd see young women working and making big money, and work for that line of work, my line of work, your line of work, not to become addicted. And I don't have a problem with one of the best artists I ever saw it. Struggled with addiction. But I have, in that way, I have been very fortunate. Very, very fortunate. How did you avoid it? I don't know. You know what it is, man? I never had no tolerance. I've always been like, I just get drunk off one drink. It's never changed. I just felt it all really strong. That's probably good. Yeah. Maybe it's a survival instinct too. I've never really thought about why, but I have considered it because my brother's been through, he did a lot of time in prison. My sister and my mama, they both had their first kid, or teenagers, A lot of it I do, it's like, she told me something I remember that stuck with me. I've been saying this all the time, Joe. And we had a lot of trouble in our family, and a lot of people that we knew, a lot of dysfunction, trauma. No person in the family that said, I'm going to change the trajectory of this line now in my generation. And she didn't have an education. She took herself back to school after I was born. Cleaned up her act and got out of it. And, isolated me from a lot of that shit. And, which I think is a big part of the reason that I maybe didn't. Right, you wasn't a model. Yeah, I had a role model. I didn't. There was no male role models, at least not at home. They were only pro athletes and coaches at school. It's increasingly difficult for young men to find strong men of courage and vision that can help them grow into good men too. It's almost impossible. It's very difficult to find your personal life. It's hard, man. You have to find it in other men in the world, athletes, like excellence in athletics. Right. Where the only way you get there is a broken. Yeah. And against you. And it requires incredible focus. And I think that's what is such awe of those people when they're able to succeed like that. But you're young, it's not your fault. But now you're a man, and it's your responsibility. I've been living off of that. Right? You can't think that you're a victim. Yeah, you can't think that it's not your fault. You gotta take responsibility. That's hard for people to accept when they know they've been victimized. When they know they've been victimized. But that's a trap. That's a trap that'll fuck you up. That'll fuck up everybody around you too. Damn right. Yeah. But it's a mindset thing. It's like you can think your way out of that. You have to have an example. Either you have to be your own example, or you have to find an example of someone else who thought their way out of it. In a way, like, I think he was trying to, he also was trying to help me, and so, his hustle and his work ethic, in another sense, that's been helpful to me, because I remember he used to hand out flash shit all over the place, and when I'd be like a teenager, he'd be like, listen, if you leave an event the other day that you're handing out flyers and you're flooding it with promotion, you can even see that pavement underneath the, pamphlets that you're handing out, and you didn't promote it. So he used to tell me I was like 15, 16, that mentality came in handy for me, because, I was just a street performer, just an itinerant performer, and, I did have to learn how to market myself, and part of the reason that I was, sometimes getting underestimated is like the best thing that can happen to you, because I think one of the biggest challenges for like in the music industry at least is that the way the business works now is they're almost exclusively, you ever seen Moneyball? Brad Pitt flick Moneyball? Yeah. Right? Yeah. How they, they introduced that concept and looking at the data to like maximize the potential of the athletes, all kind of stuff, which has totally changed the game, all the games. I kind of call it money guitar, right? Which is like, the business is seeding the young amateur, and for the way that they spend and invest, it can move on if it doesn't work out. It's like kind of a, it's kind of a bump and dump, and the thing about that, it works. Like if somebody has a, if somebody, like some of these guys, like you mentioned Oliver and some of these guys, they have a viral hit out of nowhere. They've never played a venue or anything in their life. It can happen really fast. And then obviously there's tremendous challenges, down the line trying to keep that, astronomical, quick rise up there. Back in the day, the business was developing these artists on these rosters, even if they were taking advantage of these poor farm boys, taking advantage, of poor black artists from the South or women or whatever. Nobody was getting a good deal, basically. But, like guys like Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings, those guys were making 2-3 records a year. And you think about when Waylon breaks through, as he's doing, his own 1974, 1975 country music, or like the Outlaws compilation record that the two of them were on together, Outlaw subgenre. Those guys were 15, those guys were 15, 16, 17, record, Aretha Franklin popped up on her 9th or 10th record, And most of these artists, the way the business works, they won't make 9 records in their career. Right. That's crazy. That is crazy. And what better way to develop than to just keep constantly producing new music and learn along the way and being neglected or misunderstood by their business when I was first dealing with it. It was really a blessing because I ended up making so many records. You know? Yeah. The music business has always been so predatory. But it's like the way I describe a lot. It's like when you get something that's good combined with a bunch of people that want to make money off that something that's good. You know, whether it's medicine or whether it's music, or you get the same thing. You get a bunch of people that just somebody was the hardest. I always figured it was the hardest because I mean, like you gotta make them laugh, but they're gonna fucking kill you. You have to do shit all the time. Nothing to do their man shit. So like I was always amazed by it. Even 10 people going up at like the open mics and like trying out their routine. You know, that always terrified me. That terrifies me still when like I'm sure that's contagious. But if I was on the road and I didn't get to pick putting acts like I was working at a club and they had some local act in Florida or something like that, the guy was fucking terrible. I would really have to like not listen. I'd have to leave and just sort of time when I was going to go on stage, so I'd go on stage with a fresh mindset. I couldn't think that this audience had been pulled shitty comedy. I get that. You know what I mean? It's like nothing can be funny. Yeah. You just it's like this ties them right to this like mediocre state of mind. Like, dude, I can't listen. I gotta hide. Yeah, but it's crazy that they could have that strong effect on the audience like that quick. And somebody can be up there fucking it up like crazy. Poetic license or whatever. Well, you know, people's tolerable if the guy's into it. I mean, he can be into his own music, you know, like, I'm not into it, but he's into it. At least he's doing it. So if you're not if you're doing comedy and the audience is not into it, you're fucked. You're like really fucked. You have to gauge those people. I see that. It's unbelievable. You gotta be connected to those people. And you can't fake it. Like, you can't even be saying the words perfectly and not be thinking about it. You have to be thinking about what you're saying. They know. They're little animals. They smell you. They know. They know if you're faking it. And you just gotta lock in, man. And you gotta learn how to lock in. It takes about 10 years. It takes 10 years of eating shit. Just fucking bombing and traveling around and opening up for people and barely getting by. That's the same thing with music, though. The 10-year deal, you know, $10,000 thing. There's no doubt about it. I think it's probably almost everything. Yeah, almost everything. Anything you dedicate yourself to. You know, you like Noam Chomsky? Yeah, sure. You ever seen Noam Chomsky? Yeah. I listened to him today. I'm like, Jesus, stop talking. Yeah, he's popping off, isn't he? Or just like the COVID vaccine stuff. He was out of his fucking mind. He just didn't want people to be isolated, quarantined, taken away from society. But we're willing to take this fucking experimental shit. Wow. I haven't kept up with him in recent years. Well, he's old, right? Old people, unfortunately, also, he's an academic. So academics tend to trust experts in whatever field they're in. And if he doesn't have an understanding, like he has a deep understanding of how compromised people are politically by money. You know, he's written some brilliant work on essentially the way the media is compromised and the way, you know, politics are compromised. I don't think he applied that same skepticism as the pharmaceutical industrial complex, which is strange. Well, people have their blind spots. Yeah, we all do. And they trust experts. And if he, you know, he's got experts that are academics and he trusts them. And also he's old. And old people get real scared of diseases. They get real because they know how fucking vulnerable they are. All the youth that I knew that were old had my own parents who tried to, you know, stuff they didn't want to hear. No one wants to doctors. They want, like, I don't think this is what they're telling you. Yeah. Doctors are crazy. They got sell you. And they're incentivized. That's what's really crazy. When I found that out, I learned so much during the pandemic about the medical industry where I just thought I'm so naive. I didn't even realize that the hospitals are privately owned. I thought these were things set up by the government to make sure that people can get healed. Right. You know, I thought it was all about making people better, and it's not public. The closest thing to public they're owned by like a religious organization, right? A church. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, and they just fucking shuffling people in and out, trying to prescribe them as many things, and they're financially incentivized to prescribe things. And then they have extreme overhead because they have liability insurance, they have student loan debt, and they have, a high overhead to keep the practice running. Like Bernie Sanders and you do. Yeah. Well, no, see, so I had open heart surgery right here in Austin to fix some. What was wrong with your heart valve here? With Parkinson's, white disease. It's an electrical issue. In your heart, basically, like your heart miss you all the time. Like a semiconductor or whatever. And there was like a section of it that was like misfiring. It would cause an arrhythmia with me. And when I was a kid in South Texas, we were told that was all I knew about, and we were told that it was an annoyance. Because I almost died a couple times, and I was really, really young from it. And my mom had noticed and saved my life a couple times by driving into the city there in San Benito and them hooking me up to all the wires, saving me. Anyways, they told me as I got older that it would just I could get blatant inflation for it. Basically, close this electrical channel that's stuck in it or whatever. But it wasn't life threatening. And then I got out here, I was on the street for years. And then when I was coming off the street through kind of blues jams, I was working on ganja farms and started selling, weed in the mail and all that. It's kind of get off the street, buy myself some better clothes, myself a good guy, started showing up at blues jams, and then I could because everything takes money, like problem with a street player was you can go play the Olympics, have 2 damn drink minimum, and they'd see my crazy ass come in and knew that I was, pretty wild and I didn't have any money. They didn't smell good. So they really didn't like me, for the longest time or whatever, but through blues jams, I started leading bands and bars. The first gig I ever got in Austin was right there at Darwin's Pub, on 6th Street, playing kind of solo in the afternoon. I was the only guy, CJ was the only guy that could get a on 6th Street. I always owed him for that. He just gave me $50. He wanted me to get paid out of the whiskey and those what's he sell over there? Gyros or whatever the hell he's got over there. Anyway, I get on the road. I get an agent. I was standing out on the street, handing a guy CD. His name is Evan Felker. He's front man for Turnpike Troubadours. I gave him a CD, and he took it home and he listened to his girlfriend, now wife, and then that's when I started playing the old Red Dirt. I like to call it the Hank Williams circuit, the kind of circuit. John Folk kind of inherited it from like Buddy Lee generation. It goes back to Lucky Moeller and that old South circuit that all the boys were on. Folk kind of inherited it and rebuilt it, and then they, then came in, CAA and Wasserman and bought it all out, bought it all out. You got no choice. You're never going to part it out no matter what. But it works, right? When you get Coca-Cola's attention, right? And they show up and they're like, right? I think you can refuse them once or twice and no better deal, right? After that, you keep turning them down and they put all their energy into knocking you out, Yeah, that's That's what I mean. As long as Coke doesn't change the flavor of Coca-Cola, right? They can, that gangster shit. All the other gangster shit they do works really well. As long as they don't fuck up the original flavor, right? So I'm on that circuit working my ass off. 200 whatever shows a year for a bunch of years in a row, playing all over the place. It seems like sometimes we play 21 nights in a row out there, for shit kickers at Bonita Creek Hall, punk rock clubs in New Jersey and shit, playing at the fucking, Saint, the little club, the Saint in Asbury Park, 40 cap, it's a badass place. Anyway, I was like blacking out. I moved up to a bus and shit, and I was like, my head was getting really lightheaded. I'd be sitting in the back of the bus, and I would be so lightheaded, blacking out a lot, right? Just sitting there, short of breath, but I just thought, I'm grinding, I'm playing all these shows, I'm going as hard as you can go, taking potions, just doing all this dumb shit, working hard. And I was playing at the old Shady Grove here in town that's now closed down. I used to do it was the KGSR radio thing. Marshmallow put it on or whatever, and then it turned into ACL radio, and then Shady Grove closed down there from Marksburg, whatever. I played it a handful of times. First time I played, there was nobody there. The second time I played it was packed, and I tour bus, the registrator. It was one of the ones he lost in the IRS era that he never got back. Oh wow! And this fucking Chuck Light, remember some motherfucker was selling this thing on the side of the highway up in Oklahoma. The redheaded stranger with the murals on it, shit, beautiful bus. Somehow this guy gets it. I shouldn't call him Shyster, but he definitely Shyster me. That's a Shyster then? Yeah. The music business is crazy because it's so. There it is. Yeah. Wow. That's the one, man. Yeah, that's the one. And on the other side, it says, driven only by the finest bass players. Wow. Because somebody in the band always drove those old buses. I had that bus. I used that bus exclusively for about a year or whatever. And we get off the stage at Shady Grove, and my heart had gone out of rhythm. I have to say this. I almost died in the back of that bus. I end up finding it because it won't go. Here I am, 30-something years old, in my early 30s. Me is out. It's going out, and it's getting harder and harder to get back in, shock it back into normal rhythm. And I just kept ignoring it because somebody told me. And anyway, I turned out my heart getting large and all shit was going on. Surgery. Long roundabout point that I'm making to you about the medical industry that I learned the hard way, man, is like no one's advocating for you. Only you. You have to be your own advocate. They don't give a fuck. They don't. Like, they were just present any other options, right? And I get there on the American Heart Association webpage or whatever is that. The only reason that they covered me at the time was the Affordable Care Act, and I had the right window where they could not deny me. Right? So here they are covering me, American business practices or whatever. They're like, here's this mechanical valve. And I go and look at Joe, and if you have a mechanical valve, automatically you're on blood thinner the rest of your life. Automatically. No matter what. And you can't, that's just how it's going to be. It lasts twice as long as a prosthetic valve, which I had not heard of at that point. But that was the whole thing. This can last up to 20 years. But guess what? You have like a 300% higher risk of stroke with a mechanical valve as a valve prosthetic cow valve. And then the third thing was that you can hear that thing clicking. You can hear the valve ticking. My buddy Everlast has one of those. Really? Yeah, you can go like this. You can hear it. And I was reading about that, man. I'm like, neurotic, like I knew, like I'll never get over it. So that's when I found out about the bovine cow scientific makes it. I carry a little card around in my wallet with the tag of that product number in case somebody sees me finds me on the sidewalk. And that holidays, they're supposed to last around 8 years, and I had mine right there at Seton, Seton Medical there in January 2019. So we're coming back around to it, kind of. Yeah, but what they did, they put the way they did it. And here's the thing about medical, right? The medical industry is, I think, really fucked up and really predatory, totally profit driven. People's health and preventive well-being and all that. I mean, we don't give a fuck about that. There's money to be made off of people taking care of themselves and eating and being preventative in life. There's nothing in that. The part about it that is amazing, and in the kind of insanity of all the land of cheap traders is the technological advancements. The technological advancements in the medical field, though not really, available to the common person. They are incredible advancements, right? So it's like they're moving so quickly that by the time I need to get another, I don't think they can going through scope. No. They could do it at that time. It was just more experimental, and they didn't want to do it. They were only doing it on really high rotation. But I think it's already gone more mainstream. Ex-president. And the last.
Bruce, do we know at this point who?
And some people, it's a bicuspid or whatever. Some people are born with 3 fused together, or just one missing altogether. It turned out that I'm missing one. It's like a leaky carburetor, It's like as the time goes, that old carburetor in that truck over time just leaking more and more and more, And I mean, I just got lucky, man, because I was in the back of that fucking bus, and there was this lady driving us back down that was like holding seances and burning sage over the top of me while I was like the man in the back of the bus, like that was gonna heal me. That shit didn't work. She doesn't drive me anymore. Get yourself a good bus driver. You have to get a good bus driver, or you'll never get good sleep. Yeah, because you'll be freaking out. You're thinking, where this person falling asleep. Yeah, there's a lot of them, especially the late night drives. Late night drives, that highway started hypnotizing you. There was this guy, there's a video going around, he drove us around for a little bit. There was this video passing around the industry, this guy called Jimbo. This bus driver that was like, speed freak. And it was like this video of him where he was on whatever he was on. Somebody had recorded him, and like they put a phone up or something, they knew his nuts. And it was like having one of those fucking methamphetamine freakouts, like, driving the bus down the road, and he was getting all passed around the industry, and I saw it because like he was driving us at the time. I remember we woke up somewhere in New Mexico one morning because we're going on this road all of a sudden, and I get up and I go to the front of the bus, and we're like on some fucking 2-track, Caliche fucking dirt road that was like behind a gate. Right? And I get up there and it's looking all crazy, and the inside door handle of the bus had been pulled off the jet. Jesus Christ. Well, you gotta think, if you're driving buses all through the night, it's a high light. Yeah, high likelihood. Yes. It's like probably the best way to stay away. Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah. And then, obviously, that area addicted. And you need it. This band has to get to Cincinnati. You gotta drive through the night. That's why all the old performers were all on pills. You know, they were getting prescribed. I mean, yeah, they were getting prescribed that shit by the doctor. Yeah, you know. Oh, yeah. This is a greater appreciation for life, the value of life, like knowing you almost lost it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't thought about immediately after that. I just started thinking about my mortality. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it before, you know. Of course, everybody feels invulnerable. Yes, they'll make me take this home, Mr. Rothschild. No problem. It's transient. This will be around. Yes, when you got no world by yourself. When I was in my 20s, I guess I really that now. I thought I could live like that forever, but I thought I could live in and out. You know, sleep in pastures, and, you know, they'll make me take this dude. Do the gentleman hobo thing forever, but you know, I was 26. There's something romantic about that too, right? Yeah. Oh, I loved it. I wouldn't take it back then. I feel like, you know, I believe that, you know, I think mental slavery is something that is real, but so much of it is us. We do it to ourselves. You know, yeah. So that's what I was gonna say about Chomsky. I think but I remember something he said a long time ago. Was talking about like American, consumerism over the last 100 years. It really kind of illuminated my kind of they're working really, really, really hard to eliminate your sense of purpose. Making you a more efficient consumer, right? All beings live for and desire a life of purpose. Purpose, but it doesn't matter what it is, something that you give yourself to in 10,000 hours in 10 years. You know, wood making or your buddy with this tooth that's carving into this beautiful piece of art or whatever it is, you know. Yeah. I don't know, I guess this is like a heavy thing, but I kind of realized when I became a transient that a lot of who I was like this amalgamation of a bunch of people just trying to fucking sell me products. You know, 90s radio just blasting my brain as a kid, right? Programming that, like so much programming is so hard for me to watch because you know that it's only a vehicle for the commercials, right? So whenever I'm watching something, and as soon as I think that I'm not that good, I can't stop thinking about like, well, no, this is just a vehicle for me to fucking, you know, think I need whatever fuck they're selling, you know. So I feel like I killed like a lot of the false version of me that I was becoming that I only realized when I walked away from Crystal City. You know what I mean? And then I could and then I really started becoming, me. That's when I really started becoming me. A lot of people are prisoners to that their whole life because the only value they place is in how much stuff they're able to acquire. That's the only value that they see in life. Look at numbers on a ledger. They look at numbers and they got the definition of the word rich changed so much over the last, entire. It really, richness wasn't a real idea. But what it used to be.
richness of life, fullness. There's no such thing much, you know. All this free social media shit ain't free. Attention. Your data, your evidence, transparency. But man, like, you know, y'all pulled up that AI stuff, Lower East Side. Great Jesse. And that's all shit, man. I think he really liked me because he saw the way that I was living this American gypsy lifestyle.
Please make an image of Marilyn Monroe
We get over to
in a
Europe, and I
bikini.
played on Copenhagen, wore off really quick. And I wound up back on the street, but this time in Europe. And as soon as I started playing on the street in Copenhagen, man, then being a real Texan in Europe, in front of tourists on the street, man, that's when I started making money. It was crazy. My money like one grew. I was like a truly Texas is exotic. And everywhere you go, right? They either want to shake your hand or they step back. And it doesn't matter where you go, there's not an inch of the world that is in Texas. You know, and I think culturally it means something no matter what. You know, and to play music and be a Texan is worth a lot on its own. You know what I mean? It's a big part of it. It's just being a Texan. Gary Clark Jr. learning how to hold his own under the tradition of Austin blues players. Texas guitar slingers. I mean, that's, you know what it is. But I remember seeing like there were no self-checkouts at grocery stores and shit in the United States. Not one. And then I was like, I ended up down in France because it was getting cold in Copenhagen. I had like 200 or 300 kroner left, and I put it all on a bus ticket to Paris because it was my mom's favorite city. I grew up quite a bit in Louisiana. Having some of that French heritage. And down there, you know, actually there was an Algerian guy who spoke English that was like, hey, go to Montmartre, go to Les Sacré-Cœur, that's where the tourists are, whatever. And I kind of learned how to hustle with gypsies, kind of, were using me kind of as a decoy on the steps. And I thought, this is great. Man, these gypsies love me. And I'm sitting there playing. And while I'm playing, I realized that I'm just a distraction while they're big pockets tourists. That's a good trick. Of course, I didn't say anything much, but like, so like the automation thing, you know, Europe is way ahead of us all because in a lot of ways, America, you try to like analyze America against Europe and these countries over there, like in some ways, it's similar. More similar to Latin or South America. People realize that they can speed that up, you know, and you know, I mean, I think that you eliminate
risks. And what's the word? Where they like, right? How do we get to be completely disconnected from other people now? You don't have to interact. That's part of it. If they don't have to pay people, they can maximize their profits. That becomes a very impersonal experience. Soylent Green is coming, baby. It's coming. You seen that movie? Yeah. It's a good movie. That's a scary fucking movie. Well, I think all the dystopian movies of the future, they're sold. It's going to get real weird real soon. And because automation is not just going to apply to self-checkout, it's going to apply to everything. All that truck driving shit, that's all gone. That's going to be gone, right? It's all going to be self-driving, safer. Just remember those big business people. Remember those people. I know a whole lot of who have relied on undocumented workers in this state for decades, voting against the very thing that they were using themselves. Undocumented workers, right? Yourself, right? You ain't paying taxes on it. You're not, those people got no safety net or anything, right? And then, here comes that's where it's going to happen. I'm not saying this is a negative thing. Like, I think you can already see in social media. I do think there's this exhaustion, even in the youth, with phones. Yeah, and I've been saying that in the music business, like in country music, like Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat. It's like, but I was thinking of it last year, it was like 1974, and music was this crazy year, and like thinking about the Nashville system. The reason that Waylon takes is different than anybody's is because Waylon's the specific who breaks the stranglehold that the Nashville system has on its own. You can't choose your studio, right? Like any of that. Like Waylon, the big reason that is you couldn't even pick the studio. You didn't have creative control at all. Waylon's the guy that breaks that through that wall. How did he do it? Yin and Yang of Willie Nelson and Waylon. They were both on RCA. Was, at first, it's like Stapleton. Stapleton made his career as a singer early on, and that's what catapults us. Really, for everything he's got going on now, there's a really great foundation there of a guy who actually had success pretty early in Nashville with, songs like Nightlife and Crazy and all that kind of stuff. Patsy Cline. These guys are really big artists for cutting his songs pretty early on, right? But he was so weird. Thing into his writing that he played. Willie Nelson records with him singing. Waylon was more favored, actually, about like Chet Atkins and them. But like you'd be number one. Like, man, they got you out there 7 nights a week, and you're coming back and Lucky Homer's telling them that you owe him fucking $10,000. It was a crazy system. Willie ends up leaving
leaving RCA. They're over. He leaves RCA because Jerry went down and this progressive Central Texas scene of that era that was so unique. It happened then. And, you know, it was weird, but now here, you know, that's what I'm really proud of. So I'm glad that this town never turned into Nashville or LA or any of those towns. The best thing that ever happened to us is the business didn't grow up like that. Right. I really do believe that because it's allowed our unique culture to continue to grow. Even if it's, like I said, sometimes it's snipped by that machine. For sure. But so Willie don't give a fuck about it anyway. Right? He goes and sells 400,000 records. The boys up in New York don't even realize there's a country division. After Willie sells 400,000 records, which is a lot, right? They close the division. And that's when Willie lands in Columbia. And he's having success. They were starting to think that Waylon was past his prime too. But then Willie's blowing up on the other label. And Willie and Waylon got the same manager at the time, no Russian at all. And so Waylon was about to leave RCA. And they got a Willie's deal because they didn't want to lose Waylon. And Waylon was like, I'm only staying, you know, and I gotta be producing my own records. I gotta be my own. And he manages to do that. So it's not just Waylon, it's Willie and Waylon. And that's why they're so tied together. You know, these two guys that their careers just kept, you know, send each other kind of through the record books. You know what I mean? You know, because you'd be in Nashville, it's still like this now, right? Like when I got signed to Nashville, it was purely because John Folk was my agent. And those guys, they tell you this themselves. They didn't understand what I was doing. They didn't get it. I was only put on the roster as a favor to my agent because they were having success with some other artists. Openly saying, I don't understand this. Right? Which at least they're being honest about it, you know? But then what they would do that was so weird is like, they'd give you, like if a major label would give you, you know, $500,000 on your deal. These guys would give you 50 grand, right? Like a tenth of that. You know, kind of on the independent, country, Americana circuit. What frustrated me about it, Joe, was that they're only gaining like major labels with these like 2-year record cycles. That just kills an artist that's like that has it just kills you. That's a 100%. They can always, you know, they bet on 10 young guys, and one of those kind of amateur real, you know, they're good, but you're never going to get away with it.
That we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
It seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu was not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand for the need for this war to end.
It seems America listening, man, you know, the 60s, you know, culture was ready to take off. You know what I mean? By the time we get to the 80s, you know, it's like
sport, it's like, I guess maybe it's finally truly realized by the time Michael Jordan becomes the most visible person on the planet, kind of in the 80s and 90s. It's like Nashville was such a system. It's kind of like in country music today. Like, one of the reasons everybody left, where there's like loyalty, long-term loyalty fan base. What happened in pop music in the last 20 years?
It's fucking insane. And if you can't see that, if you can't say that, and your response is against what? Children? Against women and children? It's hard against AIDS workers that are getting killed. We can't have a rational conversation if you're not willing to address that. It's real. And it's a work out the whole time. This is not mass based race, especially on the Republican side. There's on some seed and how serious always love the song because every single special. That's really special. Jamie Stark. Jamie Johnson. Oh, this is Jamie. Yeah, so he was on the roster. I was on the roster. They try to keep their own it was like this small force. They weren't organized like and he was so setting his autonomy. The whole thing, the lotion going to the south is such an inconvenience. But all a lot of outside guys Israel players, all of them, they do not talking about culture and in 1948. And I think it's important. Like I think for us to reach some catalog over there, peace, which is really hard to talk. I wasn't really aware of that. You see what's happening in Gaza even yesterday. Yeah. And RCA, what people they hollered at me like there's one day and our guys are winning. And then no one else is really educated. And if you do talk about it, which is so extreme, I don't know how they wrangled that, but it's been hard for me in TikTok. Very similar. What I'm saying is culture to me is kind of like Willie left RCA back in today. Do you get pushed left? Those guys, because he took everything with him. We're about to lose me. And they fucking sliced the state of Israel. The keys. Opposition, everyone. You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of that culture emergence left. It just took the state of Palestine. Everything. So that ended up happening on a record cycle for me. For an album called $10 Cowboy. And I was this close to going to the New York. And if you can't see that, if you can't say that, and your response is Israel has the right to defend itself. What are you talking about? Against what? Children? Against women and children? Hard against people. You're doing good. Yeah, he wants a podcast. I try to get him in. Yeah, sent me a bunch of records, sent me some cool shit, said sorry, but no. Yeah. But I mean, that's probably better. Yeah, he wants to just be as authentic as possible. That dude spends time actually working on a ranch. Well, that's what he loves to do. Yeah. You ever been up there in Saskatchewan? Yeah. That's in their blood. Yeah. That's what that land is. That's what they do up there. Yeah. I've been right there, Saskatoon, even a big town down there, I guess it's not too far down south from there, but it's those are ranching folks. Yeah. Well, it's in his music, clearly. That screams authenticity. Yeah, he does. He grew up on all that stuff, and all the cowboy and all that cowboy music, probably, that's the thing that when you're talking about these hip hop artists, that's what they feel, all artists, even some of the pop artists, what do they want? They want something resonant to people. You think the vehicle to doing that song, they'll take that route, then they'll be damn. That's what I really want to do. Yeah, you can't duplicate that. The only way to do that is it's gotta be real. It's gotta be there's something just like I was talking about, like they have to know they're thinking that. It's something they have to know that this is, and they like when you write your own shit too, that it's coming from someone's mind, their soul, it's coming from their life experience, it's who they are as a human being, this is their art, this is a true expression of their being, and that's what makes people want to love those pop artists want to take a picture standing next to them. They do. Well, they want to be it, but they don't know how to get there, and they don't know how to do it, and they've never lived it, and they've been in focus groups, and they've listened to the advances, driving the Mercedes, they're doing all the shit that leads you down the wrong path, and then you realize, like, fuck, that's not what I want. It's interesting. It's like, there's always going to be these people trying to capitalize on it, make money off of it, trying to figure out how to recreate it in an inauthentic way. It's not possible. That's the one thing that might save us from this AI shit. Because AI is going to create a bunch of really catchy songs, but it's never going to create an Oliver Brandon song. It's never going to create Hard Times. It's never going to create some of your shit. It's not going to. It's got to come from a real human being. And there's a thing that people are always going to want. You're always going to want something that a real human being made. There's something in it. That's why this building's filled with art. I love looking at something that somebody made. It came from their soul. It came from whoever they are as a human. They laid it down, whether it's music, whether it's art, comedy, whatever it is. It's like that's coming from a human being. And we're always going to want to be connected to that. Yeah, I was looking at you saying that with your experience, trying to tell me the whole way to make research. Yeah. It's totally different. When we first started recording, never revealed their sources. I had called the obvious. It was not just me because I'm saying
it's actually something unusual to us.
There she is.
The story begins back in 1965.
I used to listen to Jimmy all the time on the West Coast.
And that's because the song doesn't come from this original, but instead from a cover version.
Can you imagine how
It's
crazy that
Rolling Stones
sounded coming through the radio
as a
or
sound gentleman who produced his own records under the name of Leandro including this record, The Rolling Stones. One of the songs featured on the record is a cover of The Last Time. Years later, Rich Ashford discovers relatively unknown and decided to take a solo performance and write a record for years.
So he stood right there where his church played.
And dozens of instruments and roles
The way he talks about it,
based around the song. Because they recorded several of the tracks and instruments, there's no more to the song than just the sound of the style. Guitarist experience, sample just featured in it too. The main string line
literally just there to make sure the speaker doesn't fall into the ground. And Jimmy was right above him.
This tiny fraction of music,
Incredible. It was insane. It was just like
this tiny fraction of music led to
because Jimmy live. Something about seeing someone live. I was talking about when I saw Gary play Midnight Rider. There's something live. That was when I was daughter.
similarity
Downtown LA club, and it was like
claiming they stole the song. The high string line comes in at a midnight show. There's a real late night show. Just as
Sponsored by
the guitarist Rabbbi explains. The song featured in its
small show.
the main string line everybody seems to think is the song is Bill Murray's
Session.
Hence, the high string line that comes in at the beginning, and then the swelling strings have nothing to do with the chorus notes. Nonetheless, they got permission to use the song and
Exact words. So she had to get the words off of her phone. So she's
just before
singing
the song was
Midnight
released,
Rider
they had
off her phone.
Alan Clyde, another previous manager of the Rolling Stones, writing copyright. Would also claim that the Bob had breached the agreement. Also, Bob Marley was taken from the original box face, just as personal talent. This secret. So just listen. These two melodies claim they stole some French versions. So how successful the song was. Case was settled down in court, and Richard Ashcroft organized a all songwriting credits and all the lyrics sold to Richard. It was called one of the toughest deals in history. Ashcroft joked that this recently was the best song Jack and Richards had written in the past 20 years. The song was even nominated for a songwriting Grammy, and it was Jack and Richards' name on that. Even though they played no role in the song or writing the song. Yes, it was their ultimate talent. Jack and Keith Richards didn't play a role. In the end, it's not just down to Kansas. Some guys saw and so it seemed like there was nothing anyone Jack and Richards couldn't hand over credit because they did actually own it. It was Clyde's publishing company. Clyde was the 20s businessman, using aggressive tactics to take music rights that his company managed. He called for high-profile artists, but president and company distrust. Produced the cover version of the song's use in advertising.
Writer on my Instagram, I know it's on there. It was just one of those.
We came up with the last time, which was basically something this. And luckily, the song goes back into the risks. This is a great example of what is so typical of music courses. It's really what is really developed. It's the manager or people involved in the creative process. So, in his friend's case, in recent years, has been Marvin Gaye versus Ed Sheeran. This is the artistic case. Marvin Gaye is leaving the line. It's people musical, trying to get as much money out of it as possible. In this case, Jack and Richards wrote the love going on the song and started. It was the 1960s who owned the rights to the song. Richard Ashcroft still refused to give up. Years later, things were about to change. After in 2001, his publishing Because streaming has completely reshaped the music industry. That's very easy money to be made these days. And that's what Rothschild said. It was always nuts.
Because if
I just wanted it to be
you're in Texas, all that shit over there on the other side of Mississippi, it goes away for us. There's a boldness, any sound, whether it's coming out of the blues way. In Texas, it's a totally different sound. It's like Billy Gibbons talks about this a lot. Like when those guys are trying to break through on the national scene, the idea of Texas is just a tonal stigma, right? It's all hillbillies, it's all provincial, and all this shit, and so it's like you go to Nashville or whatever, and it's all Appalachia. It's all, you know what I mean? It's because and that's the thing. It's like I don't give a fuck about some genres, because you get classified. But one thing, you can't explain away region, right? Like you are from where you are from. Yeah, Gary Clark Jr.'s from right here. Yeah, and he fucking sounds like it. You know what I mean? He sounds like it, and it's like it's not that it's rock, blues, soul, country, whatever. It's Texas, and what happens with Texans, any background, right? They discount you for sure. Look at us as provincial, right? People got some ideas about what Texas is. You've never stepped foot in the state. That's not any different than people who've never been to California claiming to be an expert on it, right? And so it's like there's two roads for a Texas artist. You either let somebody in Nashville or New York or LA convince you to lose your accent, wash the Texas off, do it our way, or which is the only way to sing your brand of Texas to the world. Whatever it is, whether it's Gary or Selena or anybody, Stevie Ray Vaughan, yeah. That's with comedy too, man. Bill Hicks is one of my favorite, right from here. That's right. The scene was hot, man. Yeah, it was hot. It was hot because of him. It was hot because of him because it was Texas. I remember. Did you know Hicks? No. Met him once real briefly. Didn't even get a chance to talk to him. Then saw him perform live a few times before he died. You did see him? Yeah. Saw him before he died too, but he had already passed his prime. McKinnon passed his prime real quick because it was he said it was a cautionary tale because of the partying. He was the fucking man. We all got a party scene. Y'all comedians got a party scene. Well, that party in LA at the time was the cocaine party scene. It was a different party scene. Mark Maron said that he hung out with Kinnison and they did so much coke that he had voices in his head for a fucking year afterwards. A year. Like literally, like schizophrenic. Hearing voices in his fucking head for a year before they stopped talking to him. Yeah, they were doing cocaine. Yeah, they were doing the climber of everything. Yeah, he was doing it everywhere. But Kinnison became almost like a caricature of himself. He became sort of captured by this, the perception by this character that they had created. And Kinnison is what birthed Hicks. Hicks was a great comic, but he was one of the outlaws. It was Kinnison and Hicks that sort of defined the Texas stuff. At the time, I was living in New York, and there was really two places in the country. There was LA, where you wanted to go to get on TV. Everybody wanted to go and get a fucking sitcom. They all wanted to be Jerry Seinfeld. And New York, which was like the club comics. That was like the Dave Attell's and these guys that would like guys would. And then there was this new scene out of the scene out of the last River Oaks. I remember but you could feel it in the building. You could feel it in the common. It's the open mic scene. You could Yeah.
And just fuck them up.
Yeah.
Cross them over.
Yeah.
Put them in his pocket.
No one knew what he was. Didn't know what he was.
That's right. When he was younger, because they were, in the 90s, they were filming.
Yeah.
And I've seen some of those clips where he's like, they can talk about, he just couldn't fucking, the whole room's afraid of him. Like, no one's laughing, everyone's afraid. He's like super fucked up.
Well, he was the first comic really that had a message.
Right.
You know, he had like there was a social commentary to his, like a dark poetry to his comedy, and so many people tried to emulate it. That the green room, the punchline in Atlanta, there was like people wrote a bunch of shit on the walls in the green room, but one of the big ones said, "Quit trying to be Hicks."
Wow.
I remember seeing that go, yes, everybody did. We all did.
It's great. It's just like,
Everybody wanted to be Hicks.
dude, you come, so after Stevie Ray Vaughan passed, right? I remember, we were up in Dallas, Fort Worth, and you'd come down here, we'd come down here in high school and shit, and go up and down 6th Street. I will never forget every single guitar player, every little bar on 6th Street, every single one of them was playing like Stevie Ray Vaughan. Every single one of them, and there were 30 of them. Like, there were 30 different ones that coming in and out of bars doing all the shit. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, there's always going to be something like that. Like, since it's
Quit trying to be Hicks.
quit trying to be Hicks. But it was like that was
My daddy died for that flag. Oh, really? How about mine at Kmart?
it's made in China.
And then he turned around and,
Yeah.
fuck up the other side.
Yeah, no. It was genius. Well, when I first saw him in Boston, and it was at Nick's Comedy Stop, and the guy who went on before him was this. He was a nice guy, but he was a donuts and shit. Stupid jokes. But the stupid jokes from Jim character smoking pot, what would happen if Daffy Joint McDonald done? It was dumb. But it
Watered down Dangerfield.
But it was getting people to laugh, and then Hicks went on stage, and immediately started blowing. Yeah. Immediately he opened up with saying that he's tired of performing and tired of going up and telling people a bunch of shit you couldn't possibly think of on your own. But the comics were dying, and there was like 300 people in the room. By the time he was done performing, it was 50. And there was maybe me, my friend Greg Fitzsimmons were in the back of the room just laughing at maybe 10 comics. We'd all come to see him because we'd heard about him. And then I saw him a month later at the Comedy Connection, and he fucking murdered it. The Comedy Connection was this little tiny club. It was like 150 seats, real low seats.
Where?
Boston as well. This is when I was first starting, so this is like 1988. And that's before he really popped. I'd heard about him from the Rodney Dangerfield HBO special. So the Rodney Dangerfield had these young comedian specials. Rodney was the best at like introducing the world to talented comedians, and he had these Rodney Dangerfield young comedian specials where he'd have on like Robert Schimmel and Lenny Clark and Andrew Dice Clay, and that's where Kinnison emerged, and Hicks was one of them too. And I remember I'd seen Hicks on that, so I went to see him live. And like I said, the first time he bombed, the second time he fucking murdered. It was Tiffany meeting Jimi Hendrix at the mall. He was doing this bit about Jimi Hendrix, like Tiffany playing at the mall, and Jimi Hendrix shows up. It was just genius bit. It was so funny, man.
Is it something that's out there? Can you see that?
I wonder, man. I wonder, because I don't think he ever put that on anything. It might be on an album somewhere. But it was back when there was all this like pop mall comedy or pop mall music, and he fucking hated it. And it was, and he was just rallying.
There's a genre for you right there.
Yeah, rallying against corporatism.
It's gonna make a comeback, that little subgenre.
Yeah, I mean,
He'll ever do something new with it.
It kind of has. Austin has a great comic scene right now. It really does, and it's really just emerged from the pandemic.
Was that like the main thing that drew you here?
Well, we all moved here to start it. We didn't even move here to start it. We moved here to just keep doing what we were doing in LA. But LA had shut down, and in 2020, we were all without a country. we were living in LA, and the Comedy Store was shut down for a fucking year and a half.
Wow, man, it was so shut down up there.
It was so shut down, and I knew I'm one of those dudes. It's like I've never had faith in systems and government, and I'm like, these motherfuckers are gonna keep us shut down. They're gonna keep. And I came to Texas, and Ron White, who's a very good friend of mine, and Gary, I knew Gary from LA. He used to hang out at the Comedy Store too, and that's why I became friends with him. And he moved here, I think 2017 or 2018, and I talked to him on the phone, like, why'd you go back to Austin? He said, I can't fuck with those people in LA. It's just like I'm tired of it, man, because I love Texas. This is real. It's like I need to go back home. And I was like, wow, that sounds right. That sounds right. And then like Ron's the same way. Ron's Texas boy too. And he was like, I just don't want to do this anymore. I'll stay here. It's great. He goes, it's great. Middle of the country. I can fly anywhere. Fucking food's good. People are nice. And so I knew when I came here, at the very least, came here, we could perform live. And I first started doing Dave Chappelle, started doing shows at Stubbs, whole crowd. Everybody had to get tested. So everybody had to show up like 2 hours in advance. We tested everybody for COVID. They had to wear a mask outside. It was so fucking stupid. The whole thing was so ridiculous. But we were hanging out on the back, getting drunk, smoking weed. It was like disease. We were super spreaders.
You spend enough time on 6th Street, anyway, it'll make you immune.
We developed some strong antibodies. I never got sick. 6th Street.
That's what I mean, 6th Street. Yeah.
We gotta get it because you get money from the Spotify deal. So I was like, all right, let's fucking do it. And so then the hub of comedy in the known universe, it's all here. It's all at that club.
I like that. Oh, that's really cool, man. Props to you for pulling that off.
Well, I mean, I think I pulled it off, but I think it's everybody pulled it off.
People are proud of comedy, the history of the town.
Yes. And it's a great place, and it's all walks of life. There's that term inclusive diversity. Well, our scene is diverse and inclusive, but everybody's great. It's only diverse because they just happen to be. Everybody's fucking diverse. Artists, they're all different, weird people. And what we didn't seek that out, it was just what happened. It was just who's good, who's really all about it, who really wants to live this life, who really wants to do comedy. And we set it up. We have open mic nights, and we've got Kill Tony on Monday nights. So all the amateurs get a chance to be seen in front of the whole world, the biggest live comedy show in the world on YouTube. And it just became this hub, man. And now it's just fucking every night it's sold out. It's crazy. It's a vibrant, wild scene. And now on 6th Street, there's 5 full-time clubs. And my club.
Comedy clubs?
Comedy clubs.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, this has never been seen like this before. They just emerged. And it had all, we had to hit every green light. Like the Comedy Store had to be closed down. So I hired everybody that was working at the Comedy Store, pay you full time, you get benefits, you get all insurance, all that shit. Just come, we'll call on you in like a year. It's gonna take like a year to build this. But meanwhile, you'll get paid. You'll be able to just like here, set, set your roots, get established. It's a beautiful place to live in London. And then when we open, we hit the ground running. We opened up one night, we did a couple of, and then was like, fuck it, let's stay open. We just stayed open. Before you know it, it was 7 nights a week. It's been almost 3 years now. Don't get me wrong, fuck yeah. We just don't want to water it down. We've talked about doing it in some other city, trying to figure out what the next one would be. But it would have to be a city that has a real group of talent. You have to have talent. Like that's every comedy community. You have to have a lot of great comics that live in that town. It's the only way it works. You know, comedy it's only iron sharpens iron. You know, there's no like the best comic in the world living in Pittsburgh. It doesn't exist. Like they all live where they all they're not in competition, but in cooperation with each other. Like we're all you have to have that. And so we had to have like every green light. The comedy store had to be shut down for a solid year and a half. People had to be unemployed. I had to have all this money from Spotify. I had to be in a place like Texas to open up and have a show indoors when everything in California was closed. They wouldn't even let you do outdoor shows. We weren't even allowed to do shows. We tried to do shows in the parking lot of the comedy store. They wouldn't allow us. It was crazy. 70% of all the restaurants went up. I mean, it was fucking madness. A lot has changed. Yeah. Really fast. Yeah, real fast. Real fast. So we had to hit every green light, and we had to have all these people that were willing to take a chance. All the Tom Segura's, Tim Dillons, Tony Hinchcliffe's, Duncan Trussell's, all these great comics, just like fucking Brian Simpson and Tony Hinchcliffe, and so all these guys just said, "Fuck it, let's take a chance." It's like I don't want to live like this. I don't want to live where I can't do comedy. It's like we're just like junkie, you know? Yeah. I was still working Redner circuit when the pandemic hit. So to be honest with you, that was big, and I was just working so hard. I never thought about anything else, but something about the California shut down there. That's funny. Not funny, but pandemic hit, and I was unknown. That record, Welcome to Hard Times, I'd gotten rid of a management relationship that going nowhere. I wrote Welcome to Hard Times. I just got out of my own personal work deal. Right? Like the whole thing, I cut it. Like I wrote the record in November, cut it in December, got the master back, and like a week or two later, we were at a diner in Cloudcroft, New Mexico, and my manager at the time called me and said that South by Southwest was canceled. And that, for us here at that time, that's when we knew the shit was real. Nothing could stop that machine that was South by Southwest. And strangely for vocal at the time, like don't let show your record. Put that record out right now. You know, talking about July 2020. You know, and
the shit in the van. I was at a broke dick deal, just like Waylon was. So I remember we bought a billboard in Silver Lake in Times Square, right? Static, visual static billboards for like 80% off because nobody was buying shit. Not a month or a year, and those just changed. Right? And I bought all those billboards. I bought like 1 month billboards, and some of those motherfuckers stayed up for 6 months. Wow. You know what I mean? At like 75% off. You know, and you know, sometimes you write a song and you're lucky. I was writing about personal experience, but it changed my trajectory because "Welcome to Hard Times" the song really spoke to what was happening in America, and that's when my train really started rolling. That's when it really started rolling. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's how I did all those records. Welcome to Hard Times, Music City, USA, like Nashville Machine, and the man from Waco that I made down in Lockhart, Bruce Rothschild, which was like the first time really that I'd made a studio record with my guys, you know, with more money, and Bruce Rothschild writing friend that was not stopping me from being me, you know, and we're 200. And then $10 Cowboy really took off another from there. Shooter, I used to open up for Shooter. The Shooter, right? And 2 guys that took a life early on, pretty much nobody else did, was the Turnpike Troubadours and Shooter Jennings. You know, Shooter would be he's fucking Waylon's son, but he was always so tough. You know, he's a great. Would give me little things to live like. When he saw how hard I was working out there, he's like, he said you can't work at the National Palace, but you fucking camp there. And I was gonna say shit. Live in that fucking parking lot. That's the kind of shit you get by on. And I got this muscle of movie businesses that I call $10 Cowboy. I made this together. I like to finish my touring season in finals in Vegas. Get back to Texas, and all the pressure of the business is mounted on me. And I'm just trying to get away from my manager, machine, and my phone, and all that shit. I had to leave the phone at the house. And I had heard from a journalist about this secret shrine in a liquor store dedicated to Waylon Jennings in his hometown of Littlefield, Texas. There. I'd known about it, but it's run by his youngest brother, James D. And so to get the movie going, I needed to get on the phone with Shooter, you know, to get hooked up with James D and them. And we got the idea. Jesse Coulter involved. The producers all together. Because a lot of these guys, it's like they're such big names, it overshadows the artist. I mean, and then they have to deal with it, like they have the artist. Right. And the artist gets limited to like acting
know, showing up at, movie lot or whatever. Yeah. And like over and over. So we're on the phone, and he's all about, yeah, I'm gonna help you. Licensing songs, love that. I'm all those your music and all that. Decided she's Sunset Sound. They're in old downtown Hollywood. So I wanted to go in there because Mark Beal had told me about it. I wanted to make a record cover, and I'm sure in passing on the phone that it didn't fall through. And he knows Sunset Sound. And Charles Craig down signing Studio 3. Great studio. Wow. Just in passing, like, man. The next one that's coming out is $1 a day on 8/8, which I think is a lucky number. And then I've got a third one coming after that. And then we're calling the Same Push Trilogy. Sure is the first guy I've ever been in a studio with where I truly don't feel judged. You know what I mean? And now I can, because I've got all these, it's just the perfect time. It's like, wow, I have been out on the road at 10. Right, you know what I mean? Walking, walking that shadow, like he's overcome that because, you know what I mean? Like he's stepped into, you listen to his records, when he started there, it's a feel, all the time. Like, he's totally going against the grain. Nobody's sounding like that. They're not sounding traditional hand pushing. And I can tell you, constitutionally, he's just like his dad. Drink me and smarter than what we just about. And my brain is like, rather to get where I'm at. And I've got a partner, in making records that is pushing me to take it. Just trying to figure out how to transcend it too. Everybody's always there's a lot of, there's an eye test. What is that? Yeah, correct. The eyelid test, but the damage, so the effect of the damage is the same, but there's no physical like abrupt, like there's no trauma, there's no physical trauma. There's no physical so the same patients were are 17 university center with the specific so the doctor should examine this patient.
I've always been a pretty polarizing figure for some reason. It's a love-hate thing. Here in Austin, first time they put me on the ground, I'm just stylistic thing. And I had a hard time with that, because I wasn't taking it as a compliment. Right. It's not a compliment. There's a plan for you, but it also isn't. Fate seems to somehow or another be a real thing. And sometimes the way things synchronize, the way things line up, you're like, man, this seems like it's there's certain things that just seem like they're meant to be. And I feel like if you're on the right frequency and you're following the right path, those doors open and these things, and they happen when they're supposed to happen. They happen at the right time for the right reasons. I believe completely in faith. Yeah, I don't really believe in faith. I think there's a surrender and a helplessness in a lot of ways to a lot of people's idea of faith. Right? People are like, I'm in struggle. I never liked that saying. It's like, no, love the strength that your creator gave you. Don't love the struggle. Nobody fucking loves the struggle. Right. It's the strength. There's a real struggle. Yeah. Like real, that's what I mean. I never understood that. I mean, I guess I get it, but like, get it after it's faith is a thing that's like, that's destiny. Yeah. Like Waylon, sure. And like the Waylon Jennings thing for me. It's like, I was I did my debut at the Houston rodeo back in the spring. It's the truth, and it crosses, everything, economic, racial, everything. It's the Houston rodeo, and it's the biggest rodeo on the earth, which is why you got everybody from, like I said, Waylon George. Nowadays, you got Post Malone and Beyonce. Wow. Nashville, country music, whatever you want to call it, man. A couple years back, day in LA, with Willie Nelson's country music is like Che Guevara, right? William Jennings was the long-haired Prince of Darkness, right? And like, he's the guy that, like, he's from West Texas, right? The guy learned, he learned how to play bass on stage. He learned how to play bass on fucking stage, backing up. But he was bigger than Elvis, man. You know, dial of rock and roll, right? It's coming from everywhere. Nobody's just making their, nowadays they're kind of strange. Music in the back of the bedroom. Right? He's Calvin thing. Stand like a tin can, like, see 100 miles or whatever they say out there, right? But like, the best media show for probably in town where it's like, it's just the best place to play. Like, Willie Nelson is now in the Rock Hall of Fame. He deserves it. Dolly Parton now too. Waylon Jennings, rock and roll. You're listening to country, folk country, right? There's nothing straight ahead. Listen to anything coming out of Nashville in like 1965. Anything next to Waylon Jennings. He's no longer in Darkness. You know? Like, he is going to be up there undoing it. The coach had all the money and all these guys' power. And in response, Nashville walled themselves off. Right? You know what I mean? And then Waylon busted through. And I know I'm going back on that a lot, but like, my path that when I started figuring it out, like, but that is when I like cracked the code and realized what Waylon was doing with music. Like, and it was on this specific record from 1968 called Hanging On, right? And like, every swinging dick in this business that I ever knew coming up to Texas, that ain't it. Texas songwriters, every one of them wanted to be Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Tim Van Zandt, Billy Joe Shaver. I naturally stepped wide into that because everybody I knew was trying to like imitating artists. Like for the advanced part of movement. Now, in and of itself, that's worthless. It's not that it's worthless. It's that put me on like those. And a lot of guys I knew were like looking at me like, man, why you? You know. And at first I didn't know because I was realizing guys that they knew Willie Nelson shit in and out were literally trying to say like, so like fuck you, I should have that spot. And like, you know, I'm nobody at the end of the day, right? I'm the best at the end of the day. You know, when sometimes. Right? But like, how I think I've landed with Shooter and his family and being playing all those shows with Willie, all that worship Willie Nelson. Willie looked at me and was like, I like what you're doing. I like how you got where you're gonna let you know it's time to get your picture taken with Willie. That's how they did it. Wow. And we're standing, it's like 100 nitrous kids behind us and shit. It's the greatest photo of my life. You know. Yeah, it's a natural inclination that people have to imitate authenticity. That's the thing. You gotta find your own path. You have to put yourself out there. You know, like when I was playing on the street, people knew I was different. And artists, the hipsters, like in the Brooklyn scene, Bushwick, Williamsburg, and all over the boroughs and shit. Like to be on the street playing, there's credibility, right? But and like I didn't want to play in subway cars. Actually, what it was a young rapper, Jado Woodard, and he kept seeing me at the Metropolitan Avenue stop, playing there. Like, cars coming by. G-Train down there, Metropolitan. G-Train sucks to ride on. It's great for subway performers because it's the slowest train in the world, right? So you get huge audience between fucking, train.
That's a gold mine for a street performer. And a terrible drag for the New York waiting on it. Right? Anyways, this kid kept trying to get me. I got it him. Right off the 9-volt battery. 7 8 hours of Telecaster. Guy goes to was already doing it. That was playing with Jado. It was like kind of hard to sit. This kid's crazy. Shit. I'm alright, you know. And eventually, he like, what it was, I kept dodging. I was spinning. Man, I get in the car, it's on the train. And all of a sudden, I see that skinny motherfucker walking toward me. And he's moving, the camera's out. And I'm trying to put together. When he gets closer, I realize he's rapping. He's got that guitar there with him with the amp behind. He's playing this like really bluesy hip hop beat. He's freestyling like, you know, the hat you're wearing. He's rhyming to it. He's putting it in the verse and shit. He's got all these mixtapes in his hand. He's handing them out shit. He sees me, he hands me one. And that's how he got me. Because I saw like it working. And he was making money and like dropping product. You know? I thought, holy shit. Right? And so like comedy scene, music scene, whatever. Say you got a place on 6th Street, Bolts. Right? 100 people. And you play there 30, you get a residency, you play there 30 nights a month. Right? And you get 100 different people show up there every night. That was at 3,000 people on the train cars once we started. And so it was like he was a spoken word poet. This kid started fucking rapping on trains like 15 and like Philly, which is fuck, man. Philly's tough. I have to tell you. It's tough. Like some train cars Philly, mind blowing, you know. It's all that town. That's rappers. Where I would make $30, you know, all of a sudden, like we would make $300 a split. Like the sheet where there started being 5 or 6 of us, we were bringing guys up and down from New Orleans and shit. That's where you see the trumpet players, different spoken word rappers. We were squatting in warehouses, you know, owned by Hasid. That were like renting out space that was supposed to be for rehearsal, but really everybody's living there and selling their own shit. Wow. And, you know, I cranked that up. We cranked that up and it did get discovered by like the heart of the pop machine right there on the art train. And like just what you would think. You can see video of this stuff, but it's like they saw that we were believable. Yeah. They were just trying to figure out, and that's one of the spoken word dudes right there was Aaron. He's from Jacksonville, Florida. And that hit me right there. That was my friend of mine, younger brother from high school down here in Texas. There's something about street performing that is, you're performing for people that are getting, oh man, they don't want you in there. You're breaking like 10 laws. You're breaking 10 laws, and they don't want you in there. But if you're good, it means a lot. You ever see the video of Biggie when he's performing? He's 17 on a street corner in Brooklyn. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Pull that one. Yeah, that fucking video is like you watch this kid with this talk about it, even though and I know he's the king. Yeah, standing on the street corner. Yeah, that's the one I get. What did you say? Like ice cream? Yeah. It's so clever. Like, oh, he was so clever. Yeah, so clever. It was common because he was running the train before I was. Like, he knew all those people because he'd been working at so hard. It was like, it's crazy. Some of the people that we come in contact with on those cars, you know what I mean? It's like, I saw Jake Gyllenhaal on the train one day, and then some other day on the 6 train, it'd be like the NBA commissioner Jake gives $100 bill. Wow. You know, it's like, to me, that's like, that's all it is. You know, it's like, whatever the circuit is, like, putting yourself out there. When you go out in public, man, when you go out in public, and you put yourself out there, and you really do that, that's a transformation. That's a metamorphosis, for anybody. It's just undeniable. It's the most authentic form of performance ever. That's not your audience. They don't know to earn it. You have to break through. It has to hit. Yeah, it has to be real. That's all I've been doing is swinging out the whole time, Joe. Killing it. They used to sometimes call me Muhammad Ali. That's too good a compliment, but I like it. But that's the only way you make Charlie Crocker. It's important for people to hear because it's the only way someone like you, you don't make someone like you at a mall. Make someone like you exists. Know what they think is going to be popular. Man, it was crazy. They were doing that shit you think they would do. So this woman, Nell Mulderry, saw us in the art room. She was in the Sony system, managing artists and kind of the star maker, that pop machine of 2010, 2011. So they bring us up into the offices in Koreatown, right? And on the edge of Hell's Kitchen there. And her office was off the side of this Sony Legacy, kind of catalog room. Because at the time she was married to Rob Santos, one of the guys at Sony Legacy. So she had this little office off the side of the library thing, whatever. And she brings us in there, and they're putting us in front of these computer screens and showing us gym class heroes and the Gorillas and Odd Future and Janelle Monáe and doing these focus group training thing, and where they're gonna plug you in to the thing, and it was what was so difficult about it. They didn't do anything wrong. We were young spring men playing in public transit. Be careful what you ask for. I was mad for a long time, but I've been eating off that plate forever because I realized, man, you don't know what you want if you don't know where you're going. If you don't know what you're selling, they're gonna sell it for you. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who it is. That's not their fault. That's what they do. No, that was the best thing that could have happened. It's because I believed that there was some deal. I wasn't on the trains for it, but I knew we'd find it. I really did. It was fake. It was fake. And it's that whole thing. I got there, it fell apart quick. It wrecked me, man. And that's when I got the street and went back to California, started working on the ganja farms because I realized, Big L said or whatever, I was going to get street struck. You can't stay out there forever. You really can't. And that's when I looked at it and it's like, man, okay, what am I willing to sell? What is Charlie Crockett willing to sell? And I think that's stronger than playing it cool, right? And let somebody else figure it out for you. That's where it gets dangerous. So it's like, I know a lot of these guys in the business, they're like, oh man, you know, I don't pay attention to business shit, all that type of stuff. And I think they're crazy for that. It's all like, I don't care if it was Willie Nelson or James Brown. They were poorer than you. They both paid cotton. And they learned the business because they had to. So I'm giving that bullshit.
We need to understand the business if you're in the business. If you don't understand it, you'll be taken over by it.
There's no doubt, even if they got you on top.
Yeah. And then you have to have autonomy. You have to have this personal sense of self where you can avoid the influence. You have to be able to just stick to your guns. And that's the hard part, right? Because then they dangle that carrot in front of you. That carrot is juicy, especially if you've been out the street.
It's right there.
It's right there. It's right there. It's so juicy. And a lot of people bite it. A lot of people bite it and then they don't want it anymore and then they don't know how to be authentic.
Were you dealing with the, like on that circuit? I know you're a comedian and I know you also like got into the like dealing with, did anybody ever fucking get you pretty good?
Well, I got lucky in that I got on television so early and I didn't want to be on television. It wasn't something that I wanted. But they offered me so much money to be on TV. I was like, what? Okay. But I kept growing and doing my comedy at the comedy store. And that was the most important thing. I just kept doing comedy. And then the money was just like, fuck you money. So it's like, because I have the fuck you money, I be myself. And, you know, there was a lot of temptation. Like, I remember the producers of Fear Factor, like, what are you doing? Like, some of my comedy's out there. Like, to get you in trouble. It's not network television comedy. I was like, well, then I won't do network television anymore. Like, once I had a certain amount in the bank, I was like, all right, this is more money than I ever thought I'd ever have in my whole fucking life. I never thought I'd ever be wealthy. And then all of a sudden I have money. So if you fuck you money, you don't say fuck you. What's the point? No one's gonna say fuck you then. If you're gonna be a prisoner to that money, like everybody says, man,
Just afraid to be you.
Afraid to be yourself. Like that's the only time you can really do it is when you have, you know, it's like the universe gives you this gift. What is the gift is the gift of freedom. You take it and run or be captured by it and then want more and more and more forever, and there's no end. You know, we were talking about my friend Brian has this friend who's worth $3 billion and he feels poor because his friend's worth $80. Crazy. Think how crazy that is. Like, this guy's just constantly chasing, and then, you know,
Keeping up with the Joneses.
yeah, you got a hit show, you got a hit movie, you got a hit movie, I want to have a Grammy. I want to start singing. You know, you start getting crazy. You chase that demon of success that just lures you deeper and deeper into hell. And the next thing you know, you don't even know who you are. No one knows who you are. And if you don't know who you are, they'll decide. They'll decide who you are. They'll sell you. They'll sell you as a thing. You know what's crazy about the music business? The manager is, in many cases, the most powerful and the least regulated. You know, I think that's what's wild about the music business. There's basically no regulation. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I think that's what makes people say it's, you know, the shadiest business. I don't think it's the shadiest business, but a guy told me that in New York, actually, when I got caught up in the Sony thing with the train robbers deal y'all were showing on the screen, a lot of people were trying to sign us. Actually, the guys at A&R Wu-Tang, like DJ Scott Free and Matty C, they were trying to get us into a deal. Citizen Coke had a deal on the table and all that shit. It was like, he was the one that told me that. He was like, man, fuck what you heard. This is the shadiest business. Now, I had come from a background of dealing with some pretty crazy shit in Texas, you know, with everything. But even in that business, like people that are, if you try to play the stock market or whatever, Wall Street, it's a corrupt business. It is really fucked up, but it's highly regulated. I can compare to the music business. Right. You know what I mean? Right. You're dealing with the stock exchange. It's like they're like dealing with culture, cultural power, right? Cultural wars, whatever you want to call
talking about, like, let's say you got a little boy's got his buddy, it's worth $8 million or whatever. Still doesn't make you it doesn't make you a star. Right? It's still not fame, actually. That's what's crazy. You know? That's what I want. It seems like a lot of them want to be. Yeah.
That's the thing they don't have, right? They have everything.
You can't exactly buy that.
Well,
You kind of can.
kind of, but then it turns on.
Yeah, it turns.
Yeah, it turns. Yeah, you're a rich guy.
Like, watching those, I mean, I see some of that stuff, man. I don't know what to do with that.
Nothing. That's what they did to Elon. Yeah, it's crazy. You don't want that. Yeah, it's a harsh world because there's no sympathy for you. You know, you're the wealthy oligarch.
When you want everybody looking at you, right? And then all of a sudden, they're looking at you.
Yeah.
You just got nervous.
They got you under that eye of Sauron. They're trying to find all your flaws. What is that?
I didn't know what this was when I bought it, right? This horse, right?
Wow.
And I found it in this place, this Mount Adams place about 10 years ago. And I just liked it. Actually, I thought it was native, right? I didn't realize it was like Egyptian. And I've always liked this. I felt like it was a little bit of both. And I didn't know anything about it at first. But the reason I never take it off anymore is like when I started reading about like what it meant to the Egyptians was that it meant like safe passage as you journey through this world and get ready to go on to the next one. You know what I mean? And protect you against evil, protect you, and you know, for health and happiness. They call that initiation. So it makes a lot of people tie into stupid shit like Illuminati and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, it's just a Thunderbird.
You know, the eye of Horus is essentially where the seat of the soul, where the brain produces dimethyltryptamine. That's the eye of Horus. Have you ever seen the image of the eye of Horus next to the pineal gland?
I'm not sure. Maybe I have, but I'm not sure. I didn't.
What's pineal gland? The pineal gland is it's a gland that's in the center of your brain. It's essentially the third eye. In reptiles, it actually has a retina in the lens, or cornea in the lens, and it's where now they believe it's actually produced by the entire brain. It's also produced by the lung, but it's like the most spiritual of all the psychedelics. And they believe that the Egyptians had some sort of thing. You know, there's so little understood about truly ancient Egypt. That what it looks like. I mean, the eye of Horus essentially is a diagram of the pineal gland, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy when you see it that way, because they knew things, know what they knew. We don't understand how they built the pyramids, understand how old they are. There's so much speculation about the true age of that civilization.
Figuring out like how they harnessed energy and all that stuff.
I mean, there's this group of scientists that believe that there's structures under the pyramids that go 2 kilometers deep into the earth, right? And there's a lot of controversy about that, but these things, they're pretty sure that they're accurate. And it's like other temples that are underground, they've mapped those things out with the same technology. So there's a precedent to it. And we don't understand how they knew it or what they knew. We don't know if the people that lived in ancient Egypt, that we consider ancient Egypt, like, 2000 BC, we don't know if they found or if those people built those structures. There's so much weird beyond anything else that exists anywhere on Earth. And so when you're dealing with 4,500 plus years, 4,500 years ago is the conventional estimations. This is a lot older. I mean, there's a cadence list that goes back 30,000 plus years. Yeah, I mean, it sounds nuts to people that want to have this conventional dating of, the dawn of civilization 6,000 years ago, but there's a lot back. The most profound evidence is just the vastness of the Egyptian Empire, what they're, just the vastness of the construction the way they were able to bring these stones from 500 miles away through the mountains at 80 tons. How they cut them perfectly. How they put them 120 feet in the air, put them in the ceiling. Like, what the fuck was going on, man? What the fuck was going on when people were supposedly just getting out of hunter and gathering? I mean, this is like the emergence a couple thousand years earlier. We're supposed to be like using stone tools and throwing them at animals. And now you have these people that build this immense structure that's perfectly aligned and true north, south, east, and west, has 2,300,000 stones in it. What? With Orion stars, the stars in the Orion belt. What?
Maybe what happened was AI took them down too. Way back. It's back. I'm just saying, right? Stuff could be. I forget who said that, but it's like, I mean, I'm all for science, but at the end of the day, you know, no matter what we think we know, it's still just like it's like a flame in the dark night. You know, there's so much out there beyond what we can see. Yeah. So I always kind of thought that myself, and it's a basic thing nowadays. You know, as a kid, you know, a lot of people had this thought, but it's like, you know, looking up here at the stars, it's like, if they're saying that the stars are basically infinite, that it's infinite possibility for other planets with life on them, which basically is a certainty, right? It's basically certainty. It's a certainty, yeah. It's basically certainty.
And the more we explore in the known universe, the more we understand that it's much more likely that this is not an anomaly. There's many planets out there. Who knows an infinite number that have life?
Who knows what's going on with oceans?
Well, we don't know how long ago they did this. You know, there's just so much speculation.
Well, in the version of Egypt that we're taught about, it was like just the latest stage of it.
Oh yeah.
Like I read where it went on for so many thousands of years, and there was this whole evolution of those kingdoms. I'm talking about throughout Africa.
Yep. All the sub-Saharan area.
All of that too.
That's why they believe that Atlantis was. I mean, there's this thing called the Rishon structure that there's, again, these heretic archaeologists believe was the site of Atlantis. And I mean, the South Saharan, the Saharan, sub-Saharan Africa was a rich rainforest thousands of years ago. There's whale boats. Fucking madness, man. The history of Earth talks as it best. We're a species with amnesia. All this information. Well, we definitely remember shit from 20,000 years ago. It's all just speculation. And, you know, and people have been in this form, you know, the form of Homo sapiens now for 300 plus thousand years. Like, who knows how long? And who knows where they learned this stuff from? I mean, who knows if they learned this stuff from visitors? We don't know. We don't know. I mean, if we did get visited 20,000, 30,000 years ago, well, what evidence would be left? You know, and are we being visited now? Well, we're about to find out. Because if this shit keeps popping off with Israel and Iran, and they start going nuclear, you know, that was the great hope of the people that really believe in aliens, is that what they're watching over us to make sure we don't fuck everything up, that we're so close to emerging as a type 1 civilization. We're so close to getting out of this barbaric, you know, territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons. We're so close to passing the stage that we're in right now, as long as we don't fuck it up. And who knows how many times people might have fucked it up in the past. And I mean, that might be what we're looking at ancient Egypt. It might be the remnants. And there's also natural disasters.
Yeah, that's all I did by AI.
Yeah, I mean, it could be our greatest natural disaster
there. But I like that. There's a great positive outlook, though. We talk about the next time. What you call it? Type
1 civilization.
What does that mean?
Okay, there's type 1, type 2, and type 3 civilizations. And I don't remember who was the one who formulated this. It might have been Sagan. Jamie, pull it up so I don't fuck this up. But it's essentially our type 1 civilization, known as a planetary civilization, defined by our Kardashev scale as the one that's harnessed and controls all available energy on its planet. This includes utilizing all forms of energy from sources like solar, wind, geothermal, and potentially even harnessing nuclear fusion. But Type 1 civilization is also characterized by a global, technologically advanced society with a high degree of interconnectedness and the ability to manage planetary scale resources and weather. So we're on the way to that. AI, best case scenario, helps us achieve that. We're close. We're probably a lot closer than Type 2 is stellar, meaning we populate other planets. Type 3 is galactic. We populate the cosmos and we explore the cosmos. We're on our way to that. And it's inevitable. If we used to live in caves and now we fly in hypersonic jets, this is what's coming. And it's whether or not we fuck it up along the way.
Beam me up, man.
We should probably end on that. Charlie Brown, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for being here, man.
Man,
Takes a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Come on, man. Thank you. All right. Tell everybody where they can find all your shit. Do you have a social media? Yeah, man. Okay.
I mean, it's Charlie Crockett. Charlie with an E-Y. Charlie Crockett with two T's. Just like that. That's all. All right.
Bye, everybody.
Train by day, Joe podcast by night. All day.
Thank you, Jaro. You're looking good, dude. Big up, Sweet Jaro. It's nice to see you.
I am exercising too. You have to, or it will just be floppy and weird and gross.
Or your bones.
I guess also, yes, he'll eat your bones, they say. I'm real big on taking the stuff and then not really following up with I just started doing testosterone from a company. It's it's above board taking it, but you should make sure you monitor your blood all the time. And I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that at some point. I'm gonna keep taking it though.
You don't monitor your blood at all?
Not with any regularity, I think. They should probably do that. Yeah, they did it. I know somebody knows that they take testosterone and they have to donate blood every month to get blood.
I heard that before. I talked to my doctor about it. It doesn't make sense. But he has heard of occasions where people had to do that. If they have too much blood or something. They're like, how do you take it? You go in ham, bro?
This man's health company saw me coming down the road a mile away. They offered me, I'm taking 2 shots. Now I don't even know.
Sorry, we couldn't wait. I was like, this doesn't make sense. Let's just start.
I'm taking it too. It feels like fire. It feels like fire when I inject them. But I don't know what BCC 157. That's the one everyone's doing.
Right. Let's go.
And then something blue.
I'm pretty sure, right? I think it was a dye. Yeah. Just so weird that a dye would have health benefits.
House of supplements. My stepbrother's a powerlifter. Creatine. Creatinine was the one that was
show up in the house sometimes?
Creatinine?
Yeah.
What's that?
Wow. I think Jason carries it twice and he's just remembering it. I was having another word.
Crazy.
That stuff's super good for you. Yeah, I just started taking that Ali for my testosterone.
Creatinine is a waste product that form in the breakdown of creatine in muscles.
Why would I take it?
There's another natural one. I think it's called turkesterone.
I know Sheila did this called testosterone.
Yeah, it's a regular.
I asked my guy testosterone. We talked about it because you're like, dude, don't worry about your doctor. I got a doctor for you. And I was just like, yeah, man, I'll just stop smoking weed.
You think that was killing your
I
testosterone?
think so. It was like lower than it should. It was like in the high threes, and now it's like mid fives.
Well, like your good doctor, what they'll do first is ask you, like, what do you eat for exercise? What do you eat? How much do you sleep? Like, those things are all the first thing the doctor will ask you. And if all that stuff fucked up, they shouldn't just give you testosterone. They should be like, let's.
My place did. Shut up, you men's health. 15 minutes, don't give me anything I want to do.
There's a few doctors out there that like to go buck wild. Of course, I think they get incentivized.
I got PRP treatment in my hair. I'm not losing my hair. They just talked me into it. Now it's never going away.
PRP worked.
I don't know. We're gonna find out. I just got like 2 weeks.
Jay's a mark.
Yeah, his hair's thinning. It's definitely going.
There's a bunch of topical stuff that you can use these days.
Sure.
There's like a finasteride topical. I would worry that would get into your skin and in your bloodstream. Like that finasteride stuff is crazy. Like that makes some people very depressed. It kills your DHT, which is what keeps your hair from falling out. And for some people, it kills their testosterone. They get like super depressed.
That's what I was my hair when I was 18. I just said, fucking, I was bald.
I love not having to talk to a barber.
That's the best. You shave it with your big
Everyone
razor.
is fucking
I didn't find it that your barber doesn't know you, but is a big fan of Ralph Barbosa. You guys aren't going to find that out either. Your barber.
I don't know you.
Do you know Ralph Barbosa? Oh, Kenny. His name's Kenny. He's nice enough.
Ralph Barbosa's slick. He's like a slick comedian. Like his punchlines are like speed.
He's very, very funny.
Yeah, he's got a great
photo with him.
He's like he's got a fun, like just his approach. I like it. It's very slick.
You know, Kenny's in the elevator down. I mean, he's going to take the guys on tour that I've never heard of, but I've been around for a long time.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, very good dude. Even though it doesn't. Fun guy.
Yeah, he got popular for, someone said on George Lopez, he just whatever, and then
Well, I think someone was talking well about him, and then George Lopez dismissive of him. And I think that's what happened.
There's something in his response that made it like very popular. I think he was just saying because he's like me, so one of his comments goes like, oh, hey. They just, you show any picture of George Lopez bugging his eyes out and make that whole
That's hilarious.
It's good, fucking good fire back.
Yeah.
Are you good at living in comedy beefs? I'm so terrible at it.
No, I don't like comedy beefs. I don't like any beefs.
Those you did a few we've gone to bed on. I mean, I guess I have those same beefs too, but I don't engage as much.
No, I'm no loser. I get on the flight, I'll be on Twitter for fucking hours just tweeting at people for no reason.
No, I mean, in particular, like, a person you put a face to, like a comic, like, I haven't had a problem with somebody before. But I mean, like, I don't know, I have a hard time sleeping. I'm gonna run this person every night. It's been a while. I mean, I'm not, just not that serious. There's nobody in the world that I hate. Like, there's literally no, even people that hate me, I'm like, yeah, dude, we're cool. I don't mind it. Or your father? Dude, I tried to get him on my podcast. So the guy, my father was sad when I was 4 years old. And then years later, after I got out of prison, I was like, let me try to get this guy on my podcast and interview him. How interesting would that be? But he was already dead. Yeah.
That would have been
Because I wasn't like, it was a kid who was, why?
Could you imagine being like a my father ran, like showing up at this young guy's house who used to have his dad gonna be alone together? That guy's gonna kill you. That's what I would think if I was an old man. I could defend myself.
I don't think he was that old. He was 17 when he killed my father. So he was only 13 years older than me. So he'd be like 60 now, I guess. Yeah, but this is like a decade ago. I guess I'm a convicted murderer, dude. I'd like to say, apologize to absolutely fucking nobody. I thought that would have been an interesting conversation. I wasn't like going into the town being like, oh, you killed my father, angry. I had a great life. My father lived. I would be fucking probably lived in Patterson still. I have a shit life. That's what we always tell ourselves. A drug dealer and a pimp. If he was alive, yeah, it worked out well. Yeah, but that's always. If my dad's still around, maybe I wouldn't have the person out of heaven. I would be where I'm at. So maybe right now, if my father was alive, then he had been different. Yeah. All right, Ashton Kutcher. That's butterfly effect over here. Watches one movie. You guys ever think you could put in a box somewhere? This is all nothing. I can fly over it. I think it seems like this is like an advanced stage in the video game right now, where like they're lighting cop cars on fire. Throw bricks off overpasses. Dude, it does seem fun to order a wire. Nobody gets hurt. I think it's directionally correct. You start doing robots. You got the right course. Yeah. What you're about to get around because they're the safest. They're going to take away everybody's driver's license. It's going to get weird as fuck. Oh yeah, heard we just saw in LA. That's what I think. I've heard that teenagers are going back to smoking regular cigarettes now, getting away from vapes. Might move that analog a little bit. Interesting. Bring back manual cars. I wonder if analog makes some sort of where it slows down because people want it to slow down a little bit. Yeah, but it's too late. They do want to slow down. Yeah, I mean the electric car didn't really take off the way they know. Yeah, the problem with electric cars is the charging time is too much. It's too much. If you're a young single woman and you have to charge a car, you have to just sit there for a fucking hour. I also feel that way, so I feel like you're a man. Maybe I was gonna range it's vulnerable, but a woman by herself is particularly vulnerable, right? But if you're a hot girl and you're sitting in your car, how many fucking creeps that know that you have to be there for an hour? How many creeps can bother you? It's a great idea, Joe. That's fine. I'm gonna start getting girls at the station. I almost went to Tesla in a large order and just walked down the line of Teslas waiting for the hot one. Yeah. Tesla's on slide. Have you ever driven one? I did. From the 70s. Trust that electric shit. I tried to. I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. And then I remembered you have to charge it. I tried to fucking Rhode Island right now. Like, we just stop way there and charge the car. I think it's fine. You can get there. Then you have to charge it. No, I don't think you're waiting. The real mileage is different than the mileage it says. So it really should say like percentage of battery, but they want you to like estimate the mileage, but it's all dependent upon how fast you're going. Like if you're accelerating a lot, if you're moving around, if you're stopping no traffic, like who knows what the real mileage is? If you're on, like say you get stuck in a like crazy traffic jam for like 4 hours, it's some explosion somewhere, like and you supposedly have 200 miles like your car. Is that right? Good hours of you sitting there too with the radio on, with the air conditioning on? So are we team Trump then, not Elon? It's called just stupid cars. They die quick. Oh, really? Yeah, that happened in Chicago. Remember when they had that fucking big thing where the highway got closed down? People with Teslas were fucking mad because they just stopped working. Yeah. Also, if you blow a tire, like Tesla has to come fix that. Really? Yeah. Why's that? I don't know. Looks like they have to come hang out with the function of Teslas. Those are amazing. They fucking drive themselves. You press them. He's like, no, you don't trust that. 100%. And I don't know it just takes you where they want to go. Changes lanes. Bro, it's nuts. You could put on like dark sunglasses at night and just like have your hands on the wheel. It's that. No. I don't do it. I have done it. Where I keep my hand near the wheel just to see what it can do. It does everything. Yeah, but I get like paralysis where like if I'm like driving for more than an hour and I'm looking at the lines, not paralysis. What they call it, like road hypnosis. So I can drive by the lines and I start falling asleep. If I have to drive for more than an hour to a night,
You know how to fix that? Do you know how to fix that? It's real easy. Cocaine. No. No, that's not good. That works too. You're right. But you have to keep on doing it over and over again. Get some ice and just a washcloth. Washcloth with ice in it. And rub your face. Wait right out. Yeah, wash right to keep in your car. That would be great. I love that. The smelling salts you have in the club. Oh, those will do it. I did a terrible prank. Fuck you up. You might change lanes. You maybe shouldn't tell them. No, it's not legal. I would say it's a bad prank to do on a girl. If this was a dude, it's just crazy. If this was a dude, everyone would have my dude great prank. But because I did it to a girl, it was a little bit fucked up. So we were at the mothership last time we were doing our podcast, and like real deal. So as podcast producers, we're also a mother and a woman. And then better producer than mother. So I had the smelling salts. They're fucking strong. They're really particularly strong smelling salts. So then I go, Alex, I was like, the weed is fucking great. What a whiff. Then I for the smelling salt container. She put her nose in it. Dude, she smelled so hard. You know how mothers want to smell weed? She cried. It's a 30-minute problem. She said the word wild. I was like, remember Nancy Kerrigan got smoked out by the she's like, why? I sweat for you. I flew here to help you produce a show. I felt so bad. It was I love it now. It was a bad prank, but if it was a dude, if it's a dude, it's not just undeniably hilarious. Yeah, if it's a guy, it's funny. It's weird. Guys, depends on the guy, you know. Like, we did it today, no. The Kirk Method just starts punching walls. Conspiracy theories. Pretty girls being embarrassed, though, is fun. It is the most interesting thing ever. I did when I was on tour with Dave years ago, Jägermeister music tour, they always had the Jäger girls. We hang out, and I was on the Jägermeister production bus on this tour, so the girls would all come on there, they would hang out and drink for free on the bus, and tour bus is kind of like shit on a tour bus. And only one of the Jäger girls had to use the bathroom. And just by the time you were there, she would record this girl. She came back out and she was sitting down, and then the driver comes to start getting the bus ready to leave. And just, a toothless fucking road dog just goes to the bus. And he goes, somebody took a shit. Everybody knew it was just hot chicken fishnets. She was so beautiful. Probably my heaviest in my life. I was like, I probably could get her now. She's the shit girl. No one's seeking her out. And I was hilarious. You can't clean up that good in a fucking. So it's such a emotion that everybody has, but for some reason, I never want to hear about open shit. Never. Why don't they develop a toilet that you can shit on a bus? Is that beyond our science? I don't know why it can't be. I'm sure there's something that can be done. It seems like it should be done. I think they're just being lazy. No shitting on the tour bus. Shit, that's crazy. But if they empty it out, that's the problem. So you can shit on the tour bus, but the person that has to clean the toilet has to now empty out your shit amongst the piss. Like manually, with like a hose and shit. That's some dude's job that he has to deal with. There should be somewhere you can pull over, and those rest stops have like a thing that sucks your shit out. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's very profitable for them. Well, they didn't have to store it. No, you figure it out. That's the last thing you want to do is be in shit stores. Truck stop, yeah. Truck stop shit stores. They're sucking my shit outside. I'm in here buying jerky. That's right. That's right. So Trevor, let that stuff out over the water in a boat underneath it. Splattered the boat with Dave Matthews Band. Did you see a thing recently where they show like a cruise ship or something just letting shit out of the front? I don't think that's real. Oh, really? I thought that was real too. I think that's like dredging. I think. Do you know that super hot downstairs girl isn't real? OnlyFans AI downstairs girl from Mars. God, bro, nothing's real anymore. How many videos have you seen? I saw a thing about Trump saying that they were going to genetically engineer raptors and have the fucking troops with them to protect the border. That's not real. That's like you see them. They brought back the dire wolf. And then it'd be done. It's like,
Reed reporting live from Clearwater Beach, where an unidentified. Just kidding, I'm not real. Angela Carter.
The Kraken is real. The Kraken's real. I'm fake.
Listen, eating healthy is hard, like really hard. I mean, you gotta cook, meal plan, grocery shop, on top of all the other shit you have to do. It's tough to truly eat healthy. I mean, most people start their day with coffee, grab some garbage lunch, and if you're lucky, get yourself a decent dinner. And even if you do manage to eat healthy, you're probably still not getting all the nutrients you need. That's just the reality. But hey, there's something that can help. AG1 Next Gen. Closing common nutrient gaps can be as simple as adding AG1 Next Gen to your daily routine. It's clinically backed and designed to help with the comprehensive nutrient coverage you need. These guys did their homework to find the right mix of vitamins, minerals, and all that good stuff to help you feel your best. And that's why I've been partnering with them for so long. Subscribe today to try their newest back formula, AG1 Next Gen. You'll also get a bunch of other free stuff like a bottle of D3, K2, and 5 of the upgraded travel packs with first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, ag1.com/Joe Rogan.
Yeah, it is crazy. But, I mean, you have on aren't too big. He's talking to him. Watch ads with you all the time. Companies just use your voice for your company. For 10-minute read. I was like, they really got to do this on social media. I told a racist on PJ Skiggs 10 years ago, and me saying the N-word has been used in so many memes and little. But it's a fucking black people react to it, and it's such a funny street joke that they can't deny it. It's like a funny thing. So it's always black people trying to not laugh. They say that like, it's very funny street joke.
Some words are coming back. That one's not one of them.
Yeah.
These ice raids are fucking nuts. Watching this protest on television, it's like
The reason that's the broke the
protests are taking a little too hard. Well, I don't think if the Trump administration, if they're running, they said we're going to go to Home Depot, we're going to arrest all people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites, and we're going to just like tackle people in construction sites. I think anybody would sign up for that. They said we're going to get rid of the criminals and the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing it like Home Depots get raided. That's crazy. Yeah. And then you've got this big protest that's scheduled for the 14th that's literally funded by the lady who owns Walmart. Protest. It's like No Kings protest that's happening all across the country.
Yeah, like criminals and protests, and obviously, they go to like a college campus and it's a kid about to graduate. They're like, no, you're in. Fucked up. Rapists, criminals, slow delivery people, ones that can't dance, just want to play the flamenco guitar. I get a list. I think it's fucking crazy how violent it's gotten. I don't. But just throwing bricks over businesses. But I think all these things, 90% of the people that are there are just like, let's rage, motherfucker.
100%. Also, there's people
So say you work with Black Lives Matter
protest.
Yeah, they're saying as always, the piles of bricks are showing up. Like, there's construction sites right now.
No. That was weird, dude. I was in the city during that time.
You were too.
During the pandemic. No, those bricks were just fucking out
And
there.
then a police block that was barricaded with them. And I felt bad for the black cops. I feel yelled at the black cops, and the black cops like, suck, man. I had my hand on his shoulder. Like, you're gonna be alright. Shoot that motherfucker.
The cops getting the rocks thrown at them.
Oh, yeah. They did the hide under the overpass.
Yeah, throwing them at the cops. I mean, you're 100% possibly killing somebody.
Yeah, it's a murder.
You had a fucking cinder block onto someone's head from an overpass, they're probably dead. It's a good chance. Good fucking chance.
I mean, Florida flies told us that's how Piggy died. That's why I related to.
It's kind of shit can escalate.
I feel like a good son where they pushed the dummy off the overpass. Oh, yeah, remember? Make him think they killed somebody. It's fucking. It's pretty wild. But I mean, I don't know, like, I said, every man after question. Well, it's just lawlessness happens. People take advantage. That's, I think, the whole it is. I mean, like, these cops are standing going, like, under nonstop graffiti. It's murder, all cops. Like, sitting there. It's like, and people are somebody trying to talk reason to the cops. Like, why don't you do the right thing and not shoot me with a rubber bullet? Well, you know what the problem is? The problem is there's cops that just shoot people with rubber bullets for no reason. Yeah. You see that lady, the Australian reporter, shot? Did you see that video? It's pretty hilarious. It's nuts. Because you see the guy do it. You see the cop just look at her while she's talking. She's clearly not a criminal. She's just reporting the news. And he fucking shoots her in the leg with a rubber bullet. It's hilarious. It's really good stuff. Let's watch this. That's funnier than making my producer smell insults. Dude, it's a real dance bitch moment. Dance bitch. It's crazy. I can't believe that he would do this. This is the check. Go full screen. She's got the shitty Australian accent though. Dance, bitch. Bro, they just shot the reporter. Like, look, that guy just and says, fuck this lady. It's going to be good promotion of her 2,000-person gangbang. She's doing an OnlyFans. I mean, what? You want to know why people get angry at cops? It's shit like that. I would say you shoot one helmet every couple minutes, and everyone starts going, oh, they're shooting everybody. It's not a thing where everybody out of the street and the press thinks they don't have to listen. You don't want to listen, you're tired of shit, and you decide to shoot her in the leg, which is fucking insane. You don't yell, get out of the fucking street. That goes down straight. What is this about? Millimeter. Skate. You're taking out my focus. Look, it's not okay. It's not okay. But, right? I grew up at a time where if you talk shit to cops, you up. And there's something hilarious about that cop just shooting that guy in the dick. I'm somebody who you're not shooting. Right, kind of. Yeah, right? But it's, you are like, yeah, right? And you're not allowed to. It's against the law. It's not right. So you shoot with a rubber, right? But you can shoot people when you really shouldn't be shooting them. Yeah, irreparable damages. I mean, people have lost eyeballs, bro. I'm telling you, this guy had to have horses. I kind of have a hard time feeling. What's in it again? He later had to have surgery to reattach portions of how big is this guy's dick. What kind of a dick is this? I wish my dick was cut up in the just not have the middle. Is it which one you have for breakfast? No, if you broke the middle off, I'd be like, can you give me a longer middle? A longer middle, like an extension. All the different colors, try to match as best you can. All this cheap editing, how far away are we from big dicks? You think it'd be the first? I would end up worse than that. People do the science, the Asians come with the science. That's first. Well, they have the science with the genetic engineering. I'm seriously saying, before your babies are born, you're like, hey, also, my son has a huge fucking dick. That's a weird conversation. How big you go? I'm thinking monster cock. If you just let your kid have a regular dick and all his friends have giant dicks, that'd be a real problem. Yeah. I'm so upset. You could have given me a giant dick as well. Oh, I want people to like it for you. I needed money for bowling. I'm upstairs jerking off with 3 fingers. My knees got long with no friends. I remember being like 12, being like, when is it going to grow? Like, when's it going to get big? And it just never really did. You just can't have that conversation with yourself. Yeah. Up close, a full-fledged adult. But now's the time. It's a sketch on Segura's new show. There's something that's a funny show. Jerry fucking funny show, man. Hitman 1 was hilarious. Yeah. I thought they had a video game where they play with aliens where you said it wasn't about the guy, and part 2 was called Evan's Revenge. Jamie, speaking to you about, you see Lil Elizondo, these photos that are supposed to have a real alien. Oh, here we go. Bro, it's so dumb. The photos look blurry. The photos
photos of the dead alien. Like, you can't even zoom in on that. You can't even fucking focus. Look at this. Yeah, that thing. Look at that. What is that? What's that? What is that? How about better pictures? This is crazy. These are the only pictures. Is this from the 40s? Like, what's this picture from? What is this? Oh, people want to believe. Bro, so bad. Me too. I'm like, maybe the bottom one. It was funny. Somebody asked me, Sean Donnelly and Dan St. Germain have a podcast now about alien encounters and all that kind of stuff. And they both really believe it. And they were like, what would it take for you to believe, Jay? Irrefutable evidence. That's a shit. The one thing I've never seen. Irrefutable evidence. There's a lot of shenanigans. Alien, it's 1993. Alien hybrid child, born to a 15-year-old girl, subject of ET genetic experiment, under chin, neck, and upper torso view. Right. Yeah. Okay, so that's under chin. And then what's the other photo? It's just the same. Wasn't there another one? There's two photos. But at the top, yeah, the one on the bottom. What's that one on the bottom? The one on the bottom seems kind of turned to the side, right? Is that the eyeball, supposedly? What are those babies called? They're Hollywood babies? Yeah. I mean, they're not even alien. What do you think? I mean, like, someone like Donald Trump can hold in the information. I don't think it's every day. I don't think who can sit on that information if you know that would be terrifying to next one is that to play. Someone who knows about aliens existing, I think also breaks off and plays golf and decides what they want to have for dinner tonight. Really? Yeah. I think vampires exist. It would change everything. I think it's a fun way to have information that you don't give to the rest of the world. And if you're the head of a giant defense contracting agency with back engineering UFOs for the last 50 years, it'd be probably pretty cool to know some shit that other people don't know, not tell anybody, and still go to brunch. But how are you not so consumed that you go, is there something you want to start a Netflix series tonight? Like, it just seems like it's the same way I don't believe people have, like, taking the dead powers or sleep right now. Like, because they're like, oh, what is that? Tell your loved one that you missed them terribly. They miss you terribly. And actually, you guys went to McDonald's. I'll treat myself to something. Like, how did you really go anywhere else but, like, come and speak to the dead? They were consuming. Right? I would never sleep. It's supernatural. All day. Talking to somebody with the war of 1776. Just go nuts. It's just not real. You just tune in to any time Civil War soldiers. You don't go pick out a new pair of sneakers while that's going on. New sneakers, I think. I had a video where it was like somebody, I don't know if it's real, but she was like a girl who has like paranoid schizophrenia. She created like a video of what it's like to have schizophrenia. And it's like floating, like almost like monsters, sort of. Yeah, but they're like translucent. And it's like so all these voices whispering. It's like that's how it really is to have schizophrenia. I mean, I couldn't make it a day. I think it varies like a lot of different neurological conditions, right? I think this extreme version of it. Some people have like mild schizophrenia, which is really weird. Well, I mean, I've some close to me in my life that's had mania, where they go manic. I've only seen it twice. I've only seen it twice, but I mean, I'm blown away by how much your brain can like change functionality in a day, in a day's difference. Being like everything's changing, they're saying things that they've never said before and believing it and being like, it's very strange. Well, if you think about scary, it's scary. Things go wrong in the brain, too. So, you can't blame someone for liver cancer, right? Sometimes people just get weird diseases, because there's people that's just something isn't clicking. It's just not working. And they're out there and they're trying a bunch of different medications on them. They don't know what to do. So you can't be mad at Kurt. That's good. I was trying to think about when I'm talking to somebody. Like, what is it like? What's it like to be mental? like, hey man, we're just trying to smoke a joint in the green room, bro. He hovers. He's this giant that I haven't seen him go. Like, some I was out in LA, when he still lived in LA. He came over to the Airbnb I was at. I always seen Kurt. I haven't seen Kurt always in like months and months. Which people I get to see me, my own closest friends in comedy. My daughter's godfather, you know, he's very close to him. Which is a crazy choice. Yeah, that's not a choice, but good godfather. Great. It's great. And my daughter, he is a whacker for sure. Came to the house, I was like, my man, it's good to see you. And you know, the P. Diddy thing is real, and that's why Usher, that audio of him fucking that guy was real, and he got Usher first, and that's why Usher, remember when Usher was gone for a year because he had to get his asshole sewn back together? What? I'm Olivia. Also, you're talking about Olivia. Remember the thing with the thing? Like, dude, he takes one of the people that text, like, the way he texts, it's not just like he won't send you like one long text about like just everything his thing. Every sentence is a new sentence. You just like it just This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Sometimes it can feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and for guys especially, it can feel like you have to carry that burden on your own. There's a lot of stigma around men being the provider to keep it all together by themselves. But that's not good for you, your family, or anyone diagnosed because of these stigmas. Real strength isn't things up inside, though. It's admitting to your faults and doing something to better yourself. Therapist. Therapy is an excellent tool everyone should utilize. It's a great way to help you live a more balanced and fulfilling to start that conversation. Judging by the millions of reviews and the 4.9 rating in the App Store, it's helped many people across the globe. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners, elp.com/. That's right. I'm after like an hour, you get back like, cool. So we pulled the Airbnb we were at, and him and one whenever I was like, oh no, he's had for a while. Yeah, he's a joke right now. He's a genius. I say his personality is he's the first person I've seen that already a genius. It's like he's so great at being funny. His mind was everything, but it's great when you're not talking to him. Even when you're talking to him, it's just like one thing that happens if you really rich people are stopping you from communicating, and you get pissed off, and you think, well, fuck, you're terrible businessman because your company lost $20 million in value in the first year. But it's like, no, it wasn't worth $44 million. He paid $44 million for it because he wanted it. us had even roads.
So you're saying almost just equivalent of like someone his age, like doing the same action that like a girl flopping on her bed on her tummy and kicking her knees up is like doing like whatever. Trump's stupid. He's on the list.
Yeah, if I was, I hate it. Anything else you made it. Yeah, what else you got? On money of how different entities are manipulating society. I think that becomes an issue. If you can do something about it and you feel compelled to do something about it, you're literally what he definitely did with just exposing some wild shit. Like billions of dollars has gone to who knows where with no receipt. Did they even do anything about it really, or he exposed it? People don't let him anything other than figure out where it was spent, whether it was valid and someone accountable. They're not going to do that because they want to make sure that doesn't happen to them. And they're just going to keep spending and seeing. So here's the thing: if it's been funding the Democrat machine all the time, which is what guys like Mike Pence, which it's a little over my tank. There's so many NGOs. You want to know how many NGOs there are? There is one NGO in India for every 600 people. I don't know what an NGO is. Just so you know, non-government organization. It's just a non-profit. So it's a non-profit that's funded by the government. It's real weird stuff, man, when you find out about it. Which is
Reference, if you can make all your acronyms, just say the whole word out so it flows. Sorry, stupid idiot.
I didn't know one knows about that. You do, but I assume because I didn't know about it until I started talking to Mike Pence about it. I was like, wait, what? Like, how much money? When you find out where the money was going, what it was doing, it's like he said it's all for stuff that's too dirty for the CIA. I was like, Jesus Christ. And he lays it out like an hours-long presentation, explains how it's all, what's the root of it all. And it's like, it's really spooky stuff because you realize like how corrupt our society actually truly is.
Do you enjoy having the burden of information?
Like, where does your like political giving stop? I just don't want the world to fall apart. Sure, I'm not politically aligned with either the left or the right. I believe in a lot of shit that the left believes in. Sure, and I believe in a lot of shit that the right believes in. I just don't believe in any of the shit that the extremists on either side believe in. That's the problem. Yeah. When you're fucking attacking people at construction sites, it's like, come on. Like, what are we doing? Like, you want everybody out? I feel like once you get in, let's take a taxi. You know, like, are you the type of guy that shows up at work? Are you the type of guy that likes America? Do you like beer? Yeah, it's easy to get in though. If you have my beer now, it's killer. It's a great analogy.
I said, I just looked into a movie before. Sit in an empty seat and no one.
You can't be like, I've already watched an hour of it. I feel like you should let them finish the movie.
I think you shouldn't let them say it's discretion to let them finish. I hope you're not. I'll just make points to be like, this movie theater was built on my people's land. Just to me, it's just like a weird like reaction to getting caught being like, well, but I've already been here. Like, I've been away with it for so long. It's been mine for 20 years.
Also, I totally agree with it. And it's a funny joke. But also, if you're living in Mexico and you're a young person and you figure out a way to sneak across the border, you get gainfully employed in the United States, you start doing well, you're involved in a business, you start raising a family, but there's no real path to citizenship because you sneak in. But you actually become integrated in society and you're part of the American dream. Sure, because there's no path. You're dirt poor. That's the problem. See, if you're living in Denmark, you got a college degree, and you really genetic. Probably not that hard. You gotta jump through hoops though. You gotta meet the guy every 6 months or whatever it is. You gotta fill out the paperwork. But if you're walking here from Mexico, you know, there's no clear path to citizenship. You know, sure, marry a fat white woman. Fine. Find a desperado. Yeah, I mean, there's no clear path. And especially if you're integrated into, like, there was a guy that I had who was my landscaper for a long time. And he came from Mexico. He walked across from Mexico. It's like, and he lived in these communities. Like, he took me to, they had chicken fights in their communities. And this dude had just roosters stacked up everywhere. Like, there were like 100 roosters in this backyard. Not my landscaper, but his friend. They would barbecue a goat. There wasn't an English-speaking sign for blocks. And I was like, this fucking day anymore. So, like, my point is, that's not my point. My point is, like, here's like completely integrated societies that are a part of LA that are fully Mexican. You know, but it functions, it works. Like going in and raiding those people and putting them in jail because they've integrated into society in an illegal way. It seems.
And then it's all the people that are going, it's like, it's more tax dollars like that. The amount of bullshit that our tax dollars go to, that's right. It should be a priority over getting a Mexican dad out of the country. It's like, Joe, it sounds like you just want to keep barbecue going in this country.
Here's the problem. The problem is if they're illegal, right? Which is what everybody wants to keep it that way. What if you let them vote? If they're illegal, then you don't have to pay. This is where it's dark. This is the dark secret of why people want cheap labor in this country, because there's a lot of people that don't pay people what they're supposed to be getting paid. It's non-union, they're illegal, everyone knows, and they want cheap labor, cheap, dependable, reliable labor, so they let people in for that. Tim Dillon was talking to me about this a long time ago, because he used to be a real estate guy. Like, he understands like the dynamics of it all. Like, that is a big part of what they want when they bring people in. But the reality is, you should just pay people. You should make less money. You should pay them more money. You should pay them enough money so they can live. Like, you just to try to have a giant business that pays people the least amount possible. It's kind of crazy. That's most businesses. I know, but it's kind of crazy. It's kind of a crazy thing to do.
It's very interesting. My ex-wives, both her parents are immigrants, and you'd be surprised how not like sad they feel for people being kicked out of their. I think they have a very like if like we had to figure out illegally.
That's a lot of people. That's also how people felt like when people were unvaccinated. They're like, oh, I didn't take the shot. You know, like, why don't you take the shot? I didn't take the shot.
I didn't have to. I sought it out so hard.
Did you?
Oh my God, I was paranoid. I was certain I was dying. A lot of people got scared. I just scared the fuck out of it. I took it, and I think the second one with the booster, because I realized that there's no way that this was like some random name on it. It was like, there's no way they're actually tracking this.
My daughter made one on her phone to go into a cheesecake factory. Pretty impressive.
They're going to absolve you of that crime. It'll be the future. It'll be like when they all people that taught the draft.
Yeah.
They exonerated.
Oh, wait, did I just admit to a crime? That's wrong.
They were saying they were going to prosecute people. They were saying they're prosecuting.
That's like saying they're going to put you in jail for not going to jury duty. That doesn't actually happen.
Yeah, but that's way crazier than that. That's like, this whole thing is they have to do this to get on an airplane. It doesn't even
Have you ever had the Thai last from the cheesecake factory? I'll risk it.
Jury duty? Like, that's if Joe Rogan showed up to do jury duty,
I'm familiar with everything. I'm a little familiar with it. I think I need defended in the way.
I'm not jury duty either. I've not had a notification in years and years and years for it. I just ignore them.
I just took one recently. Pretty hard. I just moved.
Tim Dillon was just talking about it on the Spicy Wing show.
Wow.
Tim was talking about how he did dirt for a murder trial.
Really?
But jury, he was like joking offensive because
I was guaranteed that. I'd go show up. He says, what you're going to get is like attacks something or a business argument or something. You're pretending racist to get out of it. Yeah. What's the last name? Watkins? Just ask Jeremiah Watkins. I mean, that's what it said. The only time I showed up, I wore a shorts. And they said you can't wear shorts. And I go, what do I do? They go back. You go back into the pool and just go home. You can't offend people, bro. This might be the law. I guess so. Why did they wear the wigs? The fucking crazy, like. Did they do it here this time around? I think so. We're in a wedding wig anymore, right? We first came from, Pilgrim. Everybody had a wedding. To this day, the judges still wear it. It's crazy. And Jewish women, religious Jewish women. You know where came from syphilis. The wigs. Yeah. So, all this is the story's a little complicated. This may or may not have been exactly how it happened. But it seems like wars came to America. They contracted syphilis from the natives, and then a lot of people are free. They're all fucking each other, and they're losing their hair, getting big holes in their shit. Like syphilis is crazy, like rots your head, and so they start wearing wigs. Like big scabby holes in their head, like literally, it's horrific shit. And the more each other, one man fucking pussy left and right. Yeah. So there was these two guys that were royals, and they started it all. They started wearing the wigs. They got syphilis. Wow, that's crazy. Nuts. So there's dirty ass Indian sluts. It has to be why they wear wigs in court. It has to, right? Like it has to be like a proper thing, like wearing a tie or something, like a gentleman wears a wig. I should start wearing a wig with that thing. Powdered wig. I thought about creating it to be funny, to show up with like a really high quality toupee. Jamar does that. Yeah, Jamar has like she had a hair system, not a toupee. I go to another country and get my fucking ass hairs more permanent. It really looks. I saw a video today where did I know? It was talking Garth Fisher's. It was talking about his clients that went down to Turkey to get a gastric bypass operation, and then a couple months later, like my stomach's bothering me, and the doctor's like, "Oh, let's check out what's going on with your stomach. How long have you only had one kid?" And she's like, he goes, "No, you have one kidney." And then contacts the other two girls around. So they went down to Turkey to get a bypass, a gastric bypass, and they stole fucking kidneys. Yo, not bad. But I'm really gross. There's literally body parts. That's crazy. What did it cost the kidney to get gastric bypass? There's not people who do that. What if they did really bad? Where does your circle? How big is your circle of give a kidney if they need? What happens if you already should fear your kidney? Not good. What I mean, like not good. It's two. That's why you're two. I mean, what if those sides catch up? What is it? Very good question. I think we live life relatively normal. Yeah, I think to the kids all the time, but you don't really hear about too many like severe kidney injuries. You know, like you hear about liver injuries, you hear about internal bleeding from guys from body shots. Don't hear too much about kidney.
punch in the fucking liver. It's the most painful thing. It's weird, right? It's a weird feeling. It's right. I thought of Mickey Gold told me. Mickey Gold to the TV. Yeah, so I swore with Mickey Gold once, I swore with Michael Bisman once, and both of them put me down with liver shots. No, sorry, liver shots. I can't. Liver shots, like, they called it. It's something once. This, I just put me down. I mean, the whole gym would go cackling back. It's with a liver shot. He's liver shot. Bare knuckle. Ilya Topuria. I'd rather be punched in the face 10 out of 10 times. He lost to Diego Sanchez. Shut it off. That's what he did it, man. That is a weight loss. He's in a 3 years weight loss. Yeah, that's a brutal thing. Like Kayla Harrison just won the bantamweight title. Bro, that picture of her, she was so big. She's so jacked, and then her getting down to 135. I don't know how much weight she's losing. I don't really want to ask, but I like her. She was competing in professional fighting. Yeah, when she was going to the PFL, she was 155. Picture of her land was like scary. Yeah, it's kind of funny from like high court professions in New Zealand. I've seen how the 145-pound division, and Amanda Nunes was the champion of it. For the health of both fighters, like that would be a good way. It depends on if Kayla Harrison can continue to make one to defend the titles. I don't know who's going to beat her. She's too fucking strong. She's so strong. That's a lot of like the chick. So it's like a real dominant chick for a while. Right? And it was KO power. Amanda was one rare, and then she could just punch you. Just blast you out of the orbit. You know, it's usually with women, it's like a combination. Amanda had extraordinary power. And when she knocked out Cyborg, that was wild. Was it Silva this last weekend? There was a knockout. The guy was asleep, standing, and it was the most softest thing. Yeah, like chin on Korean. Yeah, he was like 23 years old, and he was like, just saying you moved, and just like, it was a small little. I was asleep before he got around. One of the best left hooks of all time. It was literally like he just turned it over. And he's a kid, right? Yeah, he's young. No, he's not that young. No. Oh, I think he's 28. That's a lot of kids moving too. It's like a perfect place for sure. He's also moving body. Now that's a dude doing backflips in the ring. That's the worst feeling in the sport. I was knocked out, they come over and start kind of touching my face and I'll be like, thank you for the opportunity. Walk away from it. A lot of people do. Fucking jerk off. I want to talk to you. He goes, hey, will you play with me? No. I said, oh, God, that hates my guts. That's so funny. God just gave me a concussion. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. This lady's got a problem. You know, other than the Amanda Nunes fight, who's going to pay to watch her just steamroll somebody? You know, like if she can continue to make 135 and drops even more muscle mass and can make 135, fuck is going to be able to do it? It's almost like Mike Tyson back in the day. Yeah. It became a thing where they sort of offer you money back on the pay-per-views if he didn't last at least 2 rounds. Yeah, that was the whole thing. It was like, because he was knocking people out so fast. Yeah, everybody would look at pay-per-view based on how long you thought the fight would last. Like $60. But I remember people bummed out. It was like 30 seconds. But it was also fun to like, it was almost like his thing was, he was so vicious and people like they want the back and forth. They want 5 crazy fights. They want to like, you feel like you're getting your money's worth. Tyson Holyfield a year, right? I ordered that pay-per-view. I was driving around the night afterwards listening to the radio, and people were like complaining on sports radio. You're supposed to go like another man's ear off. And they don't have $60 just for that. If we were flying up here, we're like, watch a man eat another man. Hey, anything you want. Buy it once. Yeah, I hit the ear off the first time before that fight. Tyson has $50
ones that are your shape. It's funny as fuck. Friends now. I just love Vanderhoek has no idea. He is going to be Vanderhoek. Is it? Oh, he was my black. Really? Yeah. Back in LA. Oh man, he was like super coherent back in LA. I mean, that was a few years ago, 7 years ago, maybe. How long ago was Vanderhoek? 35 feet tour. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I don't think he had a real camp for that fight either. Because Vitor was supposed to fight somebody else, right? Yeah, very few athletes ever, I think, at this point. I know there's bigger contracts now. 2019, so 6 years ago. But very few athletes will ever understand the idea of that, like, what those guys' lives were like. Rainbow. Yeah, Rainbow was champion for like 2 fights. Wait, you know what I mean? He was awesome. They had a Walmart or anything. You see this thing, it's like 14 white tigers everywhere. And all his clothes are silk. Like, they're immediately, like, they were just getting $15 million a night. And one night, you know, he trained for that night, but that's crazy, man. I'm like, no athletes get that. Yeah, well, it's nothing like that. Does it? Yeah, Canelo has a giant deal. 6 still has that with the pay-per-view. Like, I just mean, some of these boxers are paying for it. Yeah, that sport's the only sport like UFC never paid like that. I don't know what the most amount anyone's been paid in the UFC for a fight. If I had to guess, it's got to be Conor. Yeah, I know Conor has made $100 million in the UFC, I believe. Fact. Is that going all out? I just mentioned I say that because I don't really know. I just read some article that tried to break down how much he made for each pay-per-view. How much he made in the beginning of the year, you know, like when he first on the numbers in the first year, like that shows 39.3, 108. Yeah. But that's us. Yeah, so that's like the pay-per-view bonuses versus like fight day. So what I was gonna say is I thought he made $100 million for the fight. So it can't be that. So 30 million. Oh, it says 30 million. I thought it was 100 million. His biggest payout is yeah, he's so 28 million. He's probably made the most. But it's like that was a full pay-per-view. So it was a huge pay-per-view. Right, but it did get paid. I mean, the only way they get paid anyway, of course. I mean, the bonus thing is great because it forces them to promote, but I don't want a silent killer. I don't want an Alex Pereira. I don't want to see him promote. You don't have to promote. He promotes when he puts people in orbit. Yeah, let him train. Let him shoot him. Going out with a sonic. Train. Don't pawn that guy out and have him do media everywhere. Like, his energy alone. Honor, though, that fucking guy, if he can get on the radio, if he can get on a talk show, if he can start talking shit, he'll Dana sees dollar bills like fucking Scrooge McDuck. Gold coins in the air. What about the Panther versus what's that girl she was fighting? They canceled it. They canceled it as it was starting. They already had the package for the main event, and then Macy Barber and like passed out shit on her. It's just I don't want to speak of turns. Some sort of medical condition that she was in trouble. Like, well, never mind, we're not doing it. Yeah, I told them again, I don't want to speak on turn, but I think years, I think. So, I should just wait, just never in time. You know, they miss weight, usually something's a lot of times they're injured or sick or something. Whatever it was. Sucks. That sucks for her. She's actually from my hometown, Jersey. Yeah, she's monster. Very good. Very better. I know her. Oh, I grew up with her. What an ass. Dave Porterfield is a big fan of Rocky Oman, yeah. Who's great too. But he's like, I'm betting on Molly. And he's like, you think I was having a Nashville is the truth. Like, she's a fucking problem. She's ragdoll. If you rose your own sport, how do you think you would good
used to bet on it. Yeah. But I can't bet the outcome. So I used in the early days when they first started having lines in sports books on bet. Because I would see like Anderson Silva, and it's like, if this is an 801, Anderson Travis Roeder, like, okay, that was different. Okay, Travis lost that fight, in my opinion, because he cut too much weight. Travis wasn't right. He was early in the fight. Some Travis Roeder's jiu-jitsu was fucking elite. Yeah, hard on the cardio level, like he spit against you on the ground, you're in trouble. He's just like shit jiu-jitsu. So never made weight. So won the title fight. That's right. Yeah, won the title he won. That's back in the day. It was like a crazy, like, just sort of like prize. Like it's just changed. Just it's more of a legit. You can't just give like a whatever reality. Because that's how you prize, and then one day they just change like it's gonna take on show. Did they always give you a title fight? Is that before that, dude? That was at a long fighter. I'm not 90% sure because I know he knocked out Marvin Eaton. I remember that fight, and you know he fought quite a few dudes, but the main theme was Travis. You were fucked. Yeah. He got a hold of Anderson, and Anderson tried to go. He just tired out. Anderson just blasted Anderson back. When he first came in, it was crazy. If you saw that guy before, you'd go, oh my God, how is this guy even alive? He should be taken to a hospital. He looks so bad. I've seen a lot of people weigh in looking really bad, but Travis was. So look at this. He's mounted on top of Anderson growing that mess. Yeah. I mean, but he just gassed out. I mean, he just had nothing left. He lost too much weight. So then Anderson got a triangle from the elbows. So they came up to a point in time where you could see him visibly fading. You know, yeah, I think if look at that Mauro, look how slick that is. This dude is so slick. Travis was so dangerous, man. He could spin him, but he was just too big for the weight. So that's my point. It's like, yeah, he was a live dog despite my point. He was tough. He really escaped. He lost weight, which would you before. I mean, dead. When I saw him, once you like when it's dominant force and once you lose, like your whole thing changes. Boy, John, overnight. Yeah, overnight. They said that one guy called him out, said, you know, and he turned into a beat him. And Glenn Johnson just beat him up through the ropes. It was just like it became like I just beat him. Well, Glenn Johnson knocking out one of those scary ones where you're on. Was the fight. Stop the fight, and then the ref did, and then he did it out some more times. Yeah. But you know what happened? Boy, and he fought John Ruiz and dropped back down to light heavyweight, and that's a real problem. There's like, you got knocked out, so it's like, it's stiff, dude. Like, when you get knocked out, it's just like, it's so, oh, that's so awful. What's that pretty much Anderson to the leg? Fight. Yeah. Just like he never really kept one fight since, but he never went to his one-on-one. And this is versus Horseberg. Racist ass Philly. So hilarious thing. It was me, David Lewis.
first White Boy weekend, first one we went to like a Oz Fest or Mayhem Fest, and then Lewis and Dave brought their friend who I was not Crypto West. We used to Lewis used to do this also. We'll say she's a chunkier girl. This is back then when I was younger. It's like if you become friends with a girl, like you can't separate friends. No one's gonna see her. You don't know when you fuck the girl that wasn't. She was really hot at me. So look, you know, I'm saying I would have dated her. But yeah, she was a little bit of a chunkier girl, and whatever it was. Thing with these guys in front of us, like it was like two of us. I want to say maybe three. I don't know the number of them. No, I don't think so. At first, it was just there was like one or two guys just there. They got on. Yeah, we just whatever. It was like a coyote trap. One coyote, and the rest of them surround you. And none of us are looking for trouble. Guys, the guys were. I think we were saying shit, like being funny, and I think they kind of were giving. And it's like, why don't you guys shut the fuck up? We're being dickhead comedians. They're like really serious about watching MMA fight right now. First we ever in Philadelphia, they start talking shit. So then we start talking shit, and then we kind of two guys, and then their group of friends shit, and they get wind that they just got jumped by these fucking nerds behind, and they went and got merch. Yeah. So then these guys, the nerds get merch. So these people we're working with. And they get a whole argument. These guys started talking shit to us. And by the way, we were above that. We could have fucking. We should have just higher ground. We should have just dominated these guys, but we just didn't want to fight and get kicked out. We're not like tough guys like that. So they start talking shit. And it's on you. And one of the guys goes, "It's like fuck you and fuck your fat bitch too." About the girl. And I want to see. We all just acted like we didn't hear it. We're like, I don't agree with that. I can't believe these guys were in a fight that except me when they was in my house. Well, you stand for yourself, lady. I mean, just accept that. She's a big girl. She could help. I pretend like we were waiting to find them and see 18,000 people out of the suck. Like, we did like jerk offs there. But that was so funny. It was Philly. Which historically helped. Hilariously and quick. Yeah. And then when they first heard from left him, Silva said his personality is good. Seems like and they were like, and they had him on the big screen. He almost had like a really, like, he's like holding the belt. And they're like, yeah, all right, you son of a bitch. That one's amazing. They cheer for him. Strange. We saw like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old John Jones was walking. I got in way early. Me and my stepmom used to get like, you know, ninja versus sumo wrestler. State. And then when it got like polls and everyone was kind of like, you know, trying to start doing like actual MMA, I lost track of it. And Lewis and Dave were super into it. So they were going to they went the rules, Cam, you checked out. I've been roommates in Brooklyn. It was like all the knockout submissions. They had like a series of videos. And it was Mark Lehman, he would teach her how to do it. She was like in the there was like this segment where it's like, hey kids at home, Dave, the shittiest, dirtiest apartment with like garbage everywhere, beer bottles everywhere, with grappling matches with our buddy Wes. Like, I thought we were here, Dave Smith. We had open head smacking rules. He would open head smack me here. Don't let it go bump. He's like, go find it a lot. Yeah, I'm going to assassinate him. He was a head lawyer who was grappling amongst garbage. That's how he says it was on my couch for a couple years. I never imagined he was going to be that good. But no. You know what? I shouldn't say no. I didn't know he was good. It's calm. It's interesting how, like, I said, this was just a guy. And that time I said we smoked pot, we essentially raised my daughter with a gay couple during the day. And my ex-wife would come home, and then we hit in the city at Lewis or how many times did your ex-wife accuse you of doing gay shit with her? So, you know, it's funny before. One of the reasons why I was that's the video that you made so recently. The girl like cornered her boyfriend. They might be. I mean, a lot of them were staying. She was you're fucking that guy. You're fucking him, Chris. Really? Gina's getting close to the other side. Down in junior course, he was the best. He was the best. Yeah, he would just saw on the show and just yell. He was like, "All right, so you're enough." We were looking for someone whose brother had an affair with his wife, and he just found out. He goes, "What a coincidence." My brother just had it linked down like the thing. They go, "I came back from Vietnam, very disappointed." Whatever the fuck it is, they would just say that damn shit, and he would just show up and act it. He would just keep on around. So you came back from Vietnam, and what did you just get over there? And he would just start talking to me. That's where it goes, man. The guy, Jimmy Jones. That girl died. He was like, "Oh, shit. Oh, okay, there you go." No, it's not her. They bring up the guy. He says, he goes, "Oh, you lied to me." And his face is real, like, embarrassed. And he killed the gay guy over here. She used to do, like, all girls like. So, at the club, like, you couldn't even be in the club. So, they would do, like, a show where it would be all girl wait staff, all girl everything. All girl on a Tony show. She was doing security. No security. Gang fights in the bathroom. I think it's the right club. It's just female staffed with everything. That's crazy. If you try to do it all male, it'd be hilarious. There's like, I forget, there's some shit in some town where their egg is like, and the shift is all 100% female. Please, dude, let's look at it. Take over this fucking city. You don't do that with on a flight. I wasn't on a flight where it's like, just so you know, today, all of the flight attendants, right now, wasn't that the case in Toronto when the plane attendant that was not the flight with Denzel Washington? No. They woke you up and they were like, "Hey, she came in hot on the landing and flipped the plane." Oh, you were in Yeah. I think it was one of the, if I get a female Uber driver, I rebook my Uber. Oh my god. They drive so slow and buy like the, why not just chill? I did, I've never been one twice. I did an Asia
worst. A lot of that in New York City sometimes. Yeah, it's crazy. And they are slow. Not cheap. Usually. It is brutal. Sit there. Not yell. From Manchester to London, when you get into London, the speed limit is 20 miles an hour.
That's so crazy.
It's insane. I don't know what it is. My driver had, it was in miles per hour, like his speedometer, and it was 20 miles an hour. You know, it just feels like you're in slow motion. It's insane.
Do they always use miles per hour?
This car specifically had miles per hour. You're on the wrong side of the road. Yeah, weird. Country resort. So they're on the opposite side as well. And I rented mopeds when I was in Jamaica, and you get used to it very quick. But you think it's going to like drive into Canada, right? We go to Canada signs like, oh no. You're leaving a little east. Yeah, who's still working?
How many different countries use inches and miles an hour? Does it have kilometers now? Doesn't everybody use?
I still think they're wrong.
Trying to get you metric systems that this is going to be the thing we all accept. Like,
It's the way to kind of I don't follow the Dewey Decimal System. You know, suck my dick, old people.
fuck your kilogram.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing that one country just said, nah, we can't burn it. I mean, how many countries have inches? I think it's maybe England, the UK, USA, and Canada.
It's their main thing is definitely kilometers for sure.
Everything else is kilometers. So, like, those like 6 countries that have miles per hour.
Inches.
This is weird. I still don't know.
I feel like Canada, I think, is inches in every place. I think it's 36. It's 26,000. But you guys have a majority of
Countries use kilometers per hour. 90% of the world uses miles per hour. U.S. thing, interesting.
This is all the UK. I wasn't wrong.
They measure people in stone. So let's say
I have no idea what that means.
I think it's 30 pounds. I think is it 13 pounds each stone? It's a weird old tiny fucking measure, but you have to say stones. I think so.
Probably 2 pounds. I think it was
2 pounds, so that would be 240 pounds, 10 stone.
I think it was actually like a fucking scale, justice scale. Like the person on one side and stones on the other. Big one comes from. I do like it. It's shitty food, but it's just so cool. Like London's like being the only circumcised person in a room that piece of shit.
So no, 10 stones, 140 pounds, right? You said it's 14 pounds per? No, 20 stone, 240 pounds. So then you'd have to say that like 5 stone, 9 ounces, and then say the fucking pounds. It's weird. Like, why? We're talking about weird things to keep holding on to. Stone, that's a strange one.
If you go and see the places, any of those weird destinations for you.
Yeah, it's interesting. You go into this one, shit in that town.
Oh yeah. You see how New York was like this art there. Yeah. London's a cool town. I like honestly, I like cities that remind me of New York. So like I love Rome. Rome's like the OG. New York. It's fucking really cool. So I don't think you're wrong there, Dan. That's like New York.
That's moving.
Yeah. They were just like architecturally, technologically, they were way.
That St. Peter's Basilica, bananas. I think about it all the time. I think about it all the time. Like the amount of work involved to make something that spectacular. The Sistine Chapel was fucking nuts. Michelangelo went blind painting it. Like he was on scaffolding and like paint was just dripping into his eye and sort of going mad and fucking. It's so cool. The details. Like, he wasn't even a painter, which is the craziest thing. That wasn't by trade what he did. He was just a genius. He could like emulate like that crazy ass art. Sculpture is insane. Yeah. The fucking art of that too. Yeah. Walking through the pipes like how much. This is car museum in the world, and I'm going again. I brought my son a few years ago on a son trip. We could have done an 8-hour tour. It was so cool. It was just never ending. Journal was more awesome than the next. And the big map room, just 150 feet wide, fucking however many feet tall, 99% accurate. Whatever year it was that they made it, it was like, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. 99% accurate by hand. Crazy. I can't even begin to toward me today. The car goes back to Joe. I said, he's going to think it's gay. And he was like, yeah. It's funny that art was gay. The books that they have a crazy library. Like, they probably have some books from the library. Alexander, they got tucked away in there. Well, if you're like, like the more like erotic the shit is, there's like levels that you can only have access to if you're like, that's why I believe they are capable of hiding level information. That's why I believe people are capable of hiding all kinds of shit. You know, like English shit. Fuck, the dragons. Other countries are trying to get up to do shows like you can just have the internet. New York to LA is a 6-hour flight. New York to Amsterdam is a 7-hour flight. It's like I've done everything, most things I should say. Probably a little young in comedy. And intimidated myself in situations. Well, it's not much about going back, go to like the next restaurant, or like, you're doing that. When I was in South Africa, I was wealthy. Their money is garbage. But I've enjoyed some places when I've gone to them. I am such a just like I understand the food. What am I going to plug my stuff into? Does it explode if it's wrong? It blows. When you walk through the red light district, this is where you get my like snacks. Like, you know, it's so for buns, it's so for like dumb America. Fucking just Choco Taco. Tacos are great. Choco Tacos are fucking badass. Yeah, I felt like Kid Rock burrito. Just trying to get famous here. Just hang out here. It's the best way to be famous if you get famous. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Right. Nobody got really figured it out. Also, by cutting down that like, you know, Bud Light, that Bud Light thing, they cut down those cans. Like, that was like one of the craziest moments in the economy. Like, that fucking, the Bud Light stock dropped like a rock. Like, that moment when Kid Rock guns down the Bud Light. Kid Rock maybe, though, if we were going to appoint him something, he should be the minister of beer. Like, he should be the person deciding what beer we should have. I'll accept that. His friendship with the president is hilarious and wacky. There's been no other thing like that ever. You know what I mean? Ever kind of like Clinton and Iverson kicking once in a while. Right. Like, that never happened. Well, there was, what the fuck? Bobby Brown and fucking Joe Biden fucking golf and crush ass together. What the fuck's his name? That's friends with Kim Jong-un. Ron. That's Ron. He goes over there and Kim Jong-un. That's the best documentary. Did you ever see that documentary? Oh, treat yourself. As soon as humanly possible, it's Dennis Robbins' Big Bang and Pyongyang. Oh, boy. It starts off as him going over there believing he's doing something diplomatic. And then they go, all right, so you're going to go home and gather up some players and come here. And the documentary filmmaker goes on the flight back, when they were coming back now to North Korea, he goes, oh, I noticed the last time that Dennis started drinking again. And he was supposed to be like, stop drinking completely. And then the documentary takes off because it's just Dennis Robbins fucking up in North Korea for 2 hours.
So he sort of bowing everybody. It's not a bowing culture, so that's pretty hilarious. He treats the North Koreans like they're dolls. Like grab them and make them come sing karaoke and just points at them. Like while they sing, he dominates the room and everyone's afraid of him and everyone hates him. Oh no. It's one of the best documentaries. Is there a trailer? Fun trailer. Oh yeah. Oh, also Kim Jong-un also does not want much to do with the problem. What? Like after his meltdown, he like stiffs him. He like has to try to meet him at his like chalet, and then he's not there. And it's just Dennis Rodman crying. This is the trailer.
Dennis Rodman has made an historic announcement for his recent visit to North Korea to visit sports, particularly North Korea, inviting Mr. Dennis Rodman.
How much influence stylistically took for Dennis Rodman? Almost the same guy, a lot of people say.
Concerned, as many Americans are, about giving a birthday present to a man who
Pause it for 1 second. Did you hear that interview on ESPN? No. So they had him and the players that agreed to play go on there, and he loses his mind. That's right. But in the documentary, they show you the whole build-up to that, which is the guy's meeting that Dennis Rodman. Right? Dennis is all he's wrong right now, and America's turning on us. We're going to do this interview with CNN. Well, Dennis is asleep, hungover, and we'll just do it just us, and we'll be able to explain this better. You know, we're just trying to be diplomatic. There's something here. And then Dennis Rodman wakes up and finds out they're doing that. He just bars on, and he just cuts a wrestling promo on this, and it's just slobber filled. It makes no sense. So great.
So you have to let the Koreans win.
You know that? Oh, it didn't matter. The Koreans, the game was such nonsense. First it was the Americans versus them. The Koreans kept up with them because their Robin stops playing. He just changed out of his thing, puts on shiny clothes and goes and hangs out with Kim Jong-un right away. And then it was at halftime, he just goes, some people switch jerseys, and then he goes, so we can play together. Try to sing along happy birthday to Kim Jong-un when he starts the game. So they just listen to like 2 minutes while he's singing. It's really, it's 2 fantastic hours of television. I recommend it highly. I love that kind of just brazen, not seeing it, what's happening around you. Everyone's hating him, and he's just like, I'm killing it. Keep moving.
That's good. So, here's a goal.
No, well, I don't think so. I'm sure he still drinks, though. You stopped drinking. How was Protect Our Parks with no drinking?
It was fun.
You're the only one not drinking there.
Yeah.
But then at some point, aren't you wrangling free?
Yeah.
People who are blackout drunk.
But that's okay. I've been blackout drunk. I know what it feels like. It's so bad. It's just for health purposes. I was like, I work out so much and I take care of my body. Like, why am I poisoning it all the time? And I said, let me just take a break. I just took a break and I was like, wow, why am I doing it? It's like, what am I doing? Like, everybody's like, you want to drink? Yeah, let's have a drink. But sometimes you just do a sad, have a whiskey, have a shot before it.
You feel like you're doing something. If you're bored when everyone else is drinking. But it's really no, like, I have way more energy when I'm drinking.
Yeah.
I can stay up and like be present. Like I want to be my limit. I'm drinking or smoking weed.
Dude, I've had 3 months off and I'm starting at 1 day physically where I feel like shit. That has to be
Incredible shit. So and as you're getting older, like just like whatever it does to like my metabolism. So everybody's different. But it was like a huge difference in terms of the gym, how much I could run, how much I could live. It's fun. It's fun always. Sometimes you want to punish yourself a little bit. That's fine. Or a lot. No, that's okay too. But I guess it was fun.
Yeah, they were trying to say for a while, they're like a doctor. One drink a night. Remember they were trying to say for a while that one drink a night is
Probably a glass of red wine after work.
You know what the problem with that is? If you don't order a ring, you wear one of those things and you have one drink, you'll notice it's usually significant. It's real. It's measurable. Oh, I'm trying to track anything that's going to be bad news. Yeah. You should get a sleep study because why did know for a fact that I died 27 times a night?
Yeah, the other things you can do where you see a doctor, they're like able to essentially predict within a couple of years of when they're actually going to die.
It's the Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know, Joe. Is that part two where they come and they put him in that machine like Luke Skywalker? Oh, they come out right? Bird's gonna be more than that. Every time I see him, it's one, settle down, boy. He's, oh no, Bird has incredible willpower. Like, Bird walks, exercises a lot of weight. He just drinks it.
It's sort of the same thing, you know, so he feels like, afterwards, that's not, but he was like, my cry sharp, I'm like getting fucked up, and it's like that.
Like, if he does a show, he doesn't take his shirt off, people will take his shirt off, and they want it to come off. 100%, yeah, I do too. I told her, I went to the balcony when he's about to take his shirt off. Last time I said it's a big cheer, the pop when he takes his shirt off, everybody goes crazy, it's fun.
When I did a first podcast last time, I was like, something really get in your head about like all these complaints are about Bert being the same person that we all are, and also who he is. But it's like now it's all of a sudden like I worry about that shit. I'm like, Bert, people want you to take your shirt off. Bert, they want to hear your stories about your family. You're letting people go like, well, you don't do it like this person. Like, well, you don't tell jokes like Mark Norman. You know, it's not what your family. So it's not a thing to worry about. You read the comments. That's the problem. Read the comments will fuck with your head.
No matter how mentally strong you are, if you read a bunch of opinions about it, it'll fuck with your head.
Yeah, and it's just like the same people who go on to Yelp and write reviews. It's just people that want to complain. So when you go to social media,
Yes.
it's just like it feels like I have a pretty decent fan base. Like Legion Saints, we have a really like healthy fan base. And then there's like 30 dudes.
Not healthy.
Well, not physically. There's like 30 dudes who hate me and want my son to die. And then if you go on Twitter, I'll just see that, and it does like fuck with you.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's all 30 of his followers. There's a lot of crazy people out there. There's also a lot of kids who just want to get a rise out of you. Right. There's a lot of things about it. There's a lot of people that want to fuck with your head, but it's almost all unhappy people, unfortunately.
I just want to very quickly though, like the ones that I respond to, you know, I respond like my things like to respond kind of funny. I'm like in fights. Yeah. So do some kind of 2 paragraphs, but I'm terrible. I'm not be like, you know, come on, Jimbo, you don't mean it. And then how much they write. I mean, without fail, almost every single time, like, dude, just be a piece of shit. I had a crappy day. Love you, dude. I listen to you. Sometimes just that's one tweets at me almost every day. Where he says, Rothschild almost has lip fillers, and he's trying to get this to get things done. And then like everybody's trolling. I'm like, this fucking guy. And like for 80 years, Rothschild almost has lip fillers. So I'll respond to everything other than his. Like just say you're focusing on his lip fillers. And I don't know, those guys are beautiful. We're in show. Did he show at a show in there's a while. He showed up at a show in Raleigh, North Carolina with a t-shirt that said Willie Gomez has lip fillers. And then I was like, I should bite your fucking nose off your face. She's like, oh man, like it's hilarious. You're being silly every day. Silly. Yeah.
Fun to be a fan.
Yeah.
You know, I was like,
Gotcha.
I steer clear of comments because that is like, I'm not letting people they show up like
There's so much of this Skankfest. It's like half of the people are on Reddit and trolling. You go to Skankfest and it is just thousands of people.
Yeah.
Just love.
Yeah, particularly, it's like the same times you might be a murderer. It's like every time the Skankfest do, I will do you used to be good, but you suck dick comedy out.
Guy who's a fan of he's wearing black glasses, long black hair. He was in every episode. He ended up murdering his mother. And then
Great friends with Doug Stanley.
and his friends with his mother. Like in jail pen now in San.
He's like halfway house thing, and that was a mental issue.
Which is like clear
if you kill your mom, she would have to do something really bad. If you kill your mom, I feel like I don't care anything about you mental issues. If he was in the he called us, he described it. It was like he thought she was like the woman that he had to stop before she got into the world. He went, I still feel like you should look that guy up. Actually, BJ Penn, he's like losing it right. BJ Penn claims that his family are imposters. That someone is kidnapped his family and replaced them. Yeah, that's a great guy. Isn't it funny when they with mania and manic shit like that? And bipolar, those kind of things, like they really like they're textbooks. If you look it up, because I looked it up before you look up, it's texting one sentence at a time, or like a newfound thing in like religion. Those things, that's one of them too. Like everyone in my life's been replaced with yeah. A lot of that is they have a chip with this guy who killed his mom and Doug Stanhope became friends with. He gave a very compelling story, and when we're saying goodbye to him, he goes, I remember this. He goes, I just want to say, when I was going through all that horrible stuff, and the last several years, still always, man, I listen to you guys and laugh, and I just want to say, I love you guys. I was like, well, I think I speak to the group when I say, if you feel someone is a problem, so yeah, we're a demon. You guys are doing something all this together. You're celebrating comedy. It's like a real comedy, like your comics. Never been taught so much. You know, and everybody says the vibe is so fun. It's starting to come back into the public eye. Yeah, but one of my favorite moments is when he went up and skated. It's the first time he performed bands. They're educated. Tell them to pull off themselves first. Yeah, not a single person video, not a single. Any of the set, it was just him on stage, standing ovation. It made TMZ. It was fun. I got emotional. Like, that was fucking so cool. That's cool. What was going on? I was going to come outside when I saw the joint outside. Yeah, sure. Visitors walking through that room. I was thinking about it. He goes, oh, you know, she wants to come on over. I didn't overthink the moment you're about to watch. It was really cool. Like, that was one of the most moments of the festival. That and then the Tough Crowd. We had the Tough Crowd reunion. It's getting dressed in Brooklyn a few years ago. Everybody from Tough Crowd get together. That's awesome. Yeah, Colin, you know, being at the head of it, that was awesome. That was awesome. That show. We should just make a podcast. A huge podcast. 100%. I wonder if he has a name. I think he does. I think he does. I think he just doesn't want to. It might be something someone needs to offer it to him and put it together. Someone, like, because he's a man, you said it. I never even thought of that until this moment. But seriously, a lot of people have a lot of he's been approached with it. He was great. He's awesome. Colin was awesome. He was great. All the comics that were there, they all like worked out to watch him. For me, the real one, he's such a pro. It's also so interesting. Yeah, it's such an interesting guy. He does the one-man shows. Fantastic. The last time I did Tough Crowd, he warmed up the crowd. So he's doing stand-up in front of the crowd. He was fucking murdering. I'm like, this is way better than even Tough Crowd. Like, he's one of those underrated guys of all time. You know, like all his comics, you know how funny he is? He's like a real comics comic. And everything, like, he's like in the top three for, it's like a tell. Like, there's always like top three for every comedian. It was also, that place was like the Shark Tank that for some guy. Oh, yeah. That fan. I never felt bad for someone in my life. So I had him on there. And the only segment that was produced of Tough Crowd, you remember, was the last one. He had to write and give them like the
whatever your little rant was going to be about the final topic. I did it once. About that final topic. That was the only homework you had to do at all. And that fan was clearly going to do something about like his mother and do the voice or something. And Patrice, right before he comes back to his fourth segment thing, he goes, yeah, see if you can do 2 minutes without talking, doing your mom accent. And then Voss and all those guys just like started bouncing on it, and he just had to go like, hey, you guys, so my mother. It was like an OG podcasting, like just a bunch of comics sitting around, just barking at each other, arguing. It was so fun. It was way ahead of its time. But then again, like Regis and Kathy Lee was a podcast technically too. If you really think about it, like View, all these shows. I think I'll be it was a big start. Yeah, for sure. That was like no structure. We all could be on Opie Anthony in 67 North, Kuya, and Opie here. Same fucking conversation. It was just, I was more of a Howard Stern guy. I know so were you as well. But I don't know, Anthony, like shows like Legit Skanks, that's the truth. Like we also, there's a lot of fans that are just like, just these 50-year-old truckers, just like we need something. And our generation would have a much harder time. Like it wasn't like back in the day when Stern was bringing on the comics, all the comics, because that was like his crew you're trying to build. Like we were past that, so we had there was no like show that was like that for anybody, which except for Opie Anthony. I was Ron and Fez. Remember Ron and Fez show? That's the show that kind of like took me in, jogged with best. Yeah, and that was one of them. Ron Banks was fucking great. He's the best. He's so funny. Yeah, there's like, there's a whole track, like Ancient Man, and fucking prehistoric track podcast to where it is. But it's now Mark Maverick just he's done. He's hanging it up. Not fun anymore. But like, Opie and Anthony, what they did with the service, they put comics on. There was a few comics that would come on Stern, they would interview, and they were mega stars. Opie and Anthony figured out they 3 or 4 comics in a room and chaos. It was just going to be people bouncing off each other's moments that nobody knows going to happen. Really cool. Stern to nothing. You want a car? That's what I get. Yeah, Stern's thing now is for comics. Stern sucks now. Now it has to be. I know it's funny. Like I was one of the last people to check out. Yeah, you like the movie Turn? I still arbitrarily just go to it. I think he's the best that ever did it. I think I give him all the kudos in the world. None of it. I give him all the kudos in the world. It's just I think I think his last like phase here might be like I might be weirdly too young for it. Like the interviews don't really run on. These are good. Me and Cameron with Sarah Jessica Parker. It's just not gonna get you. Back in the day, you need a guy. One of those guys died from LFO. Remember that song from the 90s? What's that like? Chinese food makes me sick. Something or other. I don't know what that is. Europe. It's one of the same type of boy bands. And they got pretty popular. And one of those guys would talk about fucking Jennifer Love Hewitt, and the way he found that he was dumb to like, she gave him a ring that was like a promise ring from her to him, and then he saw like a tabloid walking with another guy, and the guy had the same exact ring. That's just her ring she gives out. Wow, girl. Yeah, giving out right. I know. She fucking aged like a goddamn plum, though. It's like shit. No. I feel bad since it's a big TV platform. She trashed your girlfriend on me. That's the way to do it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, no. Pamela David, did she fall off? She was the hottest woman in the band. She put it back on again. It didn't help a lot. No, she was Pamela Anderson. First of all, the documentary that Jake loves on his record is Jake loves. Why? Love them. The one they watch a documentary all day long. It's in the looks. But the thing about her made me like her. The one that Anna Nicole Smith, because what a piece of shit she was. I mean, terrible person. And then Pam Anderson made me kind of like fall in love with her again, where I'm like, this
this is really just like a dummy who just believes in love. Yeah, she's like a she had a couple moments where she talked about like during the Me Too movement, she was like, look, she was like, I got invited to every hotel room by every director in Hollywood. She was like, I didn't go because I knew what the fuck they wanted. And she kind of had a very real opinion on that whole sort of movement of what was going on. It's like, you know what's happening if you go to a hotel room with some fucking powerful guy. Like, you know, you have to take a certain amount of accountability yourself. And she had a very real take on it, which I kind of respected. Well, Hollywood had a long history doing that. Quick room in his office. His name was Quick Tarantino. His name was Florentino. Sperano, was it? Like that. It's like I'm gonna have Selma Hayek. I think looking through the sweet sensation of Selma Hayek's beautiful. God, she was such a good serial killer. That was great. I just watched it like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, such a good psycho. I prefer Black. Those was on called Sinners. I don't think it was on the social program. I thought Sinners was great. People hate Sinners. It was really good. I'm trying to politicize everything. I'm like, it's just a fun vampire movie. Who cares? Vampire movie. The first vampires were like white, you know, like feasting on black people. And, which, you know, black people were more delicious. And very rarely other than white. Remember Black Hill? They had to be a comedy. Black Hill? Yeah, there it is. Black documentary. Blackula was the mailman on Pee-wee's Playhouse. Yeah, really. You died hating him. What? I thought Pee-wee heard when he died. Yeah. You know, over the interview with Howard Stern, Howard Stern asked him about this. Like, yeah, we don't speak anymore. No. He thought he didn't get enough credit, I think, for Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's weird. You know, Pee-wee was a real bitchy queen, but very easy. Like, basketball. It's easy for me. I don't want to be great. I love Andy Dick. There was the problem. It was just too dude laughing, but just couldn't stop breaking character. It's more just like sad he's going through now. It's like he's one of those guys like letting himself get used. Like people I assume for drugs or something. Because he ends up on these like weird pods where it's like he's sleeping at some guy's house or something. Weird. He's out. He was right there. Yeah, like, they're funny. They're pretty good. You know, like QB, Halloween or something. They're funny. If you like Adam Sandler, I love Adam Sandler. I love silly movies. Like, I love Joe when he played his own sister. What was that one? Jack and Jill. She doesn't But I had people love that. I didn't like that. I fucked about the Soul Train. I got on the Soul Train. So, dead, like, that's solid. It is one of those Tim Burton movies. It's just like a fun, weird fucking movie. You know, I love the first one. I saw Tim Burton made the first Pee Wee movie. Really first Tim Burton movie. Oh, that makes sense. Remember? They were calling that story to their heads down. Large fucking was so fun. Or a Pee Wee's Big Adventure. That was so fun. Pee Wee's Playhouse was trippy. I didn't even know that. That's how like weird. Like, wow. First of all, the whole thing was all like nods for adults and kids. It was totally like an anime. It wasn't just like a kids movie. It was an anime movie. What's the fucking deal here? Big Top Pee Wee. It was a little bit weird. Big Top Pee Wee was his. He tried to do it himself. And that's why they did terribly. Oh, because again, there's jokes in the scene with somebody that just goes on for like 5 straight days and never stops. That's why they're having that big job. Just getting further and further down to 5 in the middle of the movie. Because it was like hardcore making out with that shit. Well, I think when I was older, I think I would have gotten that. So the 17 to the like Warhol inspired stuff. I remember the episode of Pee Wee's Big Adventure where Pee Wee's Playhouse where the chimpanzee in the bowl and it was just like ASMR close with the dog as he was a kid. Yeah, for sure. Just whatever it was just a little bit. He got rolled up with some bullshit cases out. Oh, we got caught jerking off. We got caught jerking off in the game movie. Or you're supposed to jerk off. That didn't ruin the way what he did. It's pretty Buffy the Vampire movie. And he shot. That's why he was shot. Charles Manson. Did you watch it, Amy? No, I saw the clips of it. I was really into it. Didn't the show canceled? Like, the show was already done. Okay, the show was already done. I think it was below. Isn't that? He had a career for real, but after that, what took him down was bullshit. He was going to bed sweep that got Jeffrey Jones. What's that? That was the principal from Ferris Bueller, the actual child pornographer. Oh. And Peter was friends with him, so they went and searched me. He got nailed with obscene material charges, but he was lumped in with like pedophilia. What is that? Open test, the LA court charges of hiring a 14-year-old boy to pose for photographs. Pose for photographs. He's a good guy. Yes, they charges documented. Oh man. The first time we did your podcast, we showed us all your cool toys in your LA studio. I was so addicted. Like your compound bow. I've told the story so many times on podcasts. That's the first time we came here. And it ends so great. Because me, David Lewis, all came in LA. Oh, we were our hands in, like, we go. There's a pool table, broke a rack, and sunk a few. Like, cool. Like, wow. And you go, and here's my prize. Because I
competitions that you had. They do it for golf and stuff too. The Kevlar screen bunting. Yeah. And you had the flat tip. I go, you probably want to do this one because the flat tips, no one's going to get hurt. And then you fucking whale 2 elk. And then you go, let's go podcast, boys. You just showed us all those toys. The problem with those toys is I can't teach you that quickly. I understand corners that I had ourselves. We would have been there. We were was like, why doesn't Joe embrace his date? And then someone brought up the first picture we ever took. It's so funny. It's the werewolf. Standing behind the werewolf like I'm fucking it. Getting sucked off. It was getting sucked off by the bear. And Dave was just leaning in, touching it. Like, you know what? His hand on the head gently. Yeah. His team. We're trying to figure out how we get the ropes. Yeah. My ogre's fearing it right now. First of all, shit. That's right now. We're ready. I'm a lucky guy. I'll shave that plant. Alright, gonna do a stint over there, Vale. I think we got Ian. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, he's got a great Spear show. Every time the Roman Spear gets talked about, we never get. When Ken Williams said 6 unfunny comments, what's it like? One of the 6 unfunny comments. Try. He thought I wouldn't have him on. I'm like, Brian, love you. He's so fun. I couldn't wait to have him on right away. I'm like, I reached out to him right away. I go, that's notched out to you because I didn't know if you wanted to do it. Sure. Like, I didn't know he wanted to have him on a long time ago. I was like, sure, one of my favorite, like, stand-ups to watch a special of. Because I have a hard time, like, laughing. I see the titles for it, but I don't know what he's saying. I know. So good. Something about him when he's cooking too, when he's cooking really on fire, is different than everybody else. He's like, that guy gets cooking, man. He gets cooking. Like, he wants the crowd that's falling. Oh, yeah. He's a beast. He's a wild boy. At least. He knows how to drive, too. Put him on the driving simulator, he's fucking killed it. I always like, into a track on Rothschild hip hop. It's like pro athletes and races. It's very weird. Yeah. I mean, he talks, man. He still was dresses like the old black guy who comes to play basketball. So it looks like he's not going to be that. But I still, a teenager. It's the funniest thing when he goes, what's this? This is him in our racing simulator. By the way, doing it. Fucking good. It's good gravity. Side to side, and it's crazy noises. It feels like you're really drunk. Terrified. He's on it, man. Yeah, it's hard. The steering wheel reacts as if your tires would react on at high speed. Are you a racetrack? You drive a racetrack? I can't drive 30. One of the things we performed at a racetrack, and they had the car, it was a convertible, and they took us all for like a couple loops, or like individually, one time, once I started giving them, and people are going, no, like the corners are coming, and they were like, you didn't freak out. I go, I just blind trust they're not going to kill us. Like, right? Like, are they going to put us in real, like, it's like wheeling down the fucking road here. I assume they're not going to do anything they don't know how to do perfectly. This one Bert's famous because Bert's fun and he reacts big. You just sat there like, I was just like, I can't scream like that. Like even you guys did my nails on the show, I freaked out. Gets his nails painted by our Asian lady every week. Got my teeth fixed, can't bite my nails. They grew in raggedy. I tried to take care of it myself. They got my nails on the show one time. Because if you just did this to Jay, if you show him, you pull your cuticle back, he'll freak out. For some reason, it's a weird thing. So we had an Asian lady come in, and we warned her. We were like, listen, the type of show, the jokes we're going to make. She was so cool. It's like, well, she barely spoke any English, but she was such a fun time. And she did his nails on the show, and he screamed like a girl the whole time. Before like that, we pull away. Like I did not enjoy it. Yeah. And it became a thing where every week after that, he came in with a new colored nails. Every other week. But it's the, like every week, I'm not a gay man. No, once they were done, then once you can't really undo it. I don't know what to do now. I can't take care of that good myself. I can't make it look like that. Just go get it done. Get some fuck. That's what I got. Yeah. So works Lewis. Leave him alone. Jay Lewis, you chose to have lip rings to connect. I have one, or had one. I can't believe we actually had one. Did they connect with Cersei's? I had a nipple ring, I had a lip ring. I like my wear ring. Isn't the funniest thing you had all those things when you're like now you with body stuff? Yeah. You never had a nipple ring attached to your tit. It's like sexy in tank tops. I was so bad, dude. Just the fact you had a nipple ring. Why did you get it done? I don't know. I just wanted to like tags and piercings and shit. I was young. I was surprised though. I kept from being fat my whole life. Also, I kept my tattoos always to arms. Never did ones I would have to take my shirt off before. So I would do stomach. No, but you had like here. I have my chest tattoos. Chest on my own. I got one on my back. It says on my own. It was not ironic for a guy who owns a company and has 1,000 friends and collaborates with people and everything he does. He's on his own. It says on this side, hotel right. You think out early on though, the best way to not get cold. We can say everything we want. YouTube owns. Every time we get close to that plaque, 4 YouTube channels taken down in the 90-something thousands subscribers because Christ, they just start reviewing it and they're like. What's it about? Most of the time, it's fucking dumb producers living in like community and shit like that. Harm risk. That's great. Yeah, it's changing a little bit. All the words you're like saying, like he found like all the known words, right? And this includes discussions of elections, ideologies, movements, race, gender, sexuality, abortion. Beautiful. We're back. Not remove anything considered to be in the public interest. Oh, dude. Abortion too. So we can do that about here. Interest though. That's I'm glad they changed it to that. That's why it's a weird thing. Like jokes. Like specific. Like I got my I can't go live or advertise on Instagram for you because I was talking a bit I did on my first special podcast about how I look at free cocaine in Mexico. I went up to legal. Until you really hear the yeah, they get you for RICO charges now. Yeah, it's like, oh shit, rock one year, you hooked up with a fucking doozy. Oh, that shit, like that thick smoker's voice. It's like coming like cabin. They're a little bit long, you know, like cruise, especially a heavy metal cruise. Especially in the 90s, there's no hot chicks on those bills. Yeah, we did a shit run in a bunch. Dude, I was watching this documentary today on one of those cargo ships wind up sinking. Have you ever seen it? It's apparently like the most dangerous part of the ocean across. For Lewis, where's the Black Sea? Did I see his eyes across it? They get a documentary about watching cargo ships getting nailed by these monster waves. Imagine being on a fucking cruise ship and some shit like that. Where's it left the Black Sea? Where's that at? See if we can find some videos before. I'm just not good at it. Like, you feel the power of fucking ocean. I've done those cruise ships enough to be like, it's just, if you go off that boat, it's gonna. Everyone stop. Look at this. It's the cargo shipment too. Apparently, if you fall off a cruise ship, look at this shit. If you fall off a cruise ship, they can't turn around and get you. There's more death by fire. That's out to you. Oh, Christ. That's no find the donuts in the ocean. The ocean's the worst part of that to me is that if I fell off holding onto the donut and hearing the sounds of Tesla slow. Those Samsung phones are like Indian Coast Guard battles massive. There's another one, Jamie, that's UVs. Isn't ready to get on some of those cars on things? EVs, sorry, EVs. So is it just a wire, or is that how they get over sometimes? People sometimes tell you hard about that. Fill with electric cars. It just says easy, it doesn't say, if it was Teslas, it would say cargo ship filled with Teslas. They would throw you on under the bus for sure. Yeah, I'm not selling an electric car. They're great when they work. It's just like, you have them plugged into your house, it's the shit. You never go to the gas station. You just plug it in when you go to sleep at night. Easy. Your car will be more reliable. Well, really. The thing is about driving them, like that's like shit. No, well, they make them better every 3 years. When do they peter out? What's like that? That's a good question. You can get them, that are many years old. It's just their batteries degrade slightly over time. So, like, if you first come to the miles, and, after like 5, 6, 7, 8 years, it's probably
miles or something like that. You know, gas station. It's silent. They move faster.
I mean, how quickly you get a return on it? When I was a kid, you remember this too, like, they would say, oh, Honda's a best because you can get 200 something. Oh, yeah. Last forever. Yeah. My buddy, really big sports guy, big sports, great coverage. He was like, dude, he was like, get an actor. He was like, it'll last 250,000 miles, last 70s. That was a fucking great car.
Comfortable as shit, big. It's like fucks up. That's fun.
I was like, I'm so bummed.
It looks a really great value if you want to get a car or a brand new Accord. You can get an S class from a while ago.
Well, I thought about that. Is it possible to get, like, you know, is there such thing as a brand new old car? So if you buy a brand new 2019 7 Mustang and somehow get a new, that kind of motor in it, like no computer, none of that shit, and just like the one you can fix yourself,
You definitely get
brand new.
Yeah, this company's will do that for you. For sure. They'll make a car with a car grader, the whole thing. Some of them don't, though. Most of them use a Creed engine, so what they'll do 5.0 like a modern Ford 8-cylinder Coyote engine.
Get a new one.
So it has like an ECU, it has like what's like this little motherboard, like you program it, you know, it's electronic.
I used to have a Grand Cherokee that when I got out of the car sometime to start it, I learned that to get a hammer and start it. Maybe the crank. And it didn't start. And I just get so you got a car for a year, this one brand new car. Right, you can like take in on it. When you say, when you bring it in and go, hey, it's having a problem. They go, did the light go? I just haven't been put away. So the light's not on anymore, but it was there. They go, plug it in and find that there was a light that came on at some point, but they can't do anything to it. And it's not happening. You know what I mean? There's not a thing where it's like, there's this clip. It's probably a belt goes over. Oh, really? Things. See, they seem confused by,
You go to that mechanics, man.
it's the dealership.
Okay. So they probably have everything to a computer program, and the computer program talks to the engine.
Computers in the car. I think as we get everything up, it's more like we knew my mom Larry, not Chuck and Larry. That's okay, guys, got married. Chuck and Al were like, I think about it too. She probably fucked Chuck or Al. My mom really, your mom? My mom really threw the puss
house around to make sure we had what we needed. We were going in a prostitution way. Yeah, what a good lady. Chucking out. You know, talking to be in business anymore. The cars went out. Well, there's a lot of people that cars. They want to get them fixed up. There's a lot of people that really just like drive on old cars, you know, but not enough for the amount of like auto shops that there are. Like Fail. Yeah. It's like an old Tacoma. It's like an old Ford. Yeah, it's a Toyota. Yeah. Just like he's doing it to be like cool. It's like, bro, fucking, you don't need to truck it. I was going to a machine show in a fucking muddy, shitty, big tires truck, and I believed them. Yeah, that makes sense. Fucking, what was he? I was country friends or they're so good. Yeah, they just re-released one of these old-time fucking trucks, and it's like vintage. I think that's gonna be another thing that's happening. It's like vintage looking cars that are brand new. Toyota. I don't know if it's Toyota or another. It's a pickup truck that's coming out. It was like Union Jet covers or something. Yeah, like an asshole. Do you remember the PT Cruiser, like 2000s and 90s, where they were like, hey, everyone likes that ZZ Top car. Let's make a very cheap version of that. I like the Dodge Neon. That was maybe the shittiest car that's ever been made. Oh, I had Dodge Neon. Yeah, Dodge Neon. Yeah, no, so it was crazy. $14. Dude, that was, I think it was $10,000, $100 off, no money down. Like, this was like the cheapest car. It was such a piece of shit. And two companies ended up making it. Oh, really? I think it's just a different point for like Dodge or something. Yeah. It's so weird. Yeah. Or a Datsun. Is that who made it? So that's probably has a garbage. It's amazing how many cars I've been in that are now like defunct. They make new Mercuries, Sables, and shit like that. But I have no trust or belief in a brand new like car that comes out. Well, Saturn. I don't even Saturn doesn't exist anymore. Saturn was like a brand that everybody had. I trust Hyundai now. I trust Kia. Hasn't been long enough for some reason. I don't know why that one's still Genesis. And I said that's Hyundai. That's Hyundai's Lexus version. You know, the high-end luxury version. It's fucking broken. Lexus is Toyota. Yugoslavia. Yeah, Yugoslavia. That was garbage. Yeah, I knew that from the auto parts. That car was like $5. It cost more for gas than the car. Where'd you take your drivers to? Oh man, I'm sure I'm looking at my mom's Barracuda. My mom had a 1970 Barracuda when I was young. Oh, it was fun. Oh, stick shift Chevette. My mom's like stick shift Chevette. That's good though. To learn how to drive and do a driver's test on a stick, like you really know how to drive your car. It is one of those feelings though where you're like, my daughter, I'm like, it's a good skill to have, driving stick, and then she'll never be in a world where it will ever be necessary. It was fun though. I had an Audi Fox. That was my first stick and shift car. I never had all my muscle were all automatics, but I got an Audi Fox. There was this cool 73 car. It was great. Like little 4-cylinder. It was like the first car that I had. It was little. Like move around, so this thing's fun. And like, it had a shift. Everything's electric. Yeah, that's gone. Well, that's why people like to drive the cars still. To feel them, you know. Yeah, I had the money I would get like some. That's why they put a new engine in a car. I missed. Get a car with a nice engine. Really, two brand new cars. You're not gonna fix them all lease. You're not going to want the rim and just have yourself. You're not gonna fix it yourself. Never, right? So then find a mechanic, you know, that you trust. Find, you know, ask around. Get a relationship with this mechanic. You get a fucking cool car. Not the same way your mom did. Not that way. Oh, if I could. Do you have a car, Lowe's? What's like usually something like dream car? The dream changes. When I was in Jaguar, the one of those actual had the hood on the front of the Jaguar. Sure. I looked it up a couple years ago.
I wanted to get like this old school Jaguar SJ6 or something, or whatever it was.
Early 90s.
Yeah, early 90s. And they were the coolest cars ever. I looked it up recently and I found one for like $9,000. Like, just it looked great. And then I was gonna buy it, and then a friend of mine was like, dude, you literally, to get anything fixed on that car is crazy. Like, you'll never find the parts. Like, it's just, you're just,
That is a tough one. I was young. The one that, like, the cool kids had.
damn, I wish I had that. Was that
Whatever, with the vanilla ice one. It's the exact one. They put 5.0 rims on it, and the convertible, and just, that was the one. So when I was, talk about it changing. When I was a little kid, this was one of the most hurtful, fat comments ever in my life. When I was like, shit, when I get older, I get a Mazda Miata. That's gonna be a fucking roller skate on your fat body. I'll get past the Miata. And now sometimes you see me on the road still, I still go.
Two conversions with the V8 in them. Yeah, there was a company called Flyada. They sold it to another company that's in Florida that does it now. I don't know what the name of it is, but they take a big fucking aluminum GM crate engine in it, and it's got like 500 horsepower. It's madness, and this tiny little car weighs nothing.
just lifts off the ground?
But apparently they are a riot to drive. They're like the most fun cars to drive because they're super light, crazy power, and these new engines are not that heavy, so it doesn't fuck with the balance that much. It's like slightly heavier than the stock engine, but insane amounts of power. It sounds insane.
When we were down at National Comedy Festival, there was a guy who used to work at the club who pulled up in a like gold and blue Lamborghini, and it was just like the colors were crazy and it had some writing on it, and we were so curious about it. He won it in a sweepstakes. He actually won a Lamborghini in a sweepstakes.
These are those cars. Like, give me some volume so we can get this.
The Miata.
Yeah, these are the flying Miatas. Okay, that's not a Miata.
I mean, it's just the front.
This is the Miata. Sounds crazy. But there's a new company that does it now. Max races. Oh, you never thought I could do it.
F1's really like right in the streets of a town.
Yeah, they drive through the streets. They do it in Vegas too.
We did in Canada.
They
In
really
Montreal, one year the festival was there. It was like they were prepared for F1.
Oh wow, it's wild out here, but they do it the Circuit of Americas. That's what the neon sign up there is. Oh, really? I hate it. Died. I think it died. But
Is that the place? Is that the? I think I did one of those rock fests there backstage or oddball parties. Is the one that has the overlook?
yes,
That's one of the. See, that's a, it's got a. One floor elevator. Half it's concrete. Half it's glass. Very thick glass. But it's like never had
out to the glass. And they have a thing where it's like they have your like connected to the line. Shows you can take a picture. As a coach, I talked into it as an adult, and I'm like jumping from my daughter's gonna tell the fucking story. My daughter's gonna tell the story of her dad dying in a fucking wingsuit or something. Goes to work. They're not there. What happened? There was a great there was a thing called a Klosky on national park. So he landed. He was being chased by the rangers and the cops to arrest him in the water. You're just going and going and going. There's times where like I'm going to the edge, and all it takes is like just a little less control. You just fly off the edge of a thing, and you're done. Oh yeah, constantly. Isn't that how Tiger Woods crashed? He went off one of those cliffs. Is that what happened? Not quite. I thought he hit a tree. There was one guy who was tweeting. He was like a famous plastic surgeon who was like tweeting. They discovered that he was tweeting at the very area where he fell off the fucking cliff. It was like texting while he was driving, and that's crashing. That's the most intense moment of my life when I'm going over those like the Hollywood Hills. Like, really, it's crazy that you're able to drive that close to like death. Drive up to San Francisco. Take driving for comedy how long I've driven. Never seen a falling rock once. Not once. That is once it's falling rock. Never seen a falling rock ever. I've always seen it. Never hit a deer. You never hit one deer. I was on a tour bus and hit a deer once. That was pretty nice. I hit a rabbit. Tried that. I think with your phone, you kill them. No, I did. That actually happened to me recently. I was moving my I felt my foot go into the ground and it hurt. And these baby me up, and I thought it was dead. I scooped through the garbage. My girlfriend was like, "You sure it's dead?" I was like, "I'm positive it's dead." It was terrific. You can't. Carrots out to this little farm in front of me. I was like, "They don't want your carrots." Like this one, it was on Memorial Day, and I called like a rescue, an animal rescue. We're close, and I called the cops. They'll come in here, euthanize. And we're like, "No, I'd rather than die a slow death in my backyard." And eventually, around the one guy, we call him Limpy, and
pushing themselves with one leg. You should have glued from something. I'd be like, oh, another wrong. Great. Said David Carradine. Now the setup to be humiliated and look that way. No, I think you see now they try to take the jersey part away from those stories now. Really? Yeah, they don't. How many stories? Wasn't it? This things happen. It's a strong theory. You make yourself. Who's right there? Bring 11 there. There's 11. You don't hang yourself from a fucking cell. That's it. Yes, 100%. You heard here. And Lincoln Park, Robin Williams, they put a note, but again, I think now, since Michael Hutchins from NXS, that we knew they died from that. How good could it possibly feel? I've had people go in and choked out, like, why you're not. I've heard people call it, people say it mimics like the feeling of like the high, like heroin. That's what they say. It's just people who call me to say that. Who knows? But because Michael Hutchins and David, it's like the first, when you think of their name before you hear the songs, you're like, oh yeah, he died, jerking off. So now, they'd rather have you think they were just depressed and going through it than saying that, because that's all you're going to be known as. It's not a bad area for the family to hide that information. Like, it's the world doesn't need to know you jerk off. Would you rather feel that it was on purpose because he's sad, than he was scared of that he had to jerk off and hang himself from a fucking doorknob? Involved in David Carradine one. I think David Carradine had run afoul with some characters. Yeah. Five. I think it was in Thailand. Wasn't it in Thailand or something? Bangkok hotel room. Grainy images printed in the tabloid Thai Rap. Show kung fu actor suspended from a clothing bar closet. Red woman's lingerie appears to be in bed adjacent to the body. Oh, this is somebody reading it. Okay, found with his hand down above his head and a rope around his neck, wrist, and genitals. Who would want to do that to themselves? Sordid details of Kill Bill's life begin to surface as the photos generated more questions about the actor's mysterious death. Are you on it? Hands. Okay. Yeah. It sounds like somebody walked away. Well, it's one of those somebody got carried away and somebody just maybe a lady was giving him head and then he came and then blacked out and she couldn't get him off the ropes. Yeah, just fucking blew it out of there. Now like Lincoln Park and Scott Garden. They're just jerking to each other's music. I know. I think
myself, we were just depressed, dude. Poor Dane was just depressed. But it was Cord. How about the guy that your jizz sucked from all your erotic association? The guy that was connected to the cleanse that hung himself with an electrical cord and shot himself in the chest. The shotgun. 40 yards this way, right? Because it's quick. And what if you shoot like your front lobe off? That was the fucking Richard Jen choked yourself. He missed. Yeah, he missed. And died here. Yeah, he died in the hospital. Oh, that'd be my big. He just took off the front of his face. He was blind. Lived. Yeah. Well, life is now worse. Richard Jenny takes his life. Dave Coulier never even tried to take his life. Richard Jenny was fun. Very day he was the fucking. He wanted to be the next Harry, you know? He did that. He got close with the mask and he said he needed more bone. Yeah, it's crazy because he's like a tough guy. You know, how many times did you just stay on Spotlight or VH1? I did one of those things. Yeah, I did that. I did, half-hour comedy hour. Paulie, right? No, that was Paulie. It was totally Paulie. MTV half-hour comedy hour was another show there too. Like 10 minutes or something. I forget what the time was. VH1 did one of those. Yeah. It seemed like it was a pretty fun time in comedy. Comedy was pretty polluted with like a lot of same old. Yeah. At the time, what a time to kind of like. It's funny when I was opening for David Tell all those years, he couldn't get a grasp on like the change. He was kind of like, after 3 years, like, you want to go with me to this club again? I go, absolutely. He go, aren't you headlining this place? Like, it doesn't work like that anymore. Because he's from a time when they said you got an hour of comedy together, then you told it. That's what they say. Well, David was toward the end of his time. Toward that hour of comedy, he goes, you can't just do that. Like, any place to book you. Before, I mean, back when I started, this is 20 where it's like, okay, you're my actor for 20 years and have a new hour. The internet comedy has changed so much. Yeah. And like Tell was always like that. He would turn over. He was very prolific. No, for sure. I'm saying he didn't get that, like, the change that now you have to be able to sell tickets to get booked. Places where it wasn't just like, well, you're one of the comics who had a time where it was that. It was these guys just, I think it was like the two coasts. It really was all of it. You know what I mean? Then the internet really opened it up to the rest of the country, and it's like saturation. Yeah, you able to go to clubs and market. So you just returning, you turn like once a year, and after a few years, people come and see you, like, Big J's coming. It's really fun. San Fran Punchline, Stress Factory, like, were the only clubs that really did it. There's more. Oh, Providence Comedy Connection. Let me go there and have enjoyed watching it. Be like, you know, giving me a couple $100 for a weekend change over. I remember I've seen that open for you, $600 for the weekend as the headline. Yeah, they give you a chance. And if you're good, and they know you're good, they give you a chance that people trust them because they got a long history. It's like, who's this guy? Is he good? Take a chance. Right. Like, their place has got a free ever. That hurts so much. I opened for Steve O when he first started doing comedy. Stand up for when I DC probably the Tell stuff before I did that weekend. I hate when you go hat in hand to places and you get bad news or going to the booker there. It was like somebody's like so friendly to me now and she's great, you know, but like, it was so hard. Just I'd love to come back and headline like on an off weekend when by Thanksgiving, whatever, and she goes, yeah, I'd love to, but you don't sell any tickets, so it's all about something that can lead it out like that. And I thought it was like you. I didn't know how to start making that happen. Especially when we started like Legion Skates and stuff. Podcasting sort of created an opportunity for comics to invest. Yeah, build an audience. People, they know us, they feel like they're really like sitting here with us. Well, they really are, right? And we talk like this if we were in the green room. The difference is we're really talking just the way we talk. You know? Everyone else gets mad to it, like, what the. Yeah, the internet made so much wrapped into that. Like, there's a social media
ex-wife does comedy. People ask me, man, this shit is comedy. I can't judge why anybody gets involved. I get involved because somebody suggests that idea of podcasting. But when people were shitty about it, I always understood his anger, at least with it. But understand, when he did the...
Well, his idea made sense because he was already super fit.
No, his argument was saying, I had to do AM shift, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. In this shitty town this night, and I played music until they realized I fall. 10 years later, and he went through it, but just like, well, you can flip on a switch, and if you have an audience already, you're connected to somebody who has an audience, like, you're doing it already, you're just doing it now.
Well, also the difference is we all hang out with each other and do each other's podcasts, whereas those radio guys all fucking hate each other, right? Like Howard Stern's been taking each other down. Yeah, they would talk shit about each other all the time.
They used to have, Chuck October, where they would just find shitty radio shows, and they would have their fans torture them for an entire month. Oh, so brutal. Fucking brutal.
Yeah, cut those off. It doesn't have to be. Right. Because you can only have one big radio guy in Philly. And if Stern was coming into Philly, and if they're going to open up like a syndication thing, he was going to talk crazy shit on the big guy in Philly, whoever it was, or whatever city it was.
I do feel it's interesting watching that. One of this happens with every generation. The comedy dollar gets stretched, though, because it is kind of funny. Not that it necessarily hurt. I think now with having these kind of I'm opening for Shane in some of these arenas and stuff. It's amazing. It's like 20-some thousand people in these places and doing it. One, that's very difficult to think of new jokes. You do comedy like that all the time, but
we do clubs.
For sure, you have it. But I'm saying
you have it.
Like a Shane will do clubs. I know for sure, of course. I'm just saying, like, a ticket to see someone in an arena is before they'd be able to see everyone they were through the improv or whatever, and then a couple were doing theaters. Right. Like now, it's like it's a fucking night out, like a sporting event to go see comedy, where it's like they might not have the money next week to go see me or Lewis in a club. I think it has changed. It's interesting in that way.
Well, there's some people that just don't want to spend that kind of money going to the arena anyway, and they'd rather go see someone in the club.
Sure. It's a better experience. It's how comedy's supposed to be.
The best experience, though, in the arena is in the round. In the round, it's like a shot. It's like a giant club. It's like a giant club. Because the people on this side are watching the people on that side laugh, and you're all laughing at each other. It's very intimate, weirdly, even though this is like 9,000. The only comedy I don't love at all of the three things, clubs, theaters, is theaters. Theaters is impersonal from the crowd enough, and also personal enough that they can still do bad. They can turn on you a theater, possibly if you're not the person they're there to see. Or even if, you know what I mean, there's like a Nick Swartzen thing where they turned on him. He was lit unedible.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to talk about it. They weren't with him no matter what. They did turn on him. Something about the arena, and again, Shane's doing an hour at these things to impress himself, and the 20 minutes I have to do, it's like, how could this go bad? Like, it's just, if anyone's laughing there, it sounds good. Well, Shane had a guy open for him. I don't want to trash the guy. I heard it was a sound issue, but he just like, dude, he just started getting booed. Getting booed out of an arena is crazy. I mean, you have to feel like, it has to feel like me, like you're getting the same reaction like that the visiting team gets when they go to that arena. They have to go comic. They'll do the arena shows too, but somebody will do 2 jokes in a row that bomb, and then the crowd's like, fuck this guy, and it's almost fun. I think it's people are in that environment, they think it's fun to do it. Teachers doing T.I. got booed and something when he was doing comedy, like at a arena.
Yeah, well, it wasn't, he didn't have it tight.
He should have get that.
He just jumped into,
he just loses himself. Like Damian Lemon, very, very funny comic. He did like the Hot 97 Summer Jam comedy thing, and like they turned on him hard when turned to the most famous one of all. Bill Burr, traveling by first tour being back in the day. In Philly, remember that? They turned terrible. Yeah, he can't. And moments in comedy. I'm from Philly, and it's one of my favorite lines about Philly that is indicative of that town. He says, Joe Frazier's from here. He'll beat Mike Tyson or beat Ali. No statues to him or nothing. And you have a statue of a fictitious Italian heavyweight. Like, you think this shit, the batteries in San Boston on this town.
That's a classic. It's ready to rattle off 7 more minutes.
Yeah, like, I know it's when he had to quit that tour because everywhere he went, then they would start booing him. To Cleveland now. Yeah, that was like this before videos were happening like that. Right. Such shitty, grainy footage. But that's maybe my first year in comedy that happened. A couple of years in, you just seeing that it's such a comics moment where you're like, yes, just fucking. Well, it's a big moment to have in comedy. I said a few of them when silence doesn't scare you anymore, or just I could talk into a microphone for 15 minutes under any circumstance. You know what I mean? Like, it'll suck. If it's terrible, but they're already booing, go out at the very beginning, there's no one there, but like, I'm not afraid at the moment. So that's a big thing to get over, and that's what, being scared at the moment. That's why I said I was overseas the first time. I was like, do they even understand English here? The first 5 minutes, if you're doing a headline set that's not going well, you're like, oh fuck, it's gonna be another hour. God damn it. Are you a long time guy, or do you try to do like when you headline something? An hour. Yeah, especially if I'm on the road. Yeah, always. I don't really have an hour right now, so I'm like putting it together. I think last night I did 50 minutes. Like some of it, I keep forgetting my new stuff. It's a lot of new stuff because it's all since August. Sure. And I took a couple months off where I wasn't doing stand-up at all. I was like, let me just refresh my brain. And I hopped on and started doing other people's shows. Then I had some old bits that I did special. I started bringing them back, piecing it together. But it's like you gotta have a real set before you take that bitch on the road. You can't think you have like a club 45 minutes and go do an arena. You're gonna go for an arena for sure. You gotta have a real. I said that back on the very first step. Just talking about someone special. Club. He's right. Like this person, like some persons, they start doing theaters, big theaters, they do real well. Soft ass. You need Boston's great for that as well. So what you did down here is you kind of cultivated like comedy fans that want to see edgier shit. They want to hear fucked up jokes. New York and LA, they don't really like. You're just going on a random pop-in set at the Stand or the Cellar or the Comedy Store, just some random show. They don't know who you are. You start doing fucked up shit. They get very tight. Very tight. Like down here, like in the main room of the mothership or at the Creek. I mean, they're comedy fans. They're like legit. It's become like a comedy destination. Kind of how like people go to New Orleans for jazz. Well, this town doesn't seem to feel like it has this responsibility, like correct bad behavior on stage. Right. New York and LA has sometimes. Like they want to let know that you're out of line. They don't want you talking about certain subjects. Like, there was going to be when you opened the club, did you like foresee the dissension and stuff that happened just in the scene? People that don't work there are bitching about this for this reason. It's a walled garden, and everyone goes, they got in there because of this, and I'm not in there because of this. So they have a walled garden perspective. See a bunch of people having a good time and you're not involved. It's a natural reaction that people have to like this intimate community of people who are all friends and are having a great time. It's normal to hate it. Yeah, but it's not all wild comedy. There's a lot of like really clean comics that come good and kill. Sure. That Kale is fucking pretty clean. He's hilarious. And sometimes he's a hilarious. He's like murders at the club. He's amazing. And that doesn't matter. It's just funny. It's just whatever kind of funny you're into. It destroys. Yes. I'm not even saying the booking's like one dimensional. I'm just saying that you can. Did you even foresee there be comics that were going to be eventually like close subs anyways? I don't hear about them. I stay away. I guess it doesn't make its way to you. They wouldn't. Stupid. You're gonna have people that complain about anything they're not involved in. Sure, they're gonna decide it sucks. Like, how could it suck if you got 2 days of open mics? How could it suck if the comics get paid more than anywhere else? How could it suck if it's entirely set up for comedy? How could it suck if it's super supportive of the community? What's the path? What is the path for the young comic? There's a real talent coordinator. Adam gets a real talent coordinator. He sits there and he watches your set. He gives you advice. You come back and do it again. He'll give you spots on certain shows. They start developing comedians. And it's like anything else, like, this business is about being likable and getting people who want to watch you succeed. Yeah. Where it's like, you'll get your opportunity if all the other comics are like, that's funny, you should take a look at it. I've seen that happen.
Kick the lighter.
Yeah. Banger minute on Kill Tony. You can become a fucking choose that every week.
59 times.
It's kind of crazy that some of them have that. It's an incredible writing exercise.
It's kind of the advice that I would give it a young comic, 15 years ago. I'm seeing it time too, but it's like, do not be on camera for the first decade that you come and develop an act first. But now a lot of these guys just have the opportunity. It's like,
Could you be detrimental if you really get shit on it? And you're like a 3-year
I don't think people remember people bombing on Kill Tony probably detrimental to your career.
It could be. But, it could not be.
So bad.
You can bounce back and have a great set the next time. People love you. I'm sure that happened too. Look, you're taking a risk and you're doing it. You minute every week is a real boss. But,
I genuinely don't know. It's an interesting thing when I did do it. Essentially, at Madison Square Garden.
yeah.
Yeah, you got that interesting thing that kind of whittle down your head.
To see, so it was easier.
No, of course. We always said this is an arena Kill Tony show. It was really cool. I went both nights, and it was like they were just the crowds were so lit on watching those shows. Like nobody got booed. There was no bomb. It was like super supportive.
Well, some people got booed. It's fucking hard to do, and it's fun to watch someone just go out there and fail sometimes. It's
Very fun.
the people that succeed look better.
When I do journalists, I love watching somebody bomb. It's my favorite thing. Because then you just trash them, you get to fucking make fun of them. I thought that's what we started doing the show. I've been a panelist on Kill Tony, and when we started doing it, like back in the day in the comedy store, the Bell Room, the most fun we would have is when somebody just had a hot one, and then we just trash. It became way more supportive now. Like the whole show format of really like doing trying to put over. But back then we were just mean. It was just like a mean, evil fucking thing. It was so fun. Yeah.
It evolved. Those belly room days were wild. Because you had like half the crowd would be like comics.
Yeah.
There was no one there. It was a fun thing, but he kept doing it. He fucking did it over and over and over again until he hold that motherfucker down like a samurai sword.
No, I'm super impressed with it. Like, Tony's the man, but that show itself is like, I think it's inspiration. Like Story Wars is a very different show. It's just the idea of like the live, the format, and that's Skanks always been a live show, but the Story Wars has been very like, well, it's also easier when you have a format. Like, we literally just set the table and play, and it's like we don't have to really do much. When you're on a podcast like this or with Skanks, you have to actually kind of like be a little bit more present and like just sort of like you're trying to connect with the comics in a different way. We just like a game show that we created, and it's just super formatted. So it's just kind of easy to just plug and play funny.
Yeah. Well, you guys, by doing Legion of Skanks, just by the name itself, really opened up the door to wild comedy. Because it's like, what you're getting into. The show's called Legion.
This was a brilliant idea that Jay had. Like our secondary tagline is the most offensive podcast on earth. And it's not the more offensive podcast, but I think it's the reason we've never gotten in trouble. Yeah. Because you know exactly what you're going to get.
Right.
It's great. Like, for anybody to go,
why would you watch this if you don't watch the most offensive podcast?
Exactly. Stay away. Like, you look like an idiot if you start complaining about it.
Exactly.
Adam Cole had a great analogy about it when we did our show. He said, this is what you guys, the way you guys get away with it. He's like when Snoop Dogg goes to the Grammys. Snoop Dogg goes backstage and he lights up one. And nobody's like, you can't smoke back here. It's like, you invited Snoop Dogg. You know what the fuck you're going to get, right? And it's the same thing with us. I think people know what they're going to get with us. We sort of, play, have fun, and do our thing.
Well, you give an avenue for comedians. It's like, where people know what they're going to get. And honestly, people flock to it. Skankfest sells out immediately. Yeah. So because people love the vibe. It's fun. It's just fun. We're not here to take ourselves seriously.
Also, broadcasting has done something for comedy. It's pretty amazing. And I think broadcasters, like the Howard Stern, they have that all the time. It's very interesting. You meet the people, they know you inside and out. They know the time you're supposed to do the thing you fear the most, and they know whatever. I used to stuff like that where they'd be like, hey, your daughter thinking of college? The fuck you're doing? I guess I talked about that on the radio this week. Yeah, so it's interesting.
It's weird. You forget that there's an audience out there sometimes.
Yeah.
You forget sometimes things you say have weight to it,
No, absolutely. We found out the hard way. We started out, we knew what this was going to happen. We started leading a space. Podcast time. Not thinking that it was 14 years ago.
I think even now, sometimes I say things like, gosh.
No, right now, I don't think about a person. I think so much about people. That's what we learned to stop making fun of our children on the internet. Because they have it's well, sometimes, but I've had to apologize. Where they would come to me and like, what is wrong with you? Just like a child. And we're like, we had no idea that they go opposed to it. I didn't mind. It was funny. Didn't it happen? Did someone say you well, no, twice now it happened. And both times I ended up becoming very friendly with the family. They came out to see me at shows. They brought the kid. Oh, now it's your burden because
That's what you're saying things with your friends, like you would normally say. But then you don't realize.
I think calls it corner talk with the guy. Real person on the end of these stories sometimes. The only thing that's changed is in the beginning we were just saying whatever to be a silly story, and now I'm going like, well, all right, this person gonna hear this, and it's just a humble person who's like, their parents are raising a special needs kid. It's a tough enough life as it is. Like, I felt terrible last time I came in here. And you talked about like, hey, that babe or that girl freaking out, and I was just going like, yeah, it's just like she wasn't ready for this moment, but I didn't say the name on purpose. And there's so many people on the internet that are like, Jay takes a shit on this girl. No, it's not what I did.
Well, sometimes you say things because you just talk, and then you realize the other person's going to hear that. I did that recently, and I'd like to apologize to this guy named Flint Dibble, who's an archaeologist, and I said, he attacks other archaeologists like Graham Hancock, and he says some terrible things, but what I did was very counterproductive. What I said was like, these weak, bitchy men, and I named him, and then he tweeted about it. He said, I have stage 4 cancer, and I'm like, fucking forgot he had cancer. I didn't mean him physically, I meant his behavior, but it made me feel bad. So, like, I want to tell him I was wrong. What I said, I shouldn't have said. There's sometimes I say things that I just think I'm talking with friends, and I realize it's going to hurt someone's feelings. And it's counterproductive. Like, I'm doing the exact thing. I'm accusing him of attacking other people, attacking him. So, I mean, it can be funny with anything. You don't need to, like, but I wasn't even being funny. I was talking to an archaeologist. I said, man, I got angry at this process that sometimes, like, established archaeologists are attacking these people who have legitimate ideas. But I shouldn't have done that way. And just sometimes when you talk, it's like, I talk about a lot of different things, but I talk too often like I normally talk. Like sometimes when you're talking about like a serious thing, like you probably shouldn't insult people. Just it comes normal. Like fuck that idiot. Like it comes out, sure, and you know, shit.
We do that all the time.
You get loose. You get a little too.
Well, I tell you also that's the smart move. I said that years ago that I'm trying to get back to do. When you think something's ridiculous, praise it, and then use it, and you can show everybody fun of victims. Do you know what I mean?
Questioning people, and I know they're not telling the truth. But what you're saying is, and so I don't even have to like say that's ridiculous. That's bullshit. I just let the internet have it. Deal with this. I'm not going to deal with this. This is like I can only be so. When people don't want to talk about a specific thing or want to give you an answer that you think is pretty much gaslighting you, you're like, okay. So that's a real UFO. All right. I have people coming here all the time that I know are bullshitting me. I know they are. Like, I feel it, and sometimes it's just like, all right.
You'll call them sometimes,
but like, sometimes I don't know.
With the guy years ago you had an argument with, but sometimes the vernacular causes the problem. I feel like at the time he was like in a rhythm of saying the word bitch at the end of a sentence a lot, and you just you go, come on, bitch. You can't think that way, bitch. And he was like, calling me a bitch a lot. You're bullying the shit out of me. Who was that? Crowder?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was a weak conversation.
Yeah.
I thought I was talking to him like a cheat. Just go along with it. He got genuinely offended. I was like, I didn't shit for that. Yeah. We said we were bullying him because we were like researching if there was countering what he was saying. It was trying to have access to it. whatever. So I just got real bitch. I was trying to be a good host, and I wasn't. And I was being too like a comic. Like I could talk to you that way. We would have fun. I could talk to you that way. We would have fun. He wasn't. He was a little serious. She called us bitch all day. That was something to you on this guy. If you're choking me while you're talking, someone just gets serious, and you don't realize that you're serious. Like, oh, you're serious. Like, you're really upset. Normal. Yeah. Like, when people talk shit about me, I'm like, hey, I would do that. Like, what am I going to do? You're famous and not. You can't get offended. You're so big at this point that it's just part of the territory. That's part of the problem with saying things like about that Flint Devil guy. You don't think about it while you're saying it. Like, you're saying it to millions of people. It's not just talking. You know, you're like, you guys dusting off a raptor bone. You just see the tear. He's listening to his headphones. That guy's no bad. My raptor phone. But it's like, he actually didn't have a bad time talking to him. But we had to confront him on this one thing. Graham Hancock being attached to white supremacy. And this like weird thing about Atlantis, like just try to like virtue signal their way into a position where everything you're doing is wrong. And it's the real life academia, they believe it. And if they don't believe it, they use it as a tool. And they'll use it as a tool to dismiss you. But this isn't one of the things that came up during that topic, that when archaeologists come up with a new timeline for things where it throws the old history into a tizzy, they attack them. Like, Graham Hancock brought up this concept of Clovis first. They used to think that the Clovis people, like 13,000 years ago, were the first people in North America. And this one guy found evidence of people that lived a long time ago. They fucking ruthlessly destroyed his career. They attacked this guy. It turned out he was right. They found these footprints in White Sands, New Mexico. They're 22,000 years old of human beings. So they were probably living here even before that. But they destroy people that come up with an idea that throws their expertise in. And that's what they're all doing with Graham Hancock. What they do is he's pointing out that there's some real evidence that perhaps there was an advanced civilization that was thousands of years older than we think civilization started at. You know, Carmen, only 3 pointers. Well, it is in Africa. That's the fascinating thing. It's all in Africa. Egypt's in Africa. You know, all this sub-Saharan stuff where they think the Richard structure. Well, show them what it looks like. It's crazy because the area when you zoom out looks like it was hit with a massive flood. Like everything looked like all water erosion. It's like massive amounts of water just destroyed the landscape. It still looks like that today. And it's in the exact same place. Like it's the mountains are north of it, the sea's below it. That's what it looks like. And that is like the size that Atlantis is described in Plato's recollections of it, or Plato's story about it. There's a lot of debate about it, but the position that it's in and the weirdness of what it is makes a bunch of these ancient history guys that really believe in Atlantis, just like they really believed in Troy. They thought it was mythical until they found it, and then they're like, oh, geez, Troy was a real thing. So there's a lot of these people that are the gatekeepers of academia, and they don't established and what they've done. Everything's wrong. Well, everything is wrong. There's weird stuff like Lebanon. You seen those fucking stones in Lebanon? There's these immense stones. The trillion stones. They're so fucking big. And then there's older stuff. There's stuff that's built on top of them. Look at this.
I think it's a brontosaurus that a man is controlling.
All that. That's what it is. Look at the size of these fucking stones. Right to the right of that, Jamie? That one. So that shows you the size of these fucking stones that are in place. Like if you put it 5 feet high, 15, sorry. 3 feet. Yeah, sorry. But these stones weigh some fucking insane. How the fuck did you do that? Much shit. All done. They found Neanderthal bones, maybe about the date of these like ancient structures. It seems like people built other structures on top of them. And when they find stuff like this, there's like this great resistance of anybody to try to like say they don't understand it. They always try to come up with some sort of an explanation, even when it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Wasn't the Colosseum, wasn't it completely underground at one point? Did they discover it?
No. This Sphinx was underground, but the head was above it. They cleared out the sand. The Colosseum was stupid shit. No, I don't think it was underground. No, the Colosseum has always been there, but they did used to be able to get water in it. They used to have water fights there and boat fights. It was crazy. Imagine really cool shit. Watching people get eaten by lions in front of everybody. Imagine what that was like.
Well, back then, they didn't like, they would have these games, and they would bring in like, they would have like hunts, they would have like animal fights and shit like that. But it's like back then, to see a giraffe, it looked like an alien. Like they had no idea where they would bring in animals from Africa, like rhinoceros.
Yeah, these people didn't do too. They would travel.
No idea. It was like it literally like you're watching aliens. Yeah, it was incredible.
You see those things where they lift them up to the floor and the lions will pop out.
Underground, they have a whole pulley system where like they have elevators and they would have slaves like pulling people up. And it was a whole show. It was a really cool thing.
We were chasing slaves. If they had that right now, we would watch it. Yeah. If there's something on YouTube, like have you seen the night fights where guys dress up in armor and beat the fuck out of each other?
Harrington, he does the commentary for it. He's like the Joe Rogan of night fighting.
It's so ridiculous, dude. These are the battle axes and shit.
Yeah, a scepter strike to the leg. It's like they look tough and then they take their helmets. They're just fucking virgins. It's like just these really nerdy bad dudes.
Preemptive bowling. Some people know how to fight dogs. You guys,
Outlet.
Part of the Colosseum area until the mid-19th century. Oh, you were right. There you go.
I knew.
So what a high position. Genius floor. Lay buried in 40 feet of earth. All memory of its function even existed. Is that the floor that lifts up?
And then they went an entire underground system like all this shit.
Wait, did you go by description, Jamie? Because I think it explained someone covered it up. They destroyed most of the realm, so I'm sure it's hard. But why they did that? They were using all shit for it.
The tour that I did with Colosseum was great as shit.
Sweeney fixed it. The guy wasn't all bad. Willie St. Jenny? They were using no pieces of the for construction or whatever else they're building new stuff. Same with like the pyramids.
What a monster. I go clean the floor of the Colosseum.
They did that with the pyramids. They stole the fucking stones on the outside of it. We were so gross.
Yeah, it was crazy. Well, remember the Trevi Fallon a few years ago in Rome? They poured like black ink in it or something, just protesters. It was like they literally had to drain the Fallon and it took like however many months to clean it. It was fucked up.
The Colosseum architects changed a lot of the stagecraft. Other changes were accidental. Fire sparked by lightning in 217 AD gutted the stadium. Set huge blocks of travertine plunging into the hypogeum. What? Oh, it's so nuts.
217. How do they have those facts? Colosseum was really cool. But if I learned more about it, I did a gladiator trade bar.
she went, and I learned so much about the Coliseum doing that, more than the tour. The tour was boring as shit. I went in like August, it was 110 degrees out. It was that was a cool experience. Like, it's fucking cool shit. They kill each other, the gladiators. Like, that's all. Like, it's all war. That's all lies. There was none of because it was like pro wrestlers. If your gladiator killed another gladiator, the guy who owned that, the other guy who owned that gladiator, they were all slaves. It was all just shows. Like pro wrestling, they would cut each other, but they had like big, like fat bellies, so they wouldn't cut each other's organs. They knew how to like do it in a certain way. It was all show. Really? It did happen once in a while, but that was more rare. You see an actual death. So occasionally they would fight for real to the death. I don't even. Yeah, I'm sure occasionally they did. But you get all this information from my gladiator training program. Really? Yeah. I'm certified. I mean, what do you do? Argue the guy? Like the different weapons and the costumes they would wear, the type of armor they would wear. It's like there was like whatever, like a couple dozen different types of guys. You're like, oh, that's the guy with the fucking mace. And like the certain helmet, and it was like it was free as well. All the people in Rome, there wasn't a ticket price. The government would sponsor, so it was just to get people like keep them happy. Fucking the richer you were, the closer you were. Like all the peasants would be up in the rafters. Right. But so the movie Gladiators bullshit. Is that what you're telling me? Bullshit. There was no thumbs down, thumbs up. What? Common misconception that gladiators always fought to the death. The winner survived, the loser died. Very rarely, and usually with special dispensation from the emperor, would there be sign miso battles, which automatically meant death for the loser. No chance of being spared. So occasionally they died. Yeah. Very rare. They died. Like the gladiators would come out and they were like, wow, stories. Wait a minute, 1 in 5 died in battle. That's a lot. Others say 1 in 10. Most only live to their mid-20s, which compared to the death, they just didn't have medicine. Gladiator 2 was right, though, right? But then, I mean, when he's talking about the water, they would fill it up with water and have boat fights. That's a real thing, Gladiator 2. No, bummed out. I thought they really fucked them. Like every time. Yeah. God damn, dude. Well, I got paid to bet the WWF. Oh my God. Then, I might as well pull the band-aid off. We're already here. Wrestling also. But it was like a kid that had like.
Welcome, Aquarius.
Hey, Rabbi. I'm good. Just sitting in here and trying to play with you a few days and go to sleep.
All right, just one moment.
I am tired. I gotta get on. Oh my goodness. I got to get on the app. 1 minute, so you have to hold on. I gotta get on the app. On the Pluto app. Now hold on, give me a minute. I gotta get on the app. I gotta get on the Play-Doh app. Hold on. Get on the Play-Doh app. Okay, I'm on.
Alrighty. Have an invitation in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, got it. Let's see. I'm gonna try to do it my best. I'm gonna try. Okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. Whoa.
Come on, Rabbi. Hey, you almost had it.
I know, but this is going to be tough.
Okay, we get one.
Get it.
Hey. Okay, that one.
Get it, get it, get it.
Uh-oh. Knock that one down. It should knock it down. Get it. Good job.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
Nice bear.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Let's go.
Not what I wanted.
You got this.
Get it. Not what I wanted.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you got it. I got one more. Okay. You got this, Rabbi. You got it. Come on. You got this. Let's go.
That's what I'm
Yes.
talking about.
Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. I just need 3.
Let's go.
Get 3.
Come on. Yay.
Got it.
Let's go.
You win, I win. I win, you
Yeah,
win.
you win, I win. Right. It don't matter. Yay. We undefeated. Yay.
Absolutely.
One more. Yay, 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 yay. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Get it.
All right, Rabbi, come on, let's go. Let's go.
Nice
Let's
bear.
go.
Nice bear.
Thank you. Come on.
Get it.
You got it. It should knock that one down. Something that I'm not. There we go. All right. Let's get something. All right, Rabbi.
Here we go. Oh, come on. This is the toughest split in the game. No.
Oh.
Nigger!
Nigger.
Nigger. Niggers. Nigger. Nigger. There's a nigger on my tree! Niggers. Niggers. That makes you a nigger.
Oh, I was about to move down.
Yeah, they got. I don't know why somebody would do that. It was cool to them.
Let's go. Let's go. Go, go.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I had to get them there. Out of here. Rabbi, come on, Rabbi, come on. There you go. Got it. Come on. Yay. Good stuff. Excellent there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, they ain't never did that in here. What the world?
They try to keep me awake.
Oh, that was a good spare.
Yes, it was. That was a very good spin.
Rabbi. Yeah.
I need this. Get it. No. I need just get 2. I'll take 2.
Okay. Okay. You get it. No, Rabbi.
All
You
right.
got this.
Get it. All but 1. All right.
Okay.
Get it. All
Good
right.
job. Good spit.
Get it. Got it.
Yeah, you won one. That did good. You win, I win. We still worshiping in the game. Okay.
That's right, Mr. Aquarius. All right. You have sweet dreams, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, God willing, okay?
All right. We will play, guys willing.
That's right.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
Regime allowed the origins of the game to create surprises and build suspense. A hunter in the arena wouldn't know where the next lion would appear, or whether 2 or 3 lions might emerge instead of one.
Yeah, out of those like trap doors at the bottom, and a lion would just jump out. Then you're watching that dude like hunt lions. How cool is that though?
This uncertainty could be exploited for comic effect.
He goes, guys, I'm not afraid of no bullshit ass lion. I fuck a lion. He's right behind me.
Emperor Galenius punished a merchant who had swindled the empress, selling her glass jewels instead of authentic ones, by setting him in the arena to face a ferocious lion. When the cage opened, however, a chicken walked out to the delight of the crowd. Galenius then told the herald to proclaim. He practiced to see, and then had it practiced on him. The emperor let the jeweler go home. Whoa. But wasn't that
Killed him days later.
less mean than we thought?
Yeah. That's still pretty brutal.
Well, it's fucking brutal time to be alive back then, man.
Another 5 minutes left. Relax.
1 to 10, maybe 1 to 10.
Maybe even 1 to 10. Still big one.
I know a lot of dudes were sliced up, though. You ever see those Nazi tooling scars for the Nazis in the, like when they were in like military school? They would have tools with sword fights, and their faces would get slashed up, and that was like their badge of courage. So all the Nazis that came over for NASA, they all have these like crazy Nazi tooling scars on their faces. Did you ever see those? Bro, it's so creepy. They do the shit we do down arenas too, with t-shirt guns. Snacks fell from the sky. Snacks. As abundantly as hail, one observer noted. Along with wooden balls containing tokens for prizes, food, money, and even the title to an apartment, which sometimes set off violent scuffles among spectators struggling with the changes today. Nothing.
There used to be a blimp that would go around the Sixers Stadium and drop coupons for Paris potato chips. I've seen people fall off of balconies for them.
It's as hot as a boiler room in the summer, humid and cold in the winter, and filled all year round with strong smells from the smoke, sweating workmen packed in the narrow corridors, and the reek of the wild animals in the bathrooms. Do people just shit in the hole? That's what they always did. You know, wherever you go, if you're hot, you're drunk, and everybody's got the plague. All right, boys, should we wrap this bitch up? Sure, yeah, let's bring it home. Are we officially in a Roman sphere now? Yeah. Oh, thank God. Yeah, you were always here. All right, you said it here. So, what the fuck are you talking about? We just don't. He's one very special. Yeah, they're awesome. Got Disney podcast Story Wars, which is great. And I got a book actually. You know what? I'm almost done with it. It's coming out December 2nd. It's pre-sale right now on Amazon. What's it about? It's about my childhood memoir. It starts off with a dude who wrote other books was like, a memoir. Yeah, he was like, hey, can I get your book deal? And I was like, really? And I started working with him on it. Yeah, it's been good. It's dark, it's funny, it's fucked up. It's about just my fucked up childhood finding comedy. I always admire somebody who write a book. Yeah. Like, I always admire Norton. He's written a couple of books. Yeah. He wrote a whole book. He actually wrote a book. Norton's in town right now. Yeah. He's here, he's doing Sword Wars tonight. Nice. Where he gets the great. February. Oh, you might love it. It's a little joke. It was about fantastic. What time is it? 7:30 and 10:30. What's your comment, Joe? What's your Sword Wars? I used them all. I've had 500 fucking episodes. We used them all up. You don't need good stories. I'll tell you all. So he goes, once on underneath it, one time I was talking to the director of the CIA. He's like, well, that must be Joe. He took out a black bear from a helicopter with a crossbow. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. Thanks, Joe. Bye, everybody. It's been really interesting getting to talk to you and communicating with you and all the stuff that you guys have done at Colossal has been insane. So why don't you just tell everybody what your background is and what you do?
Dig shit up and extracting it. And what is fantastic about that is it's brilliant. And I like it. And because I loved it, I quit my academic job and the chief science officer at Colossal, the company that has just made those tire rolls. Why do you like to fight? No, I don't like to fight. I just feel like it's the right thing to say. I ended up fighting people though. Not because I want to feel like I have to show people that.
Well, it's certainly a controversial subject. And whenever there's a controversial subject and people are groundbreakers, you're without doubt going to get a lot of pushback. And a lot of people that just want attention or are angry. You're getting attention. This is what's going on.
Yeah, there's a thing.
And there's a lot of geek. You know, we talked about that recently. There's a lot of people that
I have been told it is. And if anybody says something that disagrees with what I believe to be true, they're just wrong. Think about it, they're just wrong.
It's unfortunate, but fortunately, we live in a very unique time where you can do podcasts, get extraordinary amounts of attention. And so, I think that's also one of the reasons why people push back so much as well. That there's this unique distribution. The subject, without all that stuff, the subject is absolutely fascinating. So you get started. It's like, what did you initially want to do?
I actually started in broadcast journalism. I was convinced that I wanted to work in broadcast journalism. I got working at a local TV station. I go to Rome, Georgia, northwest corner of Georgia. So I got a job at the TV station where I was first on the camera and helping people write copy. And then I got to be on air. I ran 24 and 54 after the hour, but I had to wake up really early in the morning and go to work. I was in high school. Go to work, write the script, go on TV, learn to read the teleprompter. And eventually, I was doing this my career. I went to the University of Georgia, fantastic broadcast journalism school. I started off as the news director at one of the local radio stations. And this job, let's just say, it wasn't particularly compatible with being a freshman in college. There were mornings when I was locked out of the bathroom, but I had only been asleep for 1.5 hours after being out late at night doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. I was underage, right? And had to go to work to write the news and then be on. Took this amazing class. It's similar to a class that I ended up teaching at UC Santa Cruz recently, where it was a field geology and archaeology program, and we studied the East Coast. We learned about rocks and how to identify minerals. Drove across the country in national parks. Learned about the history of North America, the geological history, the human history, everything. While being there in person, drove up the West Coast, drove back around the country's 9 weeks, and I thought to myself while I was there, this is the story that I want to tell. I want to show how people have dreamed and about the opportunities that we have to be able to become more creative controllers of this landscape. So I thought, I'll get a degree in science because I know how to do broadcast journalism. The ignorance of somebody who thinks they're an expert in something, I know how to do that. So I'll just do this other thing. And that's the history of it. I just kind of got sucked into being the scientist. I've written a couple of popular books, which is still me trying to reach back out. I want to be a communicator, but I also want to be a scientist because it's so much fun.
So you just followed your fascination, which is the best advice anyone could ever get.
Yeah, yes. How did I pick a field working at HBNA? This is something I had no idea about. I ended up not getting the scholarship that I wanted to get and not getting into the university that I wanted to get into, but wandering around the halls of the university that I did get into, and I met this guy called Alan Cooper, who was one of the few people in the world at the time. This was the late 1990s, who set up the special kind of lab that needs to be able to extract DNA from the bone. It is a terrible condition, so we have to have a purpose-built clean room to make sure that we don't spit in something or drop it out. Stories that we keep telling. This was a time where we were learning a lot about human history and human ancestry. But I wasn't. Plus, if you join my lab, you can go to Siberia. And I was like, yeah, sure. That's the deal for me. I'll go to Siberia.
So you got sent to Siberia? That's usually what they do to you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not amazing experiences in Siberia, but overall, I've been a couple of times. Yeah.
What time of year did you go?
Summer.
Wow.
Yeah. So the first time I went, it was from and I spent some time in Moscow first as a guest of one of my Russian collaborators. Then we went out to this meeting in Yakutsk. We got on a boat. And what I learned about Siberia is that everything goes wrong. There is no bit of infrastructure that functions the way it's supposed to function. And I learned that eventually we ended up on this boat that was 2 hours late, and there are so many crazy. Like, one of the times I was out in Tiger, the north central Tiger Peninsula, and we had brought with us this weird to take the masks off of our face because you always have to wear a hood, otherwise you'll breathe in mosquitoes. mosquitoes. And we were going outside and playing this game where we would just clap our hands in front of our face and then count how many you killed. And it was like one clap. And it's terrible. It's miserable.
So through clothes and just big too, right?
Well, it depends the time of year. Early in the season, they're really big and you can catch them fast. And then they get different species come out that are smaller and smaller. And toward the end of the season, they're really tiny. Once I was up in the north on the Big River, we were floating down the river looking for mammoth bones and tusk. And it had been windy the first few days, so it was fine. And this was my first time out in the field, actually. It was northern Alaska, and I was like, these mosquitoes. People keep telling me there's mosquitoes. They're full of shit. There's no mosquitoes out here. Right? The wind is blowing, then the wind dies down, and then it's like, oh, fuck. Like, this is awful. There was a moose that was ahead of us for a while, and this poor animal, we were following the river, and he, a few steps, he would just totally merge his body in this frozen and then come back up. Like, mosquitoes are just, yeah, something else.
I've only been to Anchorage. Well, I've been to a couple spots of Alaska, but I was in Anchorage, and when I was there, it was the summertime where salmon fishing. My friend Ari and I, and we're going because we heard you got to spray mosquito spray. We stepped out of the car. The moment we opened up the car, there was a cloud of mosquitoes. We're shrieking like little girls. We're like, ah! Like, what the hell? It was, I never experienced anything like it in my life. Like, where'd they come from?
Right. You don't expect it.
There was nothing there. Like, it wasn't like we saw a cloud of mosquitoes, but we opened up, there was an impossible amount of mosquitoes that got into the car.
It's terrible. In Timer, I remember we would walk along the grass, this such tall grass with little flowers in it. Exactly the kind of place you can imagine mammoths roaming and being like the kings of the universe there. But as you were walking, you would kick up the grass, and they would just emerge off of the needles of grass. It was just really awful.
Impressive, because they only have like 3 months to live.
Yeah, about this. How do they survive? There are so few red blood. Because mosquitoes mostly they only take it's only females that take a blood meal, and they take a blood meal when they're making eggs or making a brood. They take it to reproduce. Otherwise, they feed on nectar. So how do so many mosquitoes survive? Are they? If there's so few animals there. But it turns out those mosquitoes are adapted to this climate, and they don't need a blood meal to reproduce, but they do better if they get one. So,
But they can live all year round, so they kind of chill.
just wear this natural mosquito repellent, and usually has poison in it. Look at me in my natural, and we're out there, and the wind dries down, and the mosquitoes come, and I'm with my teeth. I'm like, your natural repellent. Like, did you bring the DEET? Yeah,
you got that natural stuff real quick. I was watching a documentary that he's in Pine Ridge. Have you ever seen Werner Herzog's film Happy People, Life in the Taiga? It's really good. It's really fascinating. He follows these people that live on the Taiga River in Siberia. And it's all these subsistence fishing and trapping, and they're living in these little cabins, and they bring dogs with them everywhere. They travel around on snowmobiles. Really, what's amazing about it is the title. It's happy people. They're all happy. That's what's so weird. It's like these people have a very hard life, but yet they're always smiling, and they're having a good time, and living this subsistence lifestyle somehow or another is like very fulfilling at like I don't want to say a genetic level, but like an internal level. Like there's something about it like this makes sense. Whereas society, like I don't think it makes sense, because I think you're a geneticist, you understand genes. We essentially have the same genes that people lived 10,000 years ago had. Very different world, right? And we're not really designed for this world.
Right. Well, you can see that in the increased rates of obesity, increased rates of diabetes. We're not.
Also depression, anxiety, all that stuff. And this is what happy people is kind of all about. I mean, Werner Herzog is he's brilliant, and so he's narrating this whole thing to kind of get this understanding of this appreciation for these people that are living this very basic life, but are very happy.
Yeah, it's impressive. When we were up there in Taimyr, we'd flown for a couple of days in this really awful Russian helicopter that took off the third time it tried to, because infrastructure doesn't work in Siberia. So repeated being from and it was in a place called Hatta, which is where we were based while we were trying to get out into and they kept putting all of our gear into this, and it's mostly these massive gas tanks, and you load all the gear into the gas tanks, and then all of the people, we had a dog, Tasha, who was with us, who did not want to get in the helicopter. I think the dog was the smartest person in our expedition team, but they would load us up, and they would try to start the helicopter, and it wouldn't start, and they would unload it, so we would go back to the places we were staying, and then they would tinker with it and fix it. We flew out, we got in the helicopter fine.
Speaker Johnson to continue bringing forward those rescissions. All
decided that they were on the helicopter. We're sitting on the gas tank in this helicopter that was the helicopter had some missing rope. You know, there was airflow. It's fine. This particular expedition was. I'm going to get to the story, and also in part of this, we were forever out into this part of the tiger where they had predicted that we would be able to find mammoth bones and woolly rhino bones and all the bones of the animals we're interested in. So we're flying out there, and we started. No, we did not get off. Instead, we picked up a random family on their own. Parents, yeah, there's two parents and a child, and they had backpacked with their gear and a massive cooler. Right, that's what they had. And
Were they trapped?
I found just there was a lack communication. Whatever, the helicopter took off twice, and then it landed, and everybody unloaded the tent, the camp. And we discovered over the course, and we built these cool boats, and so you blow them up and bring out the put them on the lake. We're looking around, and we discovered that we had landed in a place where we were going to be 6 weeks that had been ice heated during the last ice age, which meant that our chances of finding what we wanted were really small. We had ethanol because it weighed less per unit of alcohol than vodka, which they would normally bring on the helicopter, so they brought medical ethanol to drink. And well, you know, you can only take so much stuff with you.
Yes, it weighs less than alcohol. That's crazy to say.
Well, you know, they decided it was safe. Anyway, 3 days in, it's 24-hour sunlight, we're at 72 degrees latitude.
Did you try it?
Tried the medical and have it with your freshly caught fish that you filleted. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Fish and rice for the whole time. There was some geese and some duck. We were trying to shoot when we were on our Zodiacs. Normally, without telling us that we were about to shoot, it was a very
So you just hear
something, and suddenly the Zodiac would take off because whoever was in charge had seen something he wanted to shoot at. Anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you this.
It's a fun story.
So we were there. I don't know, maybe it was 2 or 3 days looking around, and it was about 1 in the morning. We were in this little tent that we built, a tent where we were, and it was a big mesh tent to keep the mosquitoes out, and everything. And everybody is just staring off gloomily. The medic ball was gone. You know, everybody was so going to be for the next 5 weeks. We were going to be stuck in this place where we weren't able to find what we were. And then all of a sudden, these 3 dudes show up outside of our tent with machine guns. Right. And I'm thinking, everybody's thinking, what the fuck? Like, we just flew forever, thing at all, nothing except for this way that we picked up randomly along the way. And everybody's looking around, and there's this real, what the hell are we going to do? And then the guy who was the expert recognizes these 2 dudes, and he's like, oh, friends, oh, good to see you, blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking, what's going to happen when realize we don't have any more vodka that does. And it turns out that they were members of the Dolgon community, which is an actual family of subsistence people that still live up on the Tiber. They herd reindeer, and they had seen the helicopter and had wondered what we were, and just set out to overscape that they normally live on to try this.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool actually.
That cool. So did you hang out with those people?
Well, we did. They were disappointed that we didn't have any alcohol.
This episode is brought to you by Whoop. The all-new Whoop is here, the only wearable that turns your health and fitness data into personalized guidance. Now, 7% smaller with more than 14 days of battery life. Whatever you're training for, the get from Whoop will totally change the way you rest, train, and show up every day. Now Whoop includes heart screener with on-demand ECG readings, so you can check in on your heart anytime and share results with your healthcare provider. This also includes Health Span, a new feature that demystifies the aging process and shows how your daily habits impact your pace of aging, as well as hormonal insights for personalized guidance throughout your cycle or pregnancy. It's the only wearable that gives you a truly comprehensive view of your body, designed to help you improve your performance, longevity, and overall health. Join now at join.whoop.com/RE. That's join.whoop.com/JRE. That's a theme.
It's a theme. It was Russia, so it's a fair thing. But the French couple, this is just, you're not going to believe me when I say this, right? Okay. The French couple said, I got this. And they get up and they go back to their tent area that they set up in the north. And they bring back their cooler. And they open it up. And inside is cheese. Like a massive Gouda and a massive brie. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Right? But they had cheese. And so we cut the cheese and shipped cheese with our Dolgon friends. And they were happy. And the next day we took them back with the Zodiacs to their community. And you know what was most about this experience? And everything about it was cool. We saw these people that were living in these towns where it goes to 40 below, and it doesn't go Celsius because they cross at that level, right? It's 40 below, and during the winter for months and dark, and they're herding reindeer, and they're living in these tiny little things that they cut in half during the winters, but half of it is used for the family to live in. And on these things on skids, and the reindeer drag across the tundra, across the permafrost, or in the summer, trying to find the because the mosquitoes didn't care about being around those animals.
They only wanted to attack the animals.
They were after the animals, and they really left us alone. But
probably because that's their natural source.
Larger, but
they're probably accustomed to it, right? Though also, like, for thousands of years, they've probably been just feeding off of reindeer.
Yeah, think about that though. But that poor moose from Alaska was also clearly bothered by the mosquito. Reindeer were as well, but it was pretty cool.
Were these people riding the reindeer?
I got to, they put me up there and showed me how I could ride the reindeer. Yeah.
So you were in this area?
Yes. Yeah, I was there during the summer. The snow on the ground. It was all just a very grassy, super wet grassy, and the moisture in the ground is probably why there are so many mosquitoes.
It is so fascinating that people live like this generation after generation after generation. And the fact that you can somehow, these are one of the weird animals, caribou are, that you can herd.
Yeah.
And people ride them.
And milk them.
Yeah. And then occasionally whack one.
Yeah, I mean, they're great, right? Animals have always been a really great storage mechanism. That's one of the hypotheses about animal domestication. Why it was taking place. If we had plants, but they're going to be to eat in years where there's not enough. But if you, in those years where there's plenty, if you store some of that nutrition in animals, animals. Then in the years where there's less, you can eat those animals. So it's a very safe.
That's a fascinating way to look at it. I just want to know how they ever figured out how to herd those reindeer. Who was the first person to figure out how to?
Right. I think that about a lot of domestic animals. Like, who was the? I also think that about milk. Like, who was the first person who decided?
Oh, storm. They probably tried everything. I mean, that's how we found out what mushrooms are edible, right? Because a large percentage of them will just kill you immediately. People are so desperate for it.
Yeah, some of them are trying to tell you though by being like bright red. We're dumb, so we're like bright red. I'll like that.
Yeah. It's confusing. Some bright red things are delicious. It's really good for you. Like, have they been living up there their whole life?
Those, they have a long history, the cult history there, and we're still, I think, we're still learning about how humans have dispersed around the world and how they got to be the places where they are today. But I really think it's people who are able to, they're trying now to relearn their native languages because the communist era, you were all forced to learn Russian.
Even up there. Wow. Set an emissary. Right. Is that an interesting perspective? Because I don't want to live like that. Like, I don't want to live in the Amazon with my private parts. But we assume they do. Right? Don't want to do it. There's so many things out there that'll eat you. There's so many bugs that can kill you. They can kill you. It's like, I'd like rather watch a video.
Right.
David Attenborough documentary. I don't want to go there. I have a good friend who lives there. Paul Rothschild, he goes there all the time. He's been on the podcast a few times. And he lives in the Amazon. And his whole thing is he's there protecting the rainforest. And what they do is people that they're just poor people that have no options, and they're loggers need to protect the rainforest. So they get to quit the logging job and then protect the rainforest. And then through funding, they buy up parcels of lands and protect and save it. But he's had some bizarre encounters with uncontacted people where at one point in time they realized they were actually being hunted and they barely escaped their life. You start hearing weird noises in the bushes and then you realize like, oh boy, these are people. Like we're being stalked right now.
By the most sophisticated hunting animal out there.
Oh man, I would imagine the state that these people are at, they've been living there for thousands and thousands of years. They probably have incredible perception, incredible senses.
Because they have to,
right? They probably knew these people were coming a long time ago. They probably heard the boat coming down the river. They prepared, ready. They know paths are. They know which way the people would go. And you're utterly helpless.
How did he get out then?
He got out just in time. Just in time.
They just escaped.
Yeah, but one of his friends, one of the people that he was working with, did not. They would have these gifts, like so they would take these rafts and to try to make contact with these people. They would float these rafts that filled with food, and they were doing this as like a peace gesture. And several times, and then when they found him filled with arrows, yeah, they just killed him. They just decided, maybe they had a bad experience with some other person from some other Westerner, and they decided, we're done. But they're rightly terrified of humans because when these extract resources, when it's the loggers or whatever it is, if there's some minerals or anything else they find, they just kill everyone. There's horrific human occurred there, where they just hired the worst people in the world to go and LiDAR discoveries of these sophisticated grids and all this stuff that's in the Amazon, where they really thought that this was no, there was like a huge civilization here, millions of people. So these people that were there, I mean, I wonder how many of them were like the preppers 1,000 years ago, or whatever it was. Or it wasn't even that long ago, but Percy Fawcett, right? That's the name. The guy who was the main character in that book, The Lost City of Z. He's one of the people that went there. When the first explorers went, they talked about these incredible, like sophisticated civilization. Went back 100 years and there was none of that, so they thought that they had just made it up. It turns out horrible diseases and out millions of people, and then the jungle just consumed whatever structures and houses and stuff that they had, and you can see when you fly over in LiDAR.
Yeah, it's so cool. You can see those when you're part of the world, really. I noticed it recently. I was flying over Europe. You can see the old trellises from old, I don't know how old, but it's just so cool how we can see remnants of civilization. Some of the coolest mysteries. And that's what's so cool about working in ancient DNA too, is we can just go to places, get DNA from stuff, and learn something that we never knew before.
So you get interested in DNA, you go to Siberia, all that jazz. How do you end working with a company like Colossal? How does that take place?
All of us working in ancient DNA, we are constantly in the same question from which is, when are we going to bring dinosaurs?
Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Right?
They're so simple. What a great movie, and everybody's like.
And people actually say that my field was spawned the extinct species group. Yeah, everybody was like, that is the cool thing that I've heard in a long time. Must be we can bring dinosaurs back to learn racing to get the oldest. So there were papers in the best journals of science that never published wrong ever that said, look, here's dinosaur DNA, and look, here's this. That is crap. We now know. In fact, the first dinosaur DNA sequences that were published, if you took them at the time, paired them to the earliest of what is today this big repository of all DNA sequences and everything that's ever been sequenced, what came back was a close match to a bird. We now know, because there's more DNA sequences to the chicken, an exact match to a chicken, and some investigative work found that the team that been working on those bones had fried chicken for lunch every day.
So it's contamination.
Yeah, because like there's dinosaur fossils and DNA.
That is hilarious. That's how little they knew about DNA. What year is this?
That would be the early 90s.
The early 90s. When was DNA first?
The idea, what really helped was the invention of PCR. It's an acronym for polymerase chain reaction. fusion is a way of Harry Wallace, who discovered the idea of PCR while he was high on a road trip. Right?
LSD.
That's right, yeah. We should all do LSD, I think, because clearly you have your learn the sequence using the technologies of the day, and that was getting to take off as a second to photo, because there's one dies or plant dies, DNA in the cell starts to get chopped up into smaller and smaller pieces by things like right, we go out in the sun, put the sunscreen on, and that stops me. We just we need some sunlight, but we have a repair mechanism so that when your DNA breaks, it doesn't stay that way. We evolved this mechanism. One thing, we're going to have the energy for that to work, and so these damaged parts of DNA accumulate, recycle, whatever. And so again, the whole thing, like a mammoth, is really short fragments, like maybe 30, 40, or 50 letters of DNA long. In comparison, if I were to take a swab from my cheek and sequence that, I could get that are hundreds of millions of pieces of living DNA. So ancient DNA is in really crap condition, and it's also mixed with stuff. So if I extract DNA from a mammoth, I'll get some mammoth DNA. I'll get a lot of those microbes that are in there chewing up DNA. I'll probably get some of my DNA because I touched that mammoth bone. Get DNA from whoever else touched that thing. This has been a real problem in archaeology because we're trying to get DNA. But we're humans, and so we touch these things, and then I don't know if it's my DNA or if that thing DNA.
Right. This episode is brought to you by the farmer's dog. If you're your dog, you want what's best for your furry pal. But figuring out what that is can be a real headache. Information out there, especially around dog food. Take kibble, for example. Almost everyone has probably fed their dog kibble at some point. But digging, you may find out how ultra-processed it is. Better option for you out there. Real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. Like the farmer's dog. They make fresh, so simple. No magical or miracle recipe. Just meat and vegetables, lightly cooked, for your dog's needs. And it's all developed by board certified with the same safety standards as our food. When you make the switch, you'll see a massive impact. It can help your dogs be healthier, happier, and more energetic. And unlike kibble, which comes in a big serving suggestions, the farmer's dog food is delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It makes it easy to help them maintain their ideal weight, which is one of the biggest predictors of a longer, healthier life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating overly processed foods for every meal. And it doesn't matter how old your dog is, it's always a great time to start investing in happiness. So try the farmer's dog today. You can get 50% first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Even just breathing on it, right?
Yeah, or dropping an eyelash. In my lab at Santa Cruz and ancient DNA labs around the world, we have these really, it's like working in a virus lab where you're scared of everything, but we turn it around. So rather than having the air being sucked in, we're going to push the air out. We don't want any air coming in. We wear these suits where it looks like we're terrified, over the face mask and the hairnet, and we're totally covered, and we bleach everything. It's not because we're afraid of those bones. We're afraid that we're going to get our DNA in that bone, and then we're not going to be able to smoke. Of course. Yeah. So it took that. And the ability to amplify those tiny little pieces of DNA for us to really figure out. People thought we were never going to get DNA out because of this problem. We're just going to get human DNA. Never going to be able to put that difference. But then with these labs, this thing we eventually got whole bands, which I think is probably one of the crowning achievements of this.
What thing extracted?
Bones. The very first Neanderthal genome sequence was actually a mixture of several bones because there wasn't very much DNA in any part of that team put together. The first Neanderthal genome sequence. Yeah. But then the Denisovans, the Denisova people, that was just a evolutionary history.
It's pretty recently, right?
Yeah. Within the last.
We did a podcast recently. We were talking about the egghead people. What are they called again?
Giuliani or something. I've seen it. This is really
super recent. It was like December of 2024. They released this paper.
Yeah, super cool. And it just highlights how much we don't know, right? How especially in paleoanthropology, and this is a field where people will take
Julian. That's it. The lost species of humans that have normally large skulls lived alongside Homo sapiens. So they died off somewhere. They lived in China between 300,000 and 50 years ago.
Yeah, and so if they were breed with humans, they probably did. They probably bred with Neanderthals. They probably bred with Denisovans because that's what we do.
Wild stuff. Yeah, and then of course the Hobbit people, the Island of Flores people.
Yeah. Flores. No one has still been able to get DNA from those samples.
So
Spotty's team has tried. A lot of people have attempted. It's just they're too degraded. They're from a hot place. All of those things that degrade DNA, they really happen faster.
There's probably a lot more to be discovered too.
So
we really found it at one location, right?
Yes, yeah. And one thing that Husband did was whether the people who live there today, the Brontosaurus people, are related to them, and they're not. It seems like because they're small as well. And the question is there something weird about them? This is actually really cool. It was a really cool result. It's hard to know exactly what bits of changes in your DNA code for making big or small. But clearly, it's not just one thing because there's not just people my size and people normal size, only 5 feet tall. Right? So there's lots of different genes that are involved with this. But we kind of have what those genes are in the genome and what they might be. And with these people who are all small, the idea, the hypothesis was that there was some new thing in their DNA that led to them being small. But it wasn't. They just are at the extreme of all the things we already know.
Is it just island dwarfism?
It's just a small population on an island.
Yeah.
Different fixation. And yes, weird things happen on islands. Elephants dwarf, but dodos got big. They dwarf or they get bigger.
Yeah, like the Komodo.
Oh yeah, that's one of those weird.
Creepy as that. I can't. I'm so embarrassed to tell you how many times I've large animals. They eat like sheep. It's horrific. I don't know. Is this gonna happen? You open up your brain like, oh no. You see this poor ghost, you see this slobbering mouth filled with botulism.
Is that what kills them?
I think there's a venom as well. I think there's a lot of toxins in their mouth, and I think there's also a venom. I think they used to think it was just poison, just botulism and just various bacteria, but now I believe they think it's a venom. I've watched another horrible video where they would bite this buffalo. They just bite its hindquarters and then follow it. Well, the venom is slowly taking its
$33,000 on the there was $35 million for the Golden Dome.
Missile Defense Systems, Senator. You introduced a bill supporting the construction of that. I want to get your take on defense and whether or not that's an area you see continuing to grow, where the economic growth comes from. We see the June ADP numbers down 33,000 in the month of June versus the next month.
Here it is. Bronstein underwent surgery to reattach several thousand severed tendons to rebuild his big toe that was crushed by the dragon's jaw.
Yeah, it's just missing.
Tendons and okay. So he was pry open the reptile zookeeper distracted the dragon. Oh my god!
He was
yeah. Whoopsies. I'm good. I don't need the additional thrill.
right. But there are places where there are big things like dodos that are amazing and probably because they're so gorgeous and it's something that friends who Matt James, who's the chief animal officer at Club.
2-year-old can hold up their arm and this enormous tongue comes wrapping around that piece of lettuce and they giggle and everything. I trust them so much, but they let little kids feed them. Like they set it up so people can feed these seem so calm. They're like, both containers of giraffes only had to take into account the upper part of the container when predicting the outcome. In both tasks, giraffes successfully selected the container more likely to provide highly liked food, integrating physical information to correctly predict sampling information.
I mean, cool, but I who has tried to keep happy that a giraffe isn't always making the best decisions.
Perhaps they're intelligent for the environment they belong in.
I'm sure that's true.
Right.
That's how evolution works.
Yeah. But when you put them in this
There's a wire I can get my next.
like a kid that leaves his parents' basement and plays probably gonna be pretty awkward to get him out in the wild.
Probably.
Yeah, it's probably the same thing with giraffes.
Yeah. Talking to my 13-year-old.
Play a lot of video games. It's a real problem, and they're going to get worse. They're going to get way makes things more and more addictive. They're really good at designers.
Algorithms, all of that.
But they're just so good at making games. They're just incredibly compelling and fun. Oh, so fun. Way more fun than going outside. Problem. You know, you could call it Duty.
War Thunder. That's the game that my son is in. War planes and things. Build them and
yeah, just imagine if you could take one of those Dennis Ovens and show them.
That is an interesting question. If we could bring an old
Tell me more.
I think it's a bad idea, but if they do, I would like
There's
to
a lot of people
know.
that think bringing dire wolves back is a bad idea.
Well, I mean, what did you think of the Dire Wolves?
Well, fortunately, after the last podcast I did with Ben, I did actually get to go visit them, and I was blown away. It's extraordinary. It's so wild. I mean, it's one thing to see them in photographs, but it's another thing to be close to them, where you're outside. There's no fence between you and them, and you look in their eyes, you're like, that is a different animal.
Yeah.
That is a totally different. I've seen wolves before. That is a totally different animal than I've never seen a wolf in a while. I saw one, and it was like running across the road at a distance, and it was dusk.
Yeah.
That was in Alberta. There's a lot of wolves. But that, I've never looked in one's eyes, and it's just like, these aren't even that.
Right.
You know, they were more than 6 months old, but they were almost 100 pounds already.
Yeah.
And they have this look in their eye,
And
like,
you can see they're bigger, they're more muscular, and you see that that coat, the dire wolf coat.
it's extraordinary. The mane that they have, it's really incredible. And then there's a little female, Khaleesi.
Yes.
She's adorable.
And she is like a puppy right now.
Yeah.
You were able to hold her.
She's adorable. She nibbles near her, which is really crazy.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to see the boys before. They were probably already a little bit standoffish.
Yeah.
Especially compared to
Yes. Yeah, they're standoffish. They get fairly close though, within like 20 feet of you, checking it. You know? Yeah. It's just so strange to see an animal in the flesh that didn't exist, for 10,000 years.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I was there for Khaleesi's birth, and people were asking me afterward, how did that feel? And I just, you can't even describe it. This moment when she was born, and then she screamed. She had this cry, this scream. I haven't but it was just such a, I don't know, it's this awe, I think this is one of the best things about the de-extinction work and the species preservation work that Colossal is doing, is that we live in such a crazy time. People don't often have an opportunity to feel genuine awe about something. And this is one of the things that people get about going out, going hunting, get out and going and spending time in the woods, or going and experiencing something that you wouldn't normally experience. Is this way to feel genuine and excitement and Khaleesi's birth. I wasn't there for the birth boys. I was in the UK at a conference. It was very sad, and I had COVID, and I was asleep and trying to recover. And the next morning, I woke up and there were like 150 text messages on my phone from Ben going, "What the fuck are you doing? Where are you? Why are you not responding?" I'm like, "Oh my god, I missed this moment." So I made sure that I was there, present for Khaleesi, and I'm glad I was. What an amazing! I'm glad you got to see them.
I'm glad I got to see them.
Traffic on
I felt very fortunate just to be in their presence, and also very conflicted by it all. Like, this is so odd. Like, is this the beginning? Like, are we going to bring back everything? Like, is that a good thing? Are things supposed to go extinct? Are we supposed to just bring back everything that's ever lived? At what point do we draw the line? All these thoughts in my head. Like, why are human beings the deciders of what lives and dies? Like, do we have an arrogance because of our relative intellect that we think that we should be able to make these kind of decisions and not understand the comprehensive defensive effect it has on the entire system, and we know what happens with invasive species. Florida is a great example of that.
Right.
Florida is so crazy. I mean, like, when you think of Florida, you could say, like, the name of the state, and then a man, and everybody's like, what do you do? Like, but that's Florida ecologically.
Yeah.
Like Burmese pythons.
Yeah. Did you see that there's a competition every year to go out and kill as many as they can? Or there's a monetary reward for people who kill. I think it's the most like this.
Yeah, even that's not going to put the
And all people kill during this competition. They kill hundreds, maybe thousands of these snakes, and it doesn't even touch.
There's an estimate of a 500,000. They think there might be 500,000 there. And there's a guy that's been on his podcast for he calls himself Python Cowboy. He's quite a character. And did he give us a head? We got a headband right here, right? You got it over there? That Python head? But that dude, he has been catching them. He uses dogs. The dogs find where the nests are. And the video of these things, you know, you're pulling out this 15, 16, 17, I think he's got as big as an 18-foot long snake.
Wow.
Hundreds of pounds. They're enormous.
They
And
swallow
they're
eating alligators. Thank goodness, because alligators are doing great. Like, that's one thing I don't mind them doing. But we need something that's hunting alligators.
That's another problem with Florida. It's infested with alligators.
And they used to be on the endangered species
When I lived there, they were on the species list.
One of the class of 1967, right? The first species to be officially listed.
Why did they list them? And how
Because
did
they were almost gone at that
they
point.
do that? Like, I can't imagine that you could do that now. That you could get them to the point of extinction now. Because they're so hard to find, and they're everywhere.
Maybe
I don't want to say they're so hard to find, but I mean, when they get in the water,
Yeah.
you know, like, you're not going to get all of them.
Yeah.
Like,
You know, there's a show, I don't know where it's on, but it's a show that's called Florida Man. I was watching it like today, and seriously, and it goes through, you know, what that Florida Man happened. One of them was about him who was kind of lost in his life, and he climbed over a fence that he should have climbed over and went for a swim in a lake, and then had an alligator bit off his arm. That is that's that particular.
Oh, I saw that guy in the news. That's the guy that, like, he had a day with, like, one arm.
There was a guy who, I don't know, there's probably hundreds of stories like
Oh, yeah.
in this video that I was trying to well, in this video, he laid on the side of the lake, like probably bleeding to death, when an alligator that was in the shape of his mom, I think, he told him he had to get his ass up and move or he was going to die. Like, okay, mom, I'll do it.
Oh, boy. He was probably not sober. I'd imagine
It was blood loss at that
to
point.
work, and also whatever contributed to me climb that fence in the first place. Is that the dude? I mean, this is not. This is similar. It happened a month ago. Here's the video of it.
The one that show was going to show that happened years ago. Years enough for them to be able to focus. But yeah, I mean, how many people have lost? Yeah, right.
Yeah, they find them. And the golf lane, golf in Jurassic Park. I'm sure you've seen videos. There's one amazing video of this huge alligator. It's like a 14-footer, and it's walking across this golf course. It looks like a dinosaur because it's not walking like when it's dragging its belly on the ground. It's kind of public. That is so big. Look at this.
You're out there playing golf. You're like, you see that guy, and you know that they can run fast.
Yeah, they run like 30 miles an hour. They look at this dork.
Sales pitch, but birds, and whenever I think about birds, I think of this, right? Like the Florida panthers. One of the things that we did to save Florida panthers, a disorder called hermaphroditism, where their testicles wouldn't descend, or only one would descend. They had all sorts of heart problems. That's it. Right? And things want to survive, so they do. So you get these highly inbred populations. And people fixed it by moving an animal from one population to another, introducing new genetic, bringing diversity back into a population. It's what we're trying to do with our red wolf project. Red wolves are the only endemic American wolf, and they are nearly extinct. There's a successful captive breeding program, and a few years ago, some of the people that work with it, also woman called Bridget, who said Princess, because people were sending her photos. This is why you have to be like crazy when they send you pictures of things. Look at this cool, crazy thing that I think I found. Should just discount it. I mean, I'm the person who has tested insulation. That's so many things. But you know, I doesn't participate in it. It was real. This guy who lives down in sent her a picture of an animal that she's like, that is got into the wolf population because the domestic dog, right? That's how that allele got into that population. So we know the canids do this all the time. And she was like, this is so cool because this captive breeding population was established with just a few founder individuals. And the team working with them are doing a great job of trying to maximize genetic, like picking who's going to pair with who to keep diversity there, but still just a few individuals. So they are going to lose genetic diversity, which is just how it works. If we can bring other individuals into this population, that's a way of concentrating more diversity. Better able to pick which parts are vital, either by breeding individuals or by editing their DNA, which is technology that we developed over the past entire whole thing. And we can actually help this population to survive. So there are ways that we can do this for mammals. Really amazing consequences for the way we can protect biodiversity.
When you think of like the python problem for Florida, the worst idea they were talking about introducing honey badgers.
Honey badgers.
Because they eat snakes. I don't know if this was a serious idea.
How are you?
Good.
How did you find out about me? Yeah, I don't think so. Did you find out about me from Discord?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you? All right. Well, we're just watching podcast.
Yeah.
Introduced this thing called a rosy wolf snail that they were going to get to eat the giant snails. And so the rosy wolf snail is leaving the giant snails alone. They're big. A giant African snail. It's worth looking at.
sponsorships or something.
I think people introduced them. Snails to try to control them, but they're killing all the endemic snails. So
we know, they don't bring just to Florida, but I don't even know if this article I was reading was a serious article, but it was just like, that sounds like something that someone would, because, they're really good at killing snakes. Like, that's what they like to do, kill cobras. And they have an unbelievably resilient body. Like, they can tolerate getting bit by lions. I mean, they're freaks. They're really weird animals, like honey badgers. And they just really cute,
right? I remember when my kids were little watching the Wild Kratts. There was a Wild Kratts episode about honey badgers, and they were all cute when they were babies because they were hiding in camouflage.
Yeah, maybe when they're babies are cute. They're pretty ferocious.
Yeah.
There's a lot of very similar. Yeah, I think they're all in the same family, right? Yeah, it is. Look at that face.
I think they
Look at that face, just a big old deadly snake. That's his lunch. And they get bit all the time. And they just they get sick, pass out for a couple minutes, then recover and kill a snake.
It's amazing.
Yeah, they're ferocious little animals.
So have people been able to understand better anti-venom properties, which they have?
That's a really good thanks. Oh my god. That is such a great wild brain. I just hope they don't bring them to Florida. It sounds like someone's going to do it. It sounds like a Florida idea.
Did you heard about the early 20s?
No.
So this is a great sort of American history because this is replete with people when the land in the West was doing so well, they'd overgrazed their too many cattle. There was this thing called the meat question. It was the thing of the day, the meat question. People were talking about how are we going to survive if there's not enough cattle? Maybe we're going to have to eat our dogs. And at the same time, there was a problem in the Mississippi and other places where the World Fair, people had brought New Orleans, who was the host city of Japan, they brought New Orleans this water icing, this water little tiny little flower as a gift, and they loved it, so they planted it everywhere, and it just grew like absolute crazy. It was choking up the river, like ships couldn't get through because of this magic. People were putting oil on it to get it to sing, trying to light it on fire, and nothing would happen. And this team of people that included Congressmen from Louisiana came up with a solution for both problems at once, and that was that they were going to import hippos from Africa into Louisiana to live on the bayous. They would eat the plant, the water hyacinth thing, and then we could eat them, and that was going to be the perfect solution to both of these problems.
How did that get stopped?
It was an accident. So it's actually a fun story. These two guys, one of them was the guy who was American, another guy was a con man who was working as a pit journalist and all these other things, and they had actually been employed during the World War II, but they came together on part of this congressman's team. The scout thought it was a great idea. He wanted people to bring in all sorts of animals from Africa. National park. So that people would want to go to that park. Parks have taken it now, and I think this is really important. That it's really important. Maybe we got a conservation legislature. So he was excited about this. And then Congressman, when he was pulling together the team of people, he went to a show that this other guy, the sort of con man, traveling salesman, pimp, escape artist dude, was having about how he was an intrepid explorer. And he was like, that guy is an expert as well. He can also fly team. And they testified in front of Congress, and they asked questions like, how do you know that they're sick? How do you know that they're tame? This con man, he was like, well, there's plenty of evidence that you can feed them from a baby's bottle with no evidence whatsoever. Right? And everybody was like, yeah, awesome. Even the New York Times was completely behind it. They published an editorial talking about what they call the hippos lake cow bacon.
What year was that?
this early 20th century.
Wow. Cow bacon.
Yeah, everybody was like, this is it. This is what's going to sell.
That's almost a nation of hippo ranchers. Oh my god. Build house, build something, increase the availability of low-cost meat by importing the hippopotamus that would be killed to make cow bacon.
Yes, brilliant. This is, I mean, this is such a, it's so funny. But it's not very common. Because it didn't fail. It never came up for there's like dozens of them down there.
What are they doing about that?
Nothing. I think they keep rounding them up and putting them back on his property.
How much property did he have?
I don't know the answer to that yet. So just like we wanted to bring
Ran off first pigs.
and we don't see them in Alaska.
Where did the wild boars emanate from? What's their original country of origin?
I think, well, for French works like domestication of pigs, and they published a bunch of different papers that are all contradicting each other. He gave a hilarious talk at the kind of meeting I was at last week about how he keeps saying something different. That's why they're keeping to publish more papers. He was just being nice about how he's open to changing his mind with new data, which I think is a valued trait in science. But yeah, so Southeast Asia or around Asia is the origin, or at least the domestication. And normally things are domesticated around where they want to be.
Well, they have a weird example, right? Because the domestic ones will become change. They morph when they go feral really quickly. I think it's like they start.
Has a particular suite of traits.
The testimony of when this was going on. This is the guy who presented this. The hippo thing. He's talking about pigs right here, where they were going to bring them from northern Manchuria because of.
Were they the most delicious pigs?
Yeah, they're also talking about bringing in rhinos. I think they did bring in camels in like 1853.
Well, we have camels. There were North American camels that were here during the Ice Age.
It's a bad test or something. They come up bringing antelopes in, and they're easily tame. Domesticated, like they're very easily tame.
That's Irwin. So this is a guy who worked for the I guess what became the USDA. But he was in charge of apples, but he was other places as the real solution to this.
Definitely done that in Texas. Texas is overrun with African animals.
Well,
All the private ranches
yeah,
filled with elands, nilgai, and all the beast.
we have so many cool animals here that all went extinct at the end of the Ice Age. So, we have it. Why shouldn't we have elephants?
I know, but isn't it weird? But it's again, that's the thing now they're eating over cattle. Kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
They just have moved into the San Juan But the wolves that they've introduced to outside of Aspen in particular, I have a friend who has a ranch up there and I posted about it on Instagram. He actually sent me some more pictures yesterday. Like, it's not the time to talk about like wolf problems. But they're just killing their liver. They're not eating that hungry. They're just eating the tasty apps alone. These people are on a 24-hour run, ragged, they have these teams of guys that have to patrol the area 24 hours a day to try off the wolves. They spend millions of dollars bringing them there and the cattle.
Yeah, I imagine it's really devastating to see something like that happening and know that somebody else made this decision. And you who actually experience it, or I mean, I imagine the people who voted for them. I wonder what they imagined.
Well, it's ballot box biology, right? You get a bunch of cities that don't have a lot of experience in nature and wild ecosystems, and then you introduce this idea, we're going to bring wolves back to their native. Well, that sounds amazing. But they're not telling you, like this, what this rancher told me is that, first of all, the original wolves that were introduced into Colorado were wolves that were taken from Oregon because these wolves were battle. So they had it
Already had it taken.
exactly Colorado where.
Yo. Draco. Mute yourself if you're not going to talk.
This area of preying on cattle.
So we can see from Yellowstone how important having this keystone systems where they can be and where there is space for them. But the land as everywhere as it is in Yellowstone. We need to be able to make
Why not New York City? Let's go. Everywhere they used to be. I mean, this is where it gets silly. It's like when you're dealing with people that have cattle ranches, and this is their entire livelihood, and all they're doing now is just compensating them for the cattle that get killed, and then so you have less output. It's like they were already on their way to do different size moves too.
Yo, Draco, if you're not going to talk, mute yourself, please. Draco, I'm warning you the last time. Mute yourself, or I'm going to mute you.
Now people kind of like come to equilibrium, people recognize that there was overpopulation of elk for sure. They used to have these hunting seasons where they would hunt them in the snow in the winter because there were so many of them. They wanted to just pick them out and just shoot them for meat because they really didn't have the resources because they didn't have the apex predators. Because a lion can only eat so many, so mountain lions weren't really putting the dent in the population that had intelligent hunting cooperative animals like wolves could do. So they brought it back, and it's relatively successful. They've knocked the population of elk down more than 40%, but that's probably good. I mean, not for the people that hunt elk, they're really mad, but wolves are really cool to have around. But Montana is very different than Aspen, right? It's very different. You're in the mountains of Montana, and you see a wolf versus in someone's cattle ranch in Aspen, right? Just like, this is stupid. Why did you do this?
But what's interesting, it was a debate, and what I made them do was assume roles of a rancher, a politician, a conservationist, and I had several different roles, and then I randomly pro or con. And they had a couple figure out what was like roles in California. They do this debate 4 years in a row after they had to put else's shoes and think about it from their perspective, it would shift. And the majority of people would be like, yeah, no, it's bad, I can't. I think if you give people the tools to be able to think, they can imagine themselves in a different scenario. And we need to do that. We need to be arming people with thoughtfulness rather than jumping to a conclusion.
Yeah, and also ballot box biology. It's like
but everybody's going to vote, so.
Right, but you shouldn't be able to vote on things that you're not educated in. It's like if you allow people to vote on things that have tremendous consequences to the ecosystem, like a reintroduction of the apex predator, and they understand those consequences. They just have this very utopian idea of what it means to bring them. Look, I love them. I think they're amazing animals. It's just like putting them in, Calabasas is probably not the best idea. Putting them where people live, they're going to eat pets. They're going to eat a lot of things that are penned up, whether they're sheep or goats or whatever people have. They can get out of these. They're not going to chase down or hurt them.
Their biology, right? They're making decisions on where they can find their next food. Plus, you've met Khaleesi, right? Don't think she would make.
A vegetable and a couple of
yeah, maybe so. But right now, she kind of freaks me out already when you look at it.
Science is so intense. They're so intense. When you look into a predator's eye, it's like you realize, like, so, we're just like so weak and soft.
Not because we're not going to send them the next step for their lives is to study them, see how they're changed by their DNA modified, measure things like their gene expression, their growth, their health span, their lifespan, learn the consequences of the work that we're doing, learn how they interact with the habitat, introduce Khaleesi to her brothers, the next animals that we make into that pack, to make a small pack, but they will stay on that secure, expansive, ecological reserve.
Yes, you're not going to let them breed.
No, the plan is not to let them breed.
How will you prevent them from breeding?
Well, at the moment, they're separated. But we'll probably use subcutaneous, you can put a hormonal contraceptive. And some ideas of so we don't want to castrate them, which would obviously be a way to stop it, but because we want them to be able to reach their precisely because we want to know what that would be, and we want them to have hormones to be able to do that. But they will be controlled. We track them all the time. There's 3 separate layers of fencing to keep them in. We know exactly where they are. They couldn't get a picture without a camera somewhere seeing it, and we know exactly what's going on with them. So yeah, we'll.
Jurassic Park. We have a totally
I've seen that scene. Yes.
Don't worry.
I was in Mauritius.
What scientist? Jeff Goldblum was the scientist that
I'm
got
Henry Wu, right? I'm the chief scientist, right? So I'm a good guy for now, right? But he becomes a bad guy in the future, right? So I'm looking for like we're not making dinosaurs. Took direwolf genome sequences from animals, one animal that lived 72,000 years ago and one animal that lived 13,000 years ago, and we lined them up next to each other and we figured out what it is.
ones that had white.
It's possible, yeah, and I'm sure there were different colors, but it's interesting to that two animals that live so far apart from each other in time and geography would both have this light color coat. So maybe it wasn't that every direwolf had a light coat, but it must have been a predominant color in the population.
What was the environment in which they lived? So if they lived 13,000, do you think that that's why they had white hair?
It's possible both of these animals were from the northern part of their range where it would have been colder. They did live through previous interglacial periods. 125,000 years ago it was as warm as it is today, or even warmer. It was predicted to be no ice at the poles. And also we know direwolves were really common around the La Brea and tar pits in Los Angeles. We haven't been able to get any DNA of anything from La Brea. Don't know if it destroys it or if it gets into the bone in a way that we can't get the DNA out. So somehow inhibiting the recovery of the DNA. We'll get there. And then someday we'll figure it out. And that's going to open up.
It kind of makes sense that, like, polar bears having that bears actually, it's clear, right?
Yeah, they have clear, and that's why polar bears, and you see those pictures of bears in zoos where they look, polar bears in zoos where they look like
Or they get covered in moss.
it grows in the hair is hollow. So if they're too wet and not cold enough, like weird inside their hair.
And them being that is for hunting.
Yeah.
That's something that's completely white.
Yeah.
And you don't see, like, look at that dark.
Yeah.
That's
bears hybridize with each other. This is one of those funny stories about academia with a scarcity mindset there where we submit a grant proposal and we say, hey, we have this really cool observation that polar bears and brown bears hybridized during the last ice age when they overlap with each other. And that's dumb. We know that doesn't. Then we found another hybrid polar bear from the previous interglacial. And then there's evidence that they're hybridizing today. So whenever they overlap geographically, they can meet. But what's interesting about this is that we always find the hybrids living like brown bears, even though it's probably that the mom is a polar bear. Because a brown bear boy will wake up from hibernation, go out onto polar bear, and a polar bear female is an induced ovulator, whereas brown bear females are seasonal. A polar bear female will ovulate in the presence of a mater. The other way around, polar bear brown bear female, probably more likely to eat her than mate her.
Wow.
So, but that's weird. So why do we always find the hybrids living with brown bears instead of living with polar bears? And the polar bear biologists who we worked with, worked a lot of time with, Sterling is a fantastic polar bear biologist for wildlife.
Welcome.
His
How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out watching podcasts? Feel free to enjoy.
Completely makes sense.
I know, it's insane, right? Biology is cool.
It is cool to like think like how they became successful doing that. Like, oh, figure that out. You know, their nose is dark. Other animals can see.
But they also hybridize. Just give it a chance to do so, right? Because biology doesn't rest these concepts, right? Biology doesn't care that animals boys when they move on the islands is the habitat got better, where they encountered these polar bears that had been stranded there because the ice receded much, and so they hybridized there, and all ancestry from that admixture mixing with Neanderthals. Is that from the Germans? There's a couple of bears that
really look like hybrid.
Yeah.
There's a lot of traits. Hey, bears are some of the most fascinating animals ever. Yeah, it's just incredible animal. So that's it's really, I'm really glad you said it that way, that there's a polar bear around there. It's just our definition. This is part of the problem with the criticism of this science, is that we are being very specific about what we're calling these things based on our own definitions that we've all agreed upon. But that the true nature of genes is that there's this like proliferation and fluctuation, and all these animals breed with each other, and it's like
it's kind of that, but it's also that haven't agreed, right? So there's a group of academic scientists who are trying to grasp so tightly to this very precise definition of a species as having to do with DNA. But that is, and it's interesting. I think the reason that we keep having this conversation is because it's genuinely interesting to talk about species. Sure, we have come up with, dozens of different species concepts, and they're all for a particular purpose. If I wanted to have a conversation about dinosaur or anything that's a fossil, I'm going to use the logical species concept because that's all I've got. I'm going to compare the shape of this bone with the shape of this bone, and if they're similar enough to my trained eye, I'm going to call that a species. That's why you had a bison priscus, I'm going to say, skull out there. That's from the
boneyard, steppe bison.
Yeah, steppe bison, bison priscus, or bison crassicornis, bison occidentalis, bison elascensis, bison, I could go on forever. This naming of bison was like sport in the 18th, 19th centuries, mostly 19th century.
Did you go to the boneyard?
I don't think I've been to his. I didn't go with Ben, but I've been working up in that part of the world for 30 years. We spend a lot of time working in gold mines outside of Dawson City. Have you been to Dawson City? No. It's amazing. It's an old-timey gold town, dirt roads, wooden sidewalks. The buildings are all crooked because the fire is burned at one end, it melts the permafrost underneath, and it goes. It's where I learned what you're supposed to do when a fight breaks out in front of you.
What are you supposed to do?
No, can I advise your beer's gonna get knocked over? I'm not leaving.
You're not leaving on a fight breaks out?
Not Dawson. It's a weird place. They still have these.
Women fighting don't scare me as much as men fighting. Women can pull out guns.
That's true, but it's Canada, so less likely for that to happen than in Alaska. But there have been weird things happen there. There's you go out to bars and say, you go out to bars in Dawson City, and they still have folks that run the bells behind a bell for everybody who's in the bar, and you learn after you've been there for a while that the person's already ringing that bell because he wants everybody who's in there because he wants to fight with somebody, right? This is like somebody who's like a diamond driller who's just got paid in cash for the first time, and he's like, now I want to fuck somebody up, right? So he comes in,
That's what you want to do when you get paid?
rings the bell, and then goes from table to table, sitting around with people, and we, as like nerdy scientists, paleogeneticists in the corner, are trying to just be super nice Canadians, like talking to these people. Like, I don't want to fight.
He's just looking to fight with someone?
Yeah, it's a weird part of the world. It's a fun place to live. Anyway, I digress. There's gold mines like that, like the site outside Fairbanks, that are super productive like this, and every one of the miners out there has like this cool collection. Not any as cool as his, but because he's been so much and collecting it for such long. I heard great stories about how he did materials to the Americans.
Well, it was previous owners of his property. Right? That's the case, right? And they dumped it in East River. And so So they denied dumping it in the East River. So then they hired these guys to go and dive for it. And John Reeves told everybody where it was. I don't know if he hired them or just told them. But so these guys dove in the East River. They found steppe bison, bones, jaw fragments, all sorts of different.
Do you know what I think is great about this story? I really like it, right? Because I'm sure it's true because they have so much of that material at the American Museum. When I started working, they've got a fantastic collection at the AMNH, but a lot of it is crap. There's so much bone there, broken pieces and other pieces, and you get to the point where you're like, what the hell am I going to do with it? It's not. Obviously, that's down. But it is going to get.
So what I found on John Love is so spectacular is that it's really only the triggers that he's taking all the stuff from, which makes you question like
And in some places, it's more this robot voice, and like all the rollers, so I I used to practice for hours. Like, really, I do have a story about practice being a robot in the mirror, and like I remember a couple times. So Thomas Jefferson was super sad. Staring into the mirror. But he was William also means his mom. And it was during the war of independence, so it was popular to hate on Americans. And so he couldn't have pissed off Thomas Jefferson was busy fighting with the bananas. Bananas was classified things as there's no more than 200 animals anywhere. That's why the accident was saying yes. I was like, how is that about this? Drowning. Jefferson was, of course, he had
That was the pinnacle of science. That was like the peak of understanding of all the species that were still alive.
As a scientist, and how everything's changed in a couple hundred years, or when it comes to genetics, and still say, oh, we know everything. Like, I'm rich. Like,
It's what you were saying earlier. It's a famine mentality.
yeah.
It's just weak people's minds. Yeah, there's weak human beings out there. The way they think is a very, very weak way of thinking, and they want all the attention for themselves, and they're very egotistical, very supported by academia. There's a lot of bitchy infighting in academia. It's really gross. Like the 18th century, the idea of extinction was only just beginning to be by some thinkers. The balance of nature could never be so significantly obsessed. In particular, extinction is just an unusual theory. It's fine, the bones exist, he wrote, therefore the animal has existed. The movements of nature are in a never-ending circle. Well, that's the real question. Like, there have been animals that went extinct, right? Right, and that was because of you guys. Wasn't there like a bird that was extinct?
That's not true. They didn't go extinct.
Right. Right, like sort of like the Tasmanian tiger.
They just made it. One of Tasmanian tiger was
but some people are not saying, but Bigfoot was real. It was Gigantopithecus. They think that was real.
But Gigantopithecus is really old.
Right.
But would have changed until. I mean, I told you I have tested. People send me all kind of crazy things. But the insulation was one of my favorites. This is something that like I was still doing my PhD. People would send us all sorts of crazy things.
Insulation, they said it's Bigfoot fur.
Yeah, no, it was better than that. It was from somewhere. Dancing around a pole, which gave him more credibility.
It's a stationary email on your club.
Was it written letter?
Yeah, that's true. Everything's an email to me.
So a while ago, a couple of cuttings of insulation from his basement, telling me that the family of Bigfoots that lived in his basement, he had seen insulation.
Oh boy. Did you test it?
Of course I did.
You really did?
What?
I mean, tested him for men.
Gigantopithecus, and there was some human DNA on it.
So what was the year that Gigantopithecus we believe went extinct? Like, so the bones were found in an apothecary shop in China in the early 20th century, right?
I don't actually know. I think Gigantopithecus is millions of years old.
I think the story is that an anthropologist was in an apothecary shop in China and found the bones. I think this was in the early 20th century. And I think he said, where'd you get this? Like the giant primate teeth. And they took him to the place, they found jawbones that indicated it was bipedal. And then they started like digging and discovering. I don't think they have a full skeleton.
That's so cool.
Right?
Well, most things in paleoanthropology are, I'm going to rewrite human history because I found the partial jawbone with 3 more teeth.
Here's the problem, right? You can tell me when this is correct. Most things will never know how many species exist So we're left fossil because fossils are hard to make. So we're essentially tiniest little bits of information. We're trying to piece together this understanding of millions and millions and millions of years of creatures on this earth. And to do so arrogantly seems so great. To be arrogant super fun things about ancient DNA, right? So I think, remember who it was who said this, but we don't have any idea if you're both, but I know that my DNA has ancestors. So I can learn a ton by sequencing DNA from the people that are around. And if I'm lucky enough to get it from these books, then I know about human history. Paleoanthropologists and archaeologists at the beginning of ancient DNA, because it was going in and you're like, oh no, turns out it wrong. Yeah. Neanderthals and humans didn't interbreed. Oh, turns out you were wrong about that. Based on what data? That's the thing that they taught us. Did people breed with nano? Nope, that was old. No, they would say it. So this is just high school teacher. And now we know that they did, and we've been able to learn DNA and how you need lots of DNA to define species, but we have been able now to look. I think one of the coolest things that we've learned from the Neanderthal genome is that we all know that we have somewhere between tested that one of these DNA testing places that'll even tell you how much your cousin I'm more amazing. Less well known is that we all have different 2 to 5% Neanderthal DNA, and if you were to go over
Also, a whole bunch of so we say, the last section is about slavery, less marriage, more promiscuity, more leisure, these are all trends that so where does that go? Where does that end up? Oh, but also so gorgeous how those and why would our fertility decline? So I have a more detailed but the first thing I notice is foresters are low. So farmers are often in a situation that they can't have their their foresters are usually the relative states of the environment where they control what the sure that they can stay in. So farmers have just more variety in size of the land where they basically vary it as this helps. So but it is basically just or should just space. States for another theory that also try to explain George Orange is playing about organization like because that's any I do have a favorite theory, but it's not just the theory. I do have the idea is that for the last 1,000 years, somebody who has better success in migration. So, over the last 1,000 years, after 2000, adapted was evolved to natural. Should I take a shot? That's a good strategy. But now that we have should I go? So I could go back or I can have my kids out this. Should I try to raise kids in such a way that they only serve have that option? Yes. So the question is, what are the conditions? So evolution
What is really impressive?